Every year, thousands of Brits head to Europe for a dream new life.
I feel relaxed already.
And breathe.
But sunshine and scenery and a great lifestyle need to be paid for.
We have to get going, because that's what we're here for, to run a B&B.
So to fund their fairy tale,
champagne tastes and lemonade money.
brave Brits are taking the plunge and going into business.
What could go wrong?
On this series, we follow those expats, setting up anything from bars and boat charters in Spain
Suddenly, all hell breaks loose.
to vineyards and B&Bs in France.
We're in trouble.
But will they flourish? Or will they fail?
We have no money.
Oh, la la.
And can they really make a life in the sun pay?
If we don't give it a go now, there's always going to be that what if.
No pain, no gain.
On today's show, in Spain's trendiest town,
We're blowing away.
a new expat muscles in with her business idea.
I've left my job, I've left my house. It can fail, but it won't fail. Not if I've got anything to do with it.
As orders take the plunge,
I've got nothing to do.
it's desperate measures for these expats.
Is that your vehicle there, sir?
Yeah, that's right.
Looks like mine needs some parts.
Look at that one. That's an amazing one.
And a British couple's winemaking dream.
I've always loved wine. I like growing fruit.
I mean, it's sort of like gardening on a big scale.
But will it turn sour?
We don't get a decent harvest this year. We know it won't work.
The Charente, southwest France. This region gets as much sunshine as Nice on the French Riviera, but properties are a quarter of the price. A 4-bedroom detached house with 1 acre of land can cost as little as £60,000. Kim and Jenny Gilbert moved here from Blackpool 2 months ago to run a classic car parts company.
Likes there so much.
Lovely village.
Yeah, we've got the potential to have a really good life here.
It's a very nice place to be.
So far, business has gone without a hitch. Sales have been strong for the first 3 months, but this month they've gone down 10%.
I've got nothing to do.
With the arrival of the summer, most French businesses close down. Not Kim and Jenny, though. They've decided to stay open.
August is basically a really quiet time for businesses generally. A lot of businesses shut down and just let people go on holiday for the month. So the turnover's down, but not unexpectedly.
But if the classic cars aren't coming to Kim and Jenny, then they will go to the classic cars.
It's just brilliant. Love it. Absolutely love it.
The couple have decided to try and drum up some business at this rally on the historic circuit of Angoulême.
Is that your vehicle there, sir?
Yeah, that's right.
Looks like mine needs some parts.
Have you got any with you?
Not with us. It's,
Fiberglass wing.
we'll be open tomorrow morning. Yeah. Well, it's a bit late today.
After years of slogging it away as an export manager in England, Kim's finally enjoying himself at work.
This is where the salesman in Kim really comes out now. He's so confident in stepping up to people and saying, this is what we do, this is where we are.
Bon courage. We sell parts which are often just in a box, and you see the cherish that's gone into a lot of these vehicles, and you think, yeah, we're kind of helping to keep that going. It's got a nice buzz. Yeah.
Just try and slow down, because you're so excited, and we've got a lot of cars to see up there, and it'll make yourself sick, won't you?
Yes, dear.
In the early days of motor racing at the beginning of the last century, many historic car races were held on this circuit, which launched the careers of many legendary drivers.
It's fun, isn't it? Brilliant.
It seems like the high-octane atmosphere is winning over Jenny, too.
You can smell it, can't it? It's brilliant.
It's brilliant.
Now, I think we should come back and do something, a bit of an involvement with the event next year, see if we can sponsor somebody.
Why didn't we do this 10 years earlier? Oh, actually, it was because I hadn't met you then.
Yeah.
It's been a good day at the races for Kim and Jenny. But will the publicity stunt turn around the slump in summer sales? Marbella on the Costa del Sol. A playground for the rich and famous where it's all about showing off the body beautiful. It's an area where image is everything, and the 24 gyms, 20 health spas and 23 beauty salons within just 12 square miles all cater for the image-conscious crowd. This town is about to acquire one more resident, hailing from a place much less fitness-conscious, Doncaster.
I've never been sporty in my life. Up until the age of sort of mid-20s, I did zero sport, which is ironic considering what I'm about to do.
46-year-old Rosanna Gorman has given up her job as a medical rep to set up a new fitness boot camp in the heart of Marbella, offering a weight loss programme and some super healthy food.
It just seemed like something that really made sense, because it's a very popular thing these days. People want to keep fit, and particularly in that area of Spain, people are, very aware of their bodies. They like to keep fit. So it just seemed like the perfect thing to do, really. So hopefully it'll work out.
Rosanna's leaving her boyfriend to look after their home and is gambling £35,000 of her savings on the business in Spain.
Sometimes you just have to kind of bite the bullet and say, right, if I don't do it now, I never will. And that certainly is, I think, the case with me. If I don't do it now, I'm never going to do it.
As she leaves her home behind, Rosanna makes the move to the Marbella Hills, where she's renting this villa for the boot camp for €2,500 a month.
Got a twin room on this side, ensuite with a shower, and a twin room on the other side, which is ensuite with a shower.
And she's planning to charge boot camp customers €450 for a week's stay. She needs at least 3 customers a week to break even, but with so many similar businesses in town, she has to stand out.
And the Andalusian tiles, which is quite typically Spanish actually, which is nice because people are coming to Spain, they want to see a bit of Spain.
Rosanna's gambling everything on turning her hobby into her business. And it's all about to start with a taster day for local fitness fanatics in the hope they'll spread the word.
You get into a bit of a rut in your sort of everyday life. In the UK, I was in a job that I didn't particularly enjoy. I always wanted to work for myself, but didn't really know what it was I wanted to do. I would never have dreamed in a million years that I'd have done something regarding fitness, because I just wasn't into fitness or nutrition, a couple of years ago. When I discovered how good that could make me feel, I decided that, there's got to be lots of other people out there who are the same. Hola! Did you get through the traffic okay?
And it seems there are lots of people who feel the same. Many have turned up for the taster day to be put through their paces by local instructor Hannah.
They're blowing away.
Meanwhile, Rosanna is preparing the special food regime she'll be offering all her guests.
I just need to put these outside so when they have a break, it's ready for them.
And again with the right. Come on, these are really good for you.
People keep telling me that I'm very, very brave, that I'm taking a huge risk, and they really respect me for that. And I've never really thought of it that way, as being brave. I've always thought of it just, everyone would do it, but everyone doesn't do it. I don't need to go to boot camp because I'm running up and down stairs all day long. Having said I've never been a risk taker, I think I've probably turned into one.
The dry run has finished, and Rosanna's first customers have had a taste of her approach to fitness. Are they impressed?
The trainers are just absolutely amazing. We have the best trainers I've ever trained with anyway. Rose is obviously with the food, so everybody has their own little bit to put in. So, yeah, it's a good place to come.
But with outgoings of €8,000 each month, Rosanna needs to get paying and staying guests through the door and fast.
Yeah. So financially now, the majority of the spend is going to be on the trainers, which are very expensive, the rent of the villa, paying the chef, staff and accommodation really are going to be the main cost. The most difficult thing, or probably the critical factor, is going to be getting the customers through the door.
Are you already paid?
No, I've left my job, I've left my house. It can fail, but it won't fail. Not if I've got anything to do with it.
The Dordogne in western France. This region was the battleground of the 100 Years' War between the French and the English. But that was in the Middle Ages. Today, there's more of an entente cordiale, as more than 6,000 Brits have come to live here, attracted by the region's beautiful food and wine. France produces more wine than Australia and New Zealand combined. And while French wine is expensive to buy in the UK, to those who live here, it costs half the price. And that's what's attracted former farmers Sue and Humphrey Temperley,
Nice nose.
who have moved from Somerset to the village of Gajac-et-Rouillac.
It's just about the space out here. There's so much space. It's like living in, well, I'm not sure about Never Never Land. I've never been sure about that, but it's fantastic. Oh, cheers.
But Sue and Humphrey have not come here just to drink the wine. They've come here to make it.
Let's go to the younger Merlot, shall we?
Okay.
They've bought Château Leicester Veni, a historic residence with 80 acres of land where they grow Merlot, Cabernet Sauvignon and Cabernet Franc.
The coolest thing in the world is to be able to take wine to a party in London with your own name on the bottle.
The vineyard is Sue and Humphrey's retirement project after a lifetime of farming in the UK.
Look at that one. That's an amazing one.
I've always loved wine. I like growing fruit. I love growing things. And we wanted to live in France. And so what better to do than to grow vines?
Yes, I mean, it's sort of like gardening on a big scale.
That's pretty much what I want to see. It's a very quite heavy crop. It's all in the right place. I don't want any grapes that are touching the ground because they're much more likely to get diseased.
Look, they're all flopping, aren't they?
Yeah.
Sue and Humphrey are responsible for growing the grapes, pressing them, bottling the wine and selling it. Last year they made 75,000 bottles.
We have a lot of names for different areas of the vineyard. So like 5 rows of very strange gnarled old vines, which we called the Weird 5. Humphrey'd say, where are you going to prune now? And I'd say, oh, I'm going up to the Weirds. If we didn't like each other's company, we'd go nuts in a short time.
We probably are nuts, really. I mean, I think we'd probably have to be nuts to buy a vineyard at our age.
Running a vineyard is a 7 days a week, 12 months a year job. But they are not alone.
Would you mind just picking up these once more?
Former cook Matt and his girlfriend Katie have come over from England for a year to learn the business of winemaking. They will help Humphrey and Sue running the business throughout the year.
It's hard work. It's quite funny because I kind of looked from the house at the top and thought it was just a small field of vines. And then when I got here and I'd been round them all, Humphrey said, oh, we got the stuff at the back. And they said, oh, there's some over the road. So it got bigger and bigger.
Matthew has always had a passion for wine, but during the process of like the year, it's definitely become my dream as well.
Sue and Humphrey haven't turned a profit since they bought the vineyard.
Don't know what that is.
So far, a combination of bad weather and mistakes in timing the harvests has meant they've had low yields.
Actually, if you'd started 30 years earlier, you'd probably be one of the area's great winemakers. Whereas, and if you lived till 100, you still could be, but it's harder when you've got less time.
This year will be crucial. If Sue and Humphrey want to carry on running a vineyard, they have to finally turn a profit.
I feel we've done everything right with the vines this year. So in a way, they sort of owe it to us to maximise the yield. But you can do everything right and then the weather will come along and undo it. Until it's in the vat, there's no counting on it.
With 10 weeks to go before this year's harvest, will the Temperleys cling on to their winemaking dream?
If we don't get a decent harvest this year, we know it won't work and we'll have to put it on the market.
Yeah, we'll be into plan B or C or D.
The Charente. In this quiet corner of France, there are 69 weekly farmers' markets full of outstanding locally produced wine, cheese and bread. More than 16,000 Brits now live in the region, and among them is Jenny Gilbert, who moved here to join her husband Kim and set up a classic car parts business.
It's great when we get a delivery, because it means that we spring into action down here. This is like Christmas every day.
I know what to get you for Christmas then, don't I?
Sales have gone down 10%. So ex-teacher Jenny is putting everything into winning customers.
There's no box there.
She spent her working life surrounded by children in classrooms. Now she has to learn how to deal with big burly men with a passion for cars.
I need a cam belt.
Good luck.
So how long have you lived here?
11 years.
And I've been in this part of France for 5.
Have you?
Well, yeah, 5.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And what do you say now?
2 teas. Would you like some? Seriously, would you like some?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, yeah. No?
Oh, yes, cups of tea for the lads. That's the way forward.
There we go.
Cheers, cheers.
Back at home with Jenny helping Kim, restoration work on their classic French townhouse has picked up a great deal.
I've brought you bar snacks.
Over the last 6 months, Kim has completely restructured the interior of the house, putting in a whole new floor and making 8 brand new rooms. Now all the rooms are ready to be decorated and furnished, and the massive painting job has begun.
I'll do the brushes and the cutting in, and you can do the rollers. See if you can get as much on the wall as you do on the floor.
I'll do my best.
Today is Kim and Jenny's 9th wedding anniversary, but there's no time for celebrations.
I'm pretty good with a paintbrush, you know.
Well, just show us how good you can be with a roller.
Oh, this is nice.
Oops. Put my foot in the paint. It's good, isn't it? What do you think?
I think I've discovered an extra talent that I have.
What's that, making sandwiches?
No.
Okay. Happy anniversary, darling.
Thank you, darling.
That's the way to spend it.
Yeah.
The Dordogne, southern France. Millions of bottles of wine are produced here every year, 75,000 of which come from Châteaus
Lovely colour.
run by English expats Sue and Humphrey Temperley.
It's good.
Château Lesteveni is an independent vineyard, which means that Sue and Humphrey have to bottle and market the wine as well as make it. But they can't do every job on their own.
So much? Oui?
Today, Humphrey has hired a contractor and his special machine to bottle some of last year's wine.
We've only used him once before. This is the second time. So we've got to get the bottles onto the machine, some wine into the bottles, and the corks into the bottles, and then put them in the crates.
Humphrey's wine is kept in these tanks from harvest to final bottling to monitor the aging process. The wine is now due to be bottled and sold. It's a crucial process for these expats, as they need to sell some bottles and make money.
I would like, by the end of today, every tank in the building will be empty, because it's either been sold or bottled.
And it's all hands to the pump today. Sue and trainee Matt's girlfriend Katie have joined the production line.
We're a week behind because the machine has been having problems, so hopefully it will run today.
It's probably like going to the gym. It's a lot of bending and stretching, only unfortunately there's liquid and glass involved, so if anything goes wrong, it's probably worse than going to the gym.
Oops. They've barely started, but bottles are already breaking. Looks like the machine's not quite fixed yet.
He's hitting it with a hammer.
That's always a last resort in my book.
So I'll lend him my bigger hammer.
Every time a bottle breaks, Humphrey and Sue turn a potential €5 profit into a €5 loss.
The line stopped, I guess, because he's altering the pressure. Humphrey?
Yes, the cork expert thinks the bottles have got too much pressure in them. The top cork's a tiny bit far in and the air gap's a bit small, so we'll adjust it.
Sue and Humphrey are already a week behind with their suppliers and are falling behind even further. If they can't bottle, they can't sell.
We've got 15 crates to do today and we've done
Well, it's
2.5.
going to be 2 hours and we've done 2.
Only another 6,000 to go.
What time is it now? 3 hours longer than we should have been. Anyway,
But hitting the machine with the hammer seems to have paid off. When production is restarted, there are no more breakages. At the end of the day, 9,000 bottles have been filled, which means they can now be sold.
we've kept our cool and we're there.
Now Sue is in charge of a huge marketing job.
So we'll just put this rest of this stuff in.
She is off to the biggest supermarket in the area, 10 miles away, with apprentice Matt.
We've got very little petrol.
At least they'll have plenty of wine, and they're about to try and promote it amongst a crowd of discerning French shoppers.
We had 2 tasting things where were quite interesting. 3 of them said, oh, c'est bon. And the 4th one, who was a bit sulky, said, oh, c'est bon pour un anglais. Say, it's good for an Englishman. And anyway, so it's become a standing joke that our wines are good for an Englishman.
Here we are. Here's our Les Devenys shelves. There's a nice picture of Humphrey being the winemaker.
It's time for these English expats to find their niche in the market among scores of French producers.
Vous voulez une petite dégustation?
No, thank you very much.
I asked Guy just now if he'd like a petite dégustation. He said, no, I'm a teetotaler and I have been for 20 years.
Great start.
Would you like a little tasting?
I'm working. I think it's perhaps not a good idea.
Au revoir.
Things are not going so well.
Bonsoir. Could you taste it? No.
But ex-chef and apprentice Matt finally hooks a customer. Bonne chance, mon ami.
On prix, 6 euros. 6. 6. It was a bit awkward because I was getting my numbers mixed up. So I think I was telling him it was 16 euros. I don't know if I'm starting to talk a little bit of Spanish as well and getting mixed up. Would you like to go through them all?
After an hour and a half, sales seem to be improving.
Très, très bon.
I sold loads of red this afternoon, saying...
Yeah, I had a little mini rush, so I sold about 6 bottles of red then.
Unless, of course, you mean 16.
Bonjour. Vous voulez une petite dégustation? No.
As they desperately try to sell more wine...
Too young still.
Will these English wine producers win over the French shoppers and carry on living the dream? In Marbella on the Costa del Sol, ex-medical rep Rosanna Gorman's fitness boot camp retreat is up and running.
They're probably burning about 4,000 calories a day, so they need plenty of good nutrition. It's all very healthy.
If Rosanna wants to make a success of her boot camp, she knows it will have to stand out. There are 24 gyms in the area already.
It's very vital to differentiate myself from the pack, if you like. So in line with all of that is the complementary therapies, the massage, the beauty therapy. So it is very, very important to make sure we have these things on offer if people want them.
Today, Rosanna has decided to try out a new treatment for herself.
Hello.
One which she hopes will impress the Marbella crowd.
The method is based on knowledge from the Far Eastern world. They all use sound in the day-to-day for healing purposes and curing purposes.
Therapist Christine Heckel offers her exclusive bell-ringing therapy in the Marbella area, which Rosanna may use to complement her other boot camp treatments.
With these sounds, we help people to come into the relaxed state, which can go into very deep trance. It's quite nice just to have a lay down.
And the tone of the bowls is actually quite relaxing to listen to.
There is no blockage in that area here necessarily.
It's nice to know I've not got a blocked bum.
Well, yes.
Thank you very much.
But at the end of the trial session, Rosanna is not convinced by this latest Marbella craze.
I did want to laugh a little bit, and which is awful because she's absolutely lovely and fantastic. But I think it's just because I'm not used to that kind of thing.
So the bell ringing treatment won't be on offer at Rosanna's boot camp, but the number of guests is still too small to make the business profitable.
I tend to get quite a good conversion rate from the inquiries that I get, although I don't get a huge amount of inquiries.
Hiya. Hi, how you doing? I'm good.
It's time for Rosanna to look for new customers, not just in the UK, but all over the world.
This is your storefront.
Well, there's no other way for people to find me other than online.
It has to be aesthetically pleasing to look at.
Yeah, I think mine's quite pretty.
It is very pretty.
So she is using a local internet marketing specialist to target UK and American fitness fanatics.
As long as you're depositing your brand into somebody's brain, you're going to shoot up in ranks.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice to see you.
Rosanna has set herself a target of 3 customers a week to break even.
I think that went really well, actually. The optimisation of the website's really important because obviously I need people to be able to find me. We need to get the advertising right and the marketing right, and we need to get the people through the door. The things that I'm worried about, obviously, are not getting enough customers and you know, not being able to go forward.
It's September in the Charente, the new home of Kim and Jenny Gilbert.
Let's get a bit of organisation here.
Sales have picked up at their classic car park business, which has now been open for 5 months.
This part here, we've got actually 57 of them.
With new orders coming in, Kim and Jenny are having a clear out of unused car parts.
Obviously, they're not a seller, so what does that say to you when you look at it?
Croquet hoop.
It's croquet hoop. Sell it as a kid's thing for Christmas. It could be a fun game.
What are they going to hit the
Well, that's it. They have to provide their own stick.
Or mallet.
And after months of work, they finally finished renovating their French home.
A lovely house.
Really nice community.
Nice village. In an area of countryside which is beautiful and with a 5-minute commute to work.
When they bought this property exactly a year ago, it was used as a store for car parts. The beams and floors were in dire need of restoration, and the rooms were full of mould and woodworm. Kim smashed through the old structure to open up new spaces, turning this classic French townhouse into a comfortable property with 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen diner, and 2 attic rooms.
I can't believe I'm in a room like this because I've never ever dreamed of having a bedroom like this. It's just a wonderful place to wake up. It just makes you feel all happy inside.
With the help of a team of British builders, Kim preserved the classic 19th century interior, adding a variety of modern touches.
We'd knock the wall through into what was the area where customers would come in to a counter not dissimilar to what we got here. There were times when I thought we'd never finish, and now we have. I'm not only pleased with this house, I'm proud of this house, and I love this house.
To be honest, I never thought I'd love the house, but I do. I absolutely adore it.
With the arrival of autumn, business has finally picked up again, and with everything settled at home and at work...
It's so nice to be out here. Beautiful. It's beautiful here.
Belatedly, they celebrate their 9th wedding anniversary.
We said that on our 10th anniversary we'd go back to Hawaii.
Well, let's do it then.
And do the same, shall we, really?
Well, there's no reason why not, is there?
After a tense first summer, with slumps in sales, Jenny's jitters about leaving the UK, and 12 months living apart, it seems like they've got round to being husband and wife again.
I was scared for our relationship, I have to say. We were drifting apart in terms of our worlds.
Well, pulled apart.
Pulled apart by the worlds that we were in. We've invested every single thing we have into it.
And every emotion.
It's all in here in France.
Cheers, Jenny. Happy
Cheers.
anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
You trusted me.
I did trust you, yeah. I just thought, well, why not? Why not have an adventure?
When we go out to eat in any part of the world, we don't kind of...
I'm sorry, I wasn't, do you know, I just haven't listened to a word you said because I was enjoying my food so much. I'm so sorry. I just stopped listening.
Yeah, I know.
It's been really, really hard. And this house has been a thorn in our flesh. It's caused us both, and especially you, a lot of worry. And I really feel now we've got it as a home. It's like our new beginning is now, isn't it? This is it. This is the beginning of everything.
The house is home.
Yeah.
It's the beginning.
The town of Saint-Foy-les-Grands in southwest France. Sue and Humphrey Temperley have been coming to this weekly market ever since they moved to this area.
We find anything we want down here. Prices are reasonable, they're very fresh, very good. It's an essential part of our week.
Allez-y, madame.
Merci.
It's amazing. It's one of the great pleasures of living in France.
In this area of France, you can stock up on groceries using exclusively local, unbranded products.
Bonjour. 4 escalopes de poulet, s'il vous plaît.
Yeah, it's not like the plastic chicken that you get used to in the UK.
That's a bit unfair to a lot of UK chicken producers.
Sue and Humphrey themselves are among this region's producers. They make wine at their historic Château Lesteveni. Today, guests are expected for a tasting of last year's wine.
When they come for a tasting, it's nice to get it looking sort of a bit neat.
It's you she's talking to, Humphrey.
It's the worst brush I've found for ages.
I tell you what, you need the wheelbarrow now to put that stuff in.
Why don't you do what you usually do and stuff it behind the hedge?
How do you know about behind the hedge?
Oops.
That's exactly what I normally do. Look, there's the last lot. All the dead leaves. It helps the hedge, though. I'll hold the hedge while you stuff it down.
No one will ever know.
This could be why the hedge grows so well, because it has all this extra mulch.
Almost every day during the summertime, visitors arrive at Château Lesteveni as part of a wine tour organised by a local tourist company. This is Humphrey's chance to make money as he can sell direct to these customers.
It's the largest wine producing area in the whole world and produces lots more wine than the whole of Australia and New Zealand put together.
Time to put on a show and really sell some wine.
The difference between this and most people's... Sorry. The heart attack speciality. Now this is the blend I was talking about earlier, the Sauvignon blend. It's a nice soft finish. I try not to drip stuff on people's trousers.
These tourists spent €65 each today. This includes transport to the chateau to taste every wine produced by Humphrey. Now it's the turn of the rosé.
There are some men who seem to think that real men don't drink rosé. Mostly men who drink this rosé seem to like it. It's a unisex rosé.
Tastings always end with the strongest wine in the house, the red.
Are you worried about your dressing?
Which has an alcohol content of nearly 14%.
The price structure is very simple. Most things are 5 and the reds are 6 or 8. And the saucy next a bit more.
This is the moment Humphrey has been waiting for.
So think about what if you want to take some home. I'll give you time to think amongst yourselves.
As the visitors get a chance to order some wine to take away.
The Bergerac Malta 2012 and a bottle of the Rouge 2010.
2 bottles of the Rouge.
Okay.
I'm happy with any of them.
Absolutely. So how are you travelling? Are you driving back or you've got...
We're flying,
We fly
so
back.
we're limited. Thinking of buying an extra bag. Just leave the clothes behind.
It's been a good day for Humphrey. He's just sold €300 worth of wine.
I've got lots of new long-term customers from it. It's very much kind of luck of the draw. I mean, sometimes customers came back immediately and spent €400. Sometimes I've never seen them again. I regard it as very, very good advertising. Have you enjoyed yourself? Okay, good. Well, thank you. That's great.
As Humphrey waits for the arrival of the next batch of visitors,
That's good. She's right. They were both very worried
he returns to his main job, growing grapes.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday are going to be nice, just as a big high hanging around over the western France.
So it's going to be fine for 3 days.
I can get quite enthusiastic about that. By Thursday, the forecast is getting incredibly inaccurate.
With good weather forecast until the end of the week, all Sue and Humphrey have to do is make sure that the sun's rays reach the grapes by tidying the leaves with the help of Matt and Katie.
We're going to be letting light and air into the baby grapes so that they can develop and don't get too many fungus diseases and so on.
A steady exposure to the sun increases the sugar content of the grapes, which will be transformed into alcohol. For a successful crop, it is vital that the weather stays good. But they know that failure is always looming. A nasty turn in the weather could destroy a year's work.
You could be growing them perfectly and then something happens. Or like last year, it rained solidly for July and August. That was terrible. I mean, there's so many variables.
Yeah, there's loads of ways of losing the plot on the way, some of which are under our control.
With 10 weeks to go before harvest, will the Temperleys finally manage to turn a profit from their investment? It's been 12 weeks since ex-medical rep Rosanna Gorman arrived in Marbella to set up her boot camp business, the Aurora.
Couple more. Oh, I love working in sand.
Offering weight loss and fitness holidays.
It's very exciting. It's like a complete new era in my life. I'm 46 now, so I'm not getting any younger.
So far, Rosanna has had a steady trickle of customers, so the business is picking up. But that means plenty of work for her.
I've got to get up, I've got to cook breakfast, I've got to clean the rooms, I've got to do this, I've got to do that. But now that I've got into it, I wake up in the morning and I actually think, oh wow, I actually live here. I have to pinch myself sometimes when I'm, look at this. It's great. What more could I want?
As she sets up the boot camp, Rosanna has left her boyfriend behind in Doncaster. If she makes a success of the business, then they will both relocate in a year's time.
It's difficult because I'm here on my own, but I'm doing it for a reason, and hopefully in the long run it's going to be a positive thing.
As well as exercise, ultra-healthy food is also available at the Aurora. So Rosanna is off to source fresh produce at the biggest market in the area, in the city of Malaga.
Wow, this is amazing. Look at this. Just fruit and vegetables everywhere.
And in southern Spain, it seems everything is so much bigger.
Wow, look at the size of the peaches.
More than half of the fresh fruit and vegetables consumed in Europe are grown in this area of Spain.
Huge.
But clearly, they keep the best for themselves.
Look at the dates. Everything's just so big. Dragon fruit. I've never actually eaten one, to be honest.
One moment, don't touch.
No, you're not allowed to touch on this one either. I've just been told off for touching. Not allowed to touch. There's a sign.
And one market vendor is keen to share more than just his fresh nuts with Rosanna.
What's in it?
Piel de cabra, caprino.
Ahora, what is your name?
Rosanna.
Ah, Rosanna. I like Rosanna. Mira, Rosanna, you open the mouth.
No.
Yes.
No.
Mira.
No.
Look at me. Open the mouth. Mira.
No.
Look at me.
Okay.
Open the mouth.
No, you can do it.
A moment, please.
Well, I don't know what he's doing down there. I think I'm full. Well, if nothing else, I've got a phone number and an address. Gracias.
Rosanna leaves the market with 2 kilos of fruit and vegetables and the grocer's phone number.
Hi.
And she's back just in time to welcome her first returning guest, Lisa.
Looking good.
Thank you.
Are you having this one?
Lisa, who lives in Suffolk, took part in Rosanna's first taster day 5 weeks ago after finding the new business on the internet.
I was looking for a boot camp in the UK, really, just for a weekend, and I put boot camp in, and Rosanna's came up. Spend a week in the UK in the mud, or spend a week in Marbella in the sun. It's a no-brainer, really, isn't it? I'm going to be 40 in August, and I just wanted to lose as much weight as I could. I will be a size 10, and I will get into that bikini, and my affirmations every day. I will get smaller and leaner.
Lisa's return is good news for Rosanna.
Here it is. This is what you come to Spain for, really, isn't it? The sunshine and the pool.
But while business is picking up for Rosanna, there are other problems to deal with.
My partner in the UK and I are no longer together. We decided between us that it wasn't going to work, and we split up for various reasons. He's in the UK. We own a house together still, so we still have ties in that respect. But other than that, that's finished. I've discovered that I really can do things on my own, and I am pretty independent. And I don't mind, sort of doing things on my own. I quite like it, actually. I quite like being responsible for me and everything else.
So with no ties left in the UK, Rosanna needs to make a success of her boot camp more than ever. Next time.
I have no relationship in the UK. I've got nothing to go back for.
It's decision time for Rosanna as the season comes to an end.
If I had to choose between finding the love of my life and the business, I would choose the business.
It's time to take stock at the British-run dive centre.
My accountant, when I took the invoices to her, her face actually went white.
Will these expats risk all their profits again?
Then I'm an ambitious bugger.
And as they prepare for harvest, there's a shock for the Temperleys.
Well, I've broken my leg.
Every year, thousands of Brits head to Europe for a dream new life.
To a dad, that is just pure pleasure.
This is heaven on earth.
But sunshine and scenery and a great lifestyle need to be paid for.
My bank is empty. We've got nothing left.
So to fund their fairy tale,
get your little fishy when the boat comes in.
Brave Brits are taking the plunge and going into business. On this series, we follow those expats.
Dave, you got any euros?
Setting up anything from bars and boat charters in Spain to vineyards and B&Bs in France.
Not happy. Not happy.
But will they flourish?
We're going to do it, we must do it properly.
Or will they fail?
Money doesn't grow on trees.
It is life or death.
And can they really make a life in the sun pay?
Fans broke down.
You are joking.
It went bang.
On today's show, can this chef turn a chaotic kitchen?
We found a huge amount of cockroaches.
into a top-class restaurant.
We're starting to get sleepless nights because you're starting to get worried, you know. We don't want to run out of money before we open the place up.
A new life in France.
Our living room in London, I think you'd fit in 4 times.
But will car trouble end the dream before it even begins?
There's petrol just spewing out of it.
And can a carvery on the beautiful Costa
Are you all right, mate? All right, no.
put romance back into a marriage?
In fact, some days I don't even know if we like each other, to be fair. Do we?
I don't know, do we?
I don't think so.
Andalusia, southern Spain. An area of outstanding beauty where the cuisine is as varied as the landscapes. There are traditional tavernas in hillside villages serving up paella and tapas, a dish which was invented here. And then there are the beachfront bars, or chiringuitos, where you can order the catch of the day straight from the sea. The Med offers over 700 species of fish, from dorada, tuna and bream to some of the best shellfish in Europe. So it's a perfect place for seafood fans to set up home.
2 gazpacho, please. And I'll have the avocado and king prawns.
And calamari fritos.
Chef Steve Hyatt and his front-of-house wife, Alison, have left Dundee to start a new life in the village of Mijas.
This is what you can do on your day off or before you go to work. You know, you can come down here, sit and relax before you go to work. It's just super. Couldn't do this in Dundee.
Steve and Alison only landed here a week ago, and they've been totally won over.
The fact you've got an outdoor life.
Yeah.
You can plan things in the outdoors here. You can't do that back in the UK.
No.
Whereas here, you can plan if you're going to go to the beach and have a barbecue.
Steve wants to bring his own brand of Northern European seafood cuisine to this area, and he sets his standards very high.
I've eaten in La Bernardin in New York. Gavroche, love it. Glen Eagles we used to go to nearly every week.
No.
Well, it was nearly every week.
Once a month, if you
Once a month. Well, nearly every week when the birthday parties and everything else
Darling,
we
you
had
have a
there.
birthday once a year. Always exaggerates.
Yeah, right.
Alison and Steve have sunk almost 17,000 euros. That's around £12,000 into the lease on this run-down restaurant. They want the quality of the venue to match the cuisine, so there's plenty of work to do, and quite a few nasty surprises too.
We've found a huge amount of cockroaches. It's been closed now for a couple of months, so obviously nobody's been keeping it down. Well, here's the kitchen in the middle of a clean-up. But as you can see, if you have a look at the grill here, I mean, this is hours and hours of work.
But there has been some attempt at pest control here.
It's a bag of water. That keeps flies away. And apparently the flies have a look at it, see themselves so big and fly off. But
maybe they do.
Yeah, maybe they do, I don't know.
The decor isn't much better.
The photographs of famous women. Posh Spice. I don't know who a lot of them are, but I'm sure my husband might.
There's Shakira. Now, I can relate to this one because this is what my wife looked like when I met her.
The Hyatts have set aside €8,000 for renovations. Another area needing attention are the toilets.
We've got a tiler in at the moment, but they're having issues because we've discovered that all the bathroom tiles have been secured to the wall with concrete as opposed to tile glue, whatever you want to call it.
Well, they're not going to fall down, are they? That's for sure, you know.
Built to last.
The Hyatts have given themselves 4 weeks to sort the restaurant ready for opening.
I think everybody that does this sort of thing, you're always up against it, especially when it's not a new build, because you sometimes just don't know what you're going to uncover.
There's no doubt Steve and Alison have a big mountain to climb, but with 27 years' experience between them, they're not daunted.
Uphill battle? Nah, we can handle anything.
I mean, it looks worse than it is. It's like everything. It's like when you get a new house or whatever, and there's the finishing touches. make it shine. It's just the same with the restaurants, you know.
But our last one we did, we were 5 months delayed. But we had another restaurant running then, so we did have an income, but here we don't have an income at the moment, so we need to get over.
Yeah, it's much more time sensitive.
But with the opening day looming and no idea what other surprises may be in store, will Steve and Alison really be able to pull off their fine dining dream? The Lot-et-Garonne in southwest France, one of the most unspoilt areas in the whole of the country, nestled amongst pine trees and vineyards. The views are breathtaking and the climate is mild all year long. It's the perfect place to escape the rat race.
You know, you look at all the things that France is famous for, cheese and wine and Brigitte Bardot and, you know, all of those. Jacques Cousteau, yes, exactly. And I wanted to be Jacques Cousteau. That was my career plan when I was a child.
Catherine and Kim currently live in London with their beloved dog, Louis. Catherine wants to recreate the happy memories of childhood holidays in this part of the world.
The first time I came, I was 14 and I did an exchange. And I stayed in a house with a French family. And I loved everything about the way of life. It's civilised and gentle and not like London. It's so not like London.
But Kim is less convinced about trading the city for the French countryside.
I think the reality of actually moving here crept up on me. And I can't remember an exact point where that decision was discussed and made, actually. Thinking back.
Catherine sold a 2-bedroom flat in London and swapped it for a new one in Garonne. And this is what she got for her cash. A stunning 4-bedroom farmhouse with enough space to turn it into a B&B.
As of 10:15 yesterday, this was my house. But it hasn't sunk in yet.
Set within 4 acres of its own land, it has fig trees and orchards and a large detached barn. With a price tag of £180,000 or €250,000, it's given Catherine and Kim a bit more bang for their buck.
Our living room in London, I think you'd fit in 4 times, maybe more.
This house dates back to 1840 and has retained many of its original features, including oak-beamed ceilings and stone walls. And the surroundings are peaceful and tranquil.
It's quite incredible to think, you know, a 2-bedroom flat
in West London.
In West London can buy you, you know, a whacking great farmhouse with potential for a couple of sheets in 4.5 acres of land. I mean, that to me, I still struggle to balance those two things out.
This is the main upstairs bedroom. So this is the one that we could see as a family room.
While this is a beautiful property, they are going to bear some big bills to convert it into a B&B. With all Catherine's money tied up in the house, Kim will stay in London to help pay for the work.
I think the hardest thing for me is going to be the dog, you know. Yeah, I mean, I can talk to on Skype. I can't.
I know what you mean. I'll try not to take offence. She's going to miss the dog more than me.
Yeah, the dog.
Okay, I'm holding the dog ransom. Yeah. The dog will not be allowed to go back to England, and that will make her come out and visit me. I think we'll actually miss one another more than we're probably want to admit to.
If we had thought about that too much, we wouldn't have done this. No. So, you know, and yeah, we've got to give it a go. If we don't give it a go now, there's always going to be that what if. And, you know, we don't want to spend the rest of our lives doing what if.
There is also a barn in the grounds, and they want to turn it into a holiday cottage or a gîte. But it's in a bit of a mess.
Yeah, that looks good.
Hiya! Reception committee.
Their budget's €135,000. That's £100,000 to renovate the house and convert the barn. It's a huge task that needs experts, so they've called in the local builders,
Good to see you.
who aren't so local after all.
What have you done with Ian?
He will be here, definitely.
Builder Kerry is a Somerset lad who now lives 30 minutes away from Catherine and Kim, and electrician Ian used to live in Suffolk. The soon-to-be B&Bers have a clear vision on how to turn this barn into a 2-bed and 2-bathroom gîte.
I want to do all of this, so this living room and the kitchen all in the same tile right the way through. So these kinds of things are gettable here?
They should be. I've seen ones very similar, yeah.
The cream one, but with grey grout.
In the London Underground style.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah? Cool. So I can be really happy I'm not on the London Underground, thank you.
Well, I wouldn't want you to miss it.
Still feel at home. Yeah.
They also plan to put in a brand new kitchen, but it seems there's something these novices hadn't considered.
You did your kitchen layout and I've changed it very slightly.
Yes, slightly, yeah.
I think there was no washing machine and then they changed the units to make them symmetrical.
Yeah, right. So are you going to put a washing machine somewhere else?
No.
The builder's visit has given Catherine plenty of food for thought, and now it's time to get down to business.
Ballpark figure.
I'd say probably going to be 60, maybe up to 70,000.
Are we talking euros or pounds?
This is euros.
We're talking euros, OK.
That's almost half of their budget just on structural work.
We just looked at it and thought, oh, it needs a kitchen and a bathroom and some plaster on the walls and the flooring done. Just goes to show.
And that's not the only worry.
How long do you reckon it's going to take?
I'd say it's got to take about 6 months, isn't it? At least, I would have thought.
I think 6 months was longer than I was expecting.
That was a lot longer.
Is that worrying?
Yeah.
Look after yourself. Have a good trip back.
Thank you very
and we'll
much.
see you,
We'll
see you
in
soon.
June.
Yeah, see you in June, right.
Catherine and Kim have had a big wake-up call. And in just a week's time, Catherine will be saying au revoir to London forever. But will her French fairy tale turn into a nightmare? 60 years ago, holidaymakers began visiting the Costa del Sol, and the UK's love affair with this part of Spain is as strong as ever. The region is home to 103 towns and villages, and there is something for every taste. From Puerto Banos, a playground for the rich and famous, to Marbella, with more golf courses than anywhere else in the world, to party towns like Fuengirola. And of course, everywhere is bathed in around 320 days of sunshine every year. Publican Steve Lewis and his wife Jill have moved here after being totally seduced by the sun, sea and scenery.
It's just a pleasure coming to work and seeing this every morning. Back home it was a supermarket blank wall, but waking up every morning, it's a pleasure to come to work, and when the sun's shining, it's great.
2 months ago, Steve and Jill were running this pub in Barrow upon Humber. But they've now swapped a pub on the banks of the River Humber for one on the beautiful Fuengirola Marina.
Grimsby Town Football Club, that's their badge, but I've named it after my father. He was a fisherman from Grimsby. Mariners on the marina, because as you can see, we're on the marina.
And Steve thinks his gift of the gab will go a long way in winning over his new clientele.
Football, everybody loves the football, food and fun.
He's a nightmare, to be fair.
I don't know what you mean, love.
Yes, you do. Have you seen the back of his head?
That's why she married me, because I'm mad.
Weird.
Isn't it now?
Yeah.
Steve and Jill have worked in pubs for 15 years. It's all they know. But working long hours has put a real strain on their relationship.
It's not easy, you know, we do have our arguments, we have our ups and downs, we have our fallouts.
In fact, some days I don't even know if we like each other, to be fair. Do we?
I don't know, do we?
I don't think so.
We survive on our love, don't we?
No, we're not skinny enough.
Steve and Jill are hoping a new life on the Costa will help them put the romance back in their marriage. And it all starts now.
Are you all right, mate?
All right, Doc.
After a 3-month renovation, today is the official opening of their traditional British boozer.
Would you like Yorkshire pud?
I would want.
Thank you.
Steve believes the key to success is to give tourists a taste of home.
Today is Fuengirola's first and one and only carvery. We fetched a carvery unit back from England. We've not seen another carvery anywhere in Fuengirola. I think the nearest one to here is Benamagna, which we went to try that out ourselves. You know, we've always had the idea that we'd have a carvery when we got here. So this is it. This is our very first one, and it's going well. We've got a few bookings this afternoon.
It may not be everyone's idea of a beachside meal in the sun, but Steve's convinced he's onto a winner.
Definitely a gap in the market here for carvery. The creatures of habit, they like the Sunday roast or the Sunday carvery, and so give them something what they want.
Proper snap this, damn. Like being back at home.
Steve and Jill have stacks of experience running pubs and are convinced they can make a go of this one. But the big question is, will the Costa del Sol sun put the spark back into their marriage? The picturesque Lot-et-Garonne in southwest France. And in a quiet hamlet just outside the village of Guérin, Londoner Catherine Morgan has been chasing a dream.
The escape is from something that is drudgery. A way of life that just feels like a treadmill. This place is the right place to escape to because it's a polar opposite. This offers me an opportunity to eat well and to live well and to live at a pace of life that's enjoyable.
Catherine plans to run a B&B and self-catering gîte from this 18th century farmhouse that she picked up for the bargain price of €250,000. And today's the day the dream begins. Ealing, West London. And the time has come for Catherine to say au revoir to the big smoke.
It's just quite a big, momentous moment, actually, to see all of our stuff going out. So I hope it's going out. Louis, we haven't told him what's happening. We've been trying to teach him to say Le Wolf for when he becomes a French dog, but he's anxious. I can tell he's stressed out. He's just fed up. He just wants to go to the south of France and sunbathe. Or is that me?
While Catherine moves to France, partner Kim will come back to work in London so that they have an income to fall back on.
Kim's had to go to work, and she decided I was capable and competent to be left in charge of a bunch of removals guys.
There's a lot of stuff to shift. Luckily, organisation is what Catherine does best.
This is the project called The Great Escape, and this is my pride and joy. I think this is a very lightweight project plan. This is the list of things to do day by day in the final month. So decorators coming in and the gardener coming in, and there appear to be 4 stars here, which I've awarded myself for genius planning. Probably not normal, is it? People at work don't think it's normal.
It's early evening, their home is all packed up.
You should see the house.
Smoky.
Very, very, very empty. They were like gannets. They just descended on the place. It was all 4 big burly blokes. I mean, they just picked everything up and were just so quick.
And the reality of what they're doing starts to hit home.
It's very final in that there isn't any going back from this. Somebody was telling me about a family that moved and went off to France and moved in on a Saturday, and by the Wednesday phoned up, French Moves, the removals company, and said, changed our minds about a big mistake, we want to go back.
Really?
Come and pick it all up. They only did 4 days.
4?
Yeah.
What was so bad?
There's no turning back for these two. Tomorrow morning, Catherine, Kim and Louis are booked on a ferry to France.
This is really happening.
It is a bit final, isn't it?
It is.
It's 6 a.m. Kim, Catherine and Louis have just set off to the port.
It's about 8 hours from Dieppe.
But after stopping for petrol, they've run into a problem. Their car is leaking fuel.
I don't think it normally smells this bad of petrol in a petrol station, but it really stinks here at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's all our fault.
It's all our fault, yes.
Do apologise, everybody.
The car is not safe to drive, so Kim calls for help. But she's getting nowhere fast, and with the ferry leaving in less than 3 hours, frustrations are showing. Finally, she gets through. But has this dream stalled before it's even begun?
Oh, we're not going anywhere.
So I would say we're not going to get the 10 o'clock ferry.
It's often said you could drink in a different bar every night of the year in Fuengirola. The nightlife attracts thousands of tourists. Competition is intense, but Steve and Jill Lewis are confident they can make their new pub work.
The main unique thing is that we know what we're doing. You'll get that many people come to Spain and think it's easy, they're on holiday. Oh yeah, we can do that. The amount of people that come and fail, you know, they don't realise how much hard work it is. I've been in the pub game 37 years, so it's a long time to be stuck behind bars without being a criminal. So yeah.
You get a little pot belly as well.
But hard work alone won't be enough. They need a niche in the market, and Steve thinks he has one.
We want this to be a music pub, known as a music pub, and people to enjoy what we put on.
Tonight is Steve and Jill's first big music night. They've booked a country and western act, hoping it will pull in the crowds.
I'd be happy with 50 to 100. I'd be happy with 200. If we get 50, bums on seats, we're in for a good night. Bit nervous at the moment because, you know, we're waiting for the punters to arrive.
I'm the artist.
But the Costa del Sol's favourite country and western singer never lets his loyal fans down.
I'll do the opening of a handbag, me. I don't mind not bothered, because I get paid.
It's our first party night, and it's all happening now for real. I'm joking up, thinking about it.
Johnny Westwood!
Steve and Jill are hoping to make a name for their pub on the marina. It looks like they're succeeding.
It's a massive day for Steve. It's, I suppose it's like the birth of a child, isn't it?
It'll be a good night for him.
Yeah, it'll be a great night for him, yeah. I hope it goes down well for him.
Everyone seems to be enjoying the night, and though Steve and Jill are well down on the 200 punters they'd hoped for, they did manage to make almost €800.
We're realistic. We've only been here a week. People don't really know us.
In the first week, it's bums on seats, and that's it. You know, there's people out there enjoying the scene. And we're part of somebody else's life now. We've made it.
I don't think as many turned up as we expected, but the ones we've got in are a good crowd. So the main thing is the ones that are in and enjoying it, that's the word. So.
Yeah. Word of mouth will get about. Yeah. So yeah, we'll certainly have a few more next time.
Steve's sure that more live music is the way to get people through the door.
We're going to start having a look round, you know, audition them, see what's out there. Put me Simon Cowell trousers on and we'll have a look.
In Mias Costa, Steve and Alison Hyatt are working around the clock turning a rundown restaurant into what they hope will be the best seafood place in town. A town they have fallen in love with.
Number one is the weather.
Number two, vino tinto, por favor.
Alison and Steve have moved all their worldly possessions over from Dundee. The job of making their Spanish villa feel like home begins now.
It's got 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms. Beautiful outside area we have as well. Nice big garden, and it's cool. Bit of a sun trap, it really is, this part in the morning. It's very, very hot here in the morning. The sun comes up here, obviously, goes around. And yeah, so you've really got the sun all day. Splash pool. There's a swimming pool just down the hill there. There's just no comparison. Well, for here, we were paying, when we sold a house, we moved into a place called City Quay in Dundee, because it was close to the restaurant. And it was £850 per calendar month, plus council tax. Here we pay €750 a month with no council tax. You know. And obviously your electric and gas bills aren't going to be much either here, so, which is quite nice. So again, that's another saving. You know. And the property was nowhere near as big as this. It was 3 bedrooms. It wasn't as nice as this. You know. It's just absolutely super.
And Steve also has a ready-made chef's garden.
We've got some a little chilli plant, just growing a chilli. We've got some rosemary, some chive, and some thyme. And I've watered all these, and they're looking much better today. I watered them all yesterday. In fact, I watered the whole of the grass because it was really looking a bit dark yesterday.
It's now just 3 weeks until Steve and Alison plan to open their new business, a top-class restaurant called Latitude 36.
Well, Latitude 36 is where we are, and that's the idea of it.
And it's quite unique.
It's unique. Nobody else has got one. We've checked it out. I bought all the domain names as well.
At the restaurant, Steve and Alison have made great progress. When they arrived, these kitchens were thick with grease and grime. Now, after a deep clean, they're finally ready to use.
The whole kitchen's had to be totally degreased, as the refrigeration, ovens, fryers, canopy now. We've got rid of all the grease running down the walls. Such an amazing job, it really, really is.
So Chef Steve has his kitchen up to standard, but the extra work here is causing big delays and concerns are growing.
On the board there, it just says opening in April. And that's about all we can say really at the moment, because we keep coming across problems. We haven't got an income at the minute. That's the most frustrating thing, is that. But yeah, you've just got to go with the flow, because it's no good getting upset about it, because there's actually nothing you can do about it anyway, you know.
And Alison is having her own struggles.
I forgot to put on sunscreen yesterday, and hence this lovely beetroot shade.
Today, Steve needs to rip down the outside awning, known as a toldo in Spain. Easier said than done.
All sorts of rubbish in the top of it.
It's been cemented to the wall. It also hides a nasty shock.
I've got speaker wire, which is used as a live cable.
That's why I get him to do it.
The couple are coming across problems every day. Has their €35,000 investment simply bought them a bucket load of botched jobs?
I have a little problem up there. We can still see daylight in the corner. That's the only problem. Lucky it doesn't rain much in Spain.
Latitude 36 was due to open in a week's time. But with so much still to do, the Hyatts have had to put the opening back.
I'm not too stressed about it, put it that way. I'd rather we had everything right. And obviously you can see at the moment it's not possible to open.
But now, to top all their building nightmares, there's a new problem. Another seafood restaurant has opened in the neighbouring village. Competition for the Hyatts. But even worse than that, it's also called Latitude 36.
And I don't know how many people think of that name, whether it's just a coincidence or what, I don't know.
With the website built and the signs ordered, this is just one more headache the Hyatts really didn't need. The April opening is slowly slipping away. On the beautiful Fuengirola Marina, experienced pub owners Steve and Jill Lewis are settling into a new life in a totally different environment.
One thing that you can't change is the view. When you wake up in the morning and see this, you come to work, it's a pleasure being at work, it's a pleasure being in the office.
Steve and Jill came to the Costa hoping the sunshine and scenery would put the romance back into their marriage. And it seems to be working.
I'll be honest, I think if we'd stayed in England, I think we would have been divorced now.
No.
Fact, we would have been.
Probably.
The magic of the sunny Costa del Sol is doing wonders for their relationship, but it's spending time together that's proved vital. A few weeks after their bar's opening, there's an international food and drink fair in town. It's another chance for Steve and Jill to enjoy the place they now call home.
It's probably the one and only time we'll get out of the bar, so it's not very often that we do get time together out of the place. Just don't you throw up on me.
Unfortunately, they seem to have made an enemy of one of the locals.
Yeah, getting picked on the dodgems by a 10-year-old.
10-year-old Spaniard.
I think I might be traumatised.
Oh no, you can't be traumatised, darling.
I think I'm traumatised.
This downtime is just what Steve and Jill need.
Well, it's certainly been worth a while just getting out from the bar, spending time together, The next thing is we need some product sample.
Is that beer time then?
Beer time. Well done, Dal. Very good one.
But it's not long until attentions turn back to the business. It's May, and with peak season fast approaching, Steve and Jill are looking for the headline act that'll pull in the punters.
We've heard about an entertainer who's sort of newish in town, so we thought we'd go along and have a look, see if it's any good for the mariners.
They're on their way to see singer Paul Burnham.
I heard we've got quite a lot in tonight.
But Paul isn't always called Paul.
This is worth its weight in gold. It means I can turn up anywhere and put on a show. It's like Judy Garland.
When he's putting on a show, he goes by the name of Guapatini.
And I've even got bum padding in. Give me a little pert bottom. Are you enjoying that? I can tell you're enjoying that.
I don't know whether you call them drag queens or drag artists. I don't know what is the correct term for them, really. But we've heard a lot about him. All good. I don't think there's anywhere in Fuengirola that's actually putting this sort of show on.
Come on, darling. We're here.
Worries me when you start being nice.
Always nervous. Although this is, I've got a nice loyal following here. I've been here for like 2 years now, but I want to do a good show for our guests who are coming to hopefully book me for their venue. But I've got my mum and dad in as well.
Please welcome on stage the gorgeous Guapatini!
How lovely to see you all. You all look absolutely gorgeous. I didn't even know Little did clothes.
If he wasn't enjoying himself enough already, Steve has been invited to the stage.
Blazers and a short. That's a lovely look you're rocking this evening, and I love the 80s as well. Now, I would like you to just say something lovely, lovely to your wife.
You are the love of my life, Jill. And I'd like you to take the credit cards and go crazy!
Really good night. Really good night. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's always a good night here. I think Steve is going to say book me for his venue, which is always good. More work. Thank you very much.
What an entertainer that guy is. Yeah, he's definitely got a booking. If I have to fork up out my own pocket, yeah, we'll put a cover charge on and hopefully we'll cover that and it'll only get better.
Steve and Jill think they've finally found themselves a star to light up their bar.
We need that guy behind us to make a success of Mariners on the Marina.
On the outskirts of London, at a services somewhere on the M25, our wannabe B&Bers Catherine and her partner Kim and their French adventure has just hit the skids.
Yep, it's dripping still.
They've encountered car trouble.
It looks like the pipe.
Catherine and Kim are barely out of London.
Tank.
It's really not a great start. But it's now approaching rush hour on the M25.
Looking at the distance we've got to travel and the speed of the traffic on the motorway in the direction we're going, we haven't got a hope of making that.
After an hour and a half delay, Catherine and Kim are back on the road.
I don't think it's an omen. I think stuff like that happens, doesn't it? It was just unfortunate.
They're resigned to missing their ferry and instead are determined to make the most of their last day in the UK.
It's sunny. See if we can find some fish and chips. Let the dog have a last play on the English beach. Thank you very much. Great, thank you very much. Walk down here and find a bench.
And after a stressful start, fish and chips at the seaside is just the tonic.
The last thing you could do before you leave is one of the most British things you can do. Shouldn't we have gone and drunk a pint instead?
It's late afternoon.
I just want to get out of England now. Don't make me come back.
Catherine and Kim are finally setting sail for their new adventure.
I don't have any illusions. I think what I'm planning to do is going to be a lot of hard work, and it's not going to be plain sailing, but it's It's about the quality of life. And now there's sort of this excitement starting to bubble. You know, we've had some stuff thrown at us today, but we've got through it, and now it's really happening, and it's, you know, yeah. I don't know how you say goodbye to somewhere that you've lived for all your life. So I'm not going to say goodbye, I'm going to say adieu, or possibly à bientôt.
After a journey lasting 2 days, Kim and Catherine finally arrive at their new home.
It's been just an enormously long journey, 2 days. Oh, I'm happy now.
Now their new life can begin. In Mijas Costa, Steve and Alison Hyatt have big ambitions to open a top-class seafood restaurant called Latitude 36. Well, that was the plan, anyway.
There is a Latitude 36 already.
Oh, just newly opened.
Just newly opened.
Steve and Alison decide to pay the competition a little visit.
And there it is. And it is a seafood grill, the same as ours. So that's what we thought was quite remarkable for somebody to come up with exactly the same name. But hey-ho.
The new Latitude 36 is based in nearby Mijas Pueblo. This charming mountain village has amazing views of the Andalusian countryside, leading down to the coast. The cobbled winding streets are home to some of the best restaurants in the region.
Be interesting to see what he's doing, yeah. I'd like to find out who his suppliers are as well, actually, because it's probably the same people I'm going to use, but you never know, you know.
This Latitude 36 was named over 6 months ago by expat owner Lisa and her business partner Hugo.
So how did you come up with the idea?
It was Hugo came up with the idea because of the ships in the sea and the line, the Latitude 36. So he, with the fish and having a fish restaurant, and that's how he came up with the idea.
We think the same.
So great minds think alike. But Steve is one step ahead of his competition.
Have you got a website?
It's on Facebook.
Then Facebook. Because if you want the domain names,
We've got some.
got them.
Oh, have you? Yeah.
Latitude 36 is one of the swankiest fish restaurants in Mijas. The visit is giving Steve and Alison a real taste of what they might achieve.
Yeah. But I love the unit. Absolutely beautiful. I love the floor.
I know, it's great.
Oh, wine boxes.
Oh, no, it's not.
Oh, just boxes.
Could there be a little bit of the green-eyed monster here?
No, jealous is a feeling of insecurity, so it's something I never am. You know. What? I've never been insecure.
So that's the decor checked out. Now what about the tapas?
Well, menu-wise, it's very Spanish.
Looks nice.
Looks nice. You got the pill on, mussels, Mediterranean, clams. It's very Spanish. Yeah. But we're in Spain. That's what we expect. You choose, dear. I'll just eat it. It's very nice, actually. It's amazing here that the starters are as big as a main course. Come and try our food.
The Hyatts have been without income in Spain for 9 weeks. The pressure to open is on. But coming to Latitude has given them a huge boost and the determination to keep going on.
It's not all about work and, you know, because all we have done for years is just work and work and work. We enjoy what we do, so we're quite lucky. But then you've got the added advantage here of this stunning scenery, the weather's nice, you know, as much as we love Scotland, it's freezing cold, it's wet, you know. It's still stunning, but you know, this is nicer, but it's so warm. But we can't wait to get going, you know, we need to get going because we're going to run out of money otherwise. So we've really got to get going.
It's the next morning and the April opening is no more.
We're
starting to get sleepless nights because you're starting to get worried, you know. We don't want to run out of money before we open the place up, you know. And when we're this far behind, you know, with weeks and weeks of no income at the end of the day, so it does take its toll, you know. So, but we'll get there, as you do. At least you're doing it in the sunshine.
And now there's another problem with the toilets.
The outlet for the hot hadn't been capped properly, so it was leaking behind the tiles and coming out to the bottom. It was great when it's all done, you think that's great, it looks lovely and all the rest of it, and then it's not fit for purpose really, because it was leaking, it's not fit for purpose.
But today things are looking up.
Good afternoon, guys.
Right, let's get unloaded.
Steve and Alison have decided to resurrect the name of their old place in Scotland, the Blue Marlin. And now their new sign has arrived.
I'm really, really pleased with this sign. Yeah, it looks absolutely super.
It's a big relief, because having signs made is not as easy as it sounds.
Exactly the same as the old one, isn't it?
The new signs have cost Steve and Alison €1,000.
Do you think that's too high, Steve, or?
No, I think it's all right.
You think that's all right?
Yeah, it's fine, yeah. Very high for Alison, because she's only that big.
And it marks a big step forward for the couple.
That's really good, yeah, I like that. Oh, yes, very good.
This renovation has gone way over budget.
Looks good, eh?
But finally, after dozens of sleepless nights and days of hard graft, the Blue Marlin is ready to open in 1 week's time.
At last.
Yeah.
Another milestone reached.
So this time next week we'll be open.
Next time.
Almost to the end. Or the beginning, should I say.
As the Hyatts attempt to open their doors, will Steve overcome some last-minute hurdles?
Looks the same, smells the same, but it's sent the rice a really strange colour.
Catherine and Kim arrive in France.
Whoa, here comes the lorry.
But can they get their B&B open before the start of the season?
Because I'm very conscious that time's ticking by, and I have no income at the moment.
And can Steve and Jill's British pub
Happy Easter!
Oh, thank you!
pull in the punters with its Easter Sunday service?
Watch this space. This is going to be the best bar in Fuengirola.
It's a dream chased by thousands of Brits each year.
It's a wonderful way of life.
Heading to Europe to set up new lives and businesses in the sun.
Get it!
They're seduced by gorgeous scenery.
It's a beautiful place to live, it really, really is.
Year-round sun and a better, cheaper way of life.
I wonder what the temperature is today.
But how easy is it to turn the dream into a reality?
This is like the final frontier.
In this series, we follow the expats as they say goodbye Blighty.
There's no reason for me to go back to the UK. I have nothing there.
And begin their new lives.
What could possibly go wrong now?
Setting up bars and restaurants in Spain.
I know, it ain't rocket science.
Gîtes and B&Bs in France.
Voila.
When nothing is ever as simple as it sounds.
We're starting to get sleepless nights because you're starting to get worried.
It's great. What more could I want?
On today's show,
Benefits of life out here are, oh my goodness, 15-fold.
a new life in the sun for two Brits.
We're doing what we want. I'm living my dream.
But can they make their new business pay?
It's absolutely essential we have customers because there are no funds to get ourselves through the winter.
After a great opening night,
I'm feeling very relieved that we have some money in the till.
can these great escapers keep the tills ringing?
I don't think it's easy to earn a living because a lot of people have tried it and failed.
And how will this new B&B'er
How long have we got to go before people get here?
cope with her biggest cooking challenge?
Idiot, 1 ounce of sugar and 2 ounces of sultanas.
Lot-et-Garonne. It's one of the most tranquil and unspoilt regions in southwest France. Property prices are around a quarter of what they are in London, and now Kim Butcher and Catherine Morgan are starting to reap the rewards after swapping the capital for this cheaper, more relaxed way of life. They paid €250,000 for this 4-bedroom farmhouse, from which they plan to run a bed and breakfast business.
I find living here, I'm permanently aware of what the weather's doing. I'm aware of the sunrise and the sunset and what the sky looks like and what's happening out in the garden. And, you know, as the fruits start to ripen on the trees, there's nothing so wonderful as picking plums off your own tree and making jam and things like that.
It's now June, and with work progressing on getting the B&B ready, Catherine is now turning her attention to the menu. She's hoping to offer evening meals, but she's discovered the full force of French bureaucracy.
Oh yes, the evening meal. Now that was a shock. I've got to tell them where I bought it from. I mean, this could get ridiculous. Where did the salt come from? Greece? Turkey? So I can just imagine my evening menu. You know, tomato soup, provenance, neighbour's garden. Some kind of fish, provenance, the sea, and the salad that goes with it, Castle Jalo market. This is going to be really difficult to adhere to. I'll give it a shot. They'll all know where I've been shopping.
She's also had to register the B&B at the local mairie or town hall. Now all Catherine needs are some guests. As well as running a B&B, Catherine is turning a barn into a gîte. The plan is to open next year, but there's a huge amount to do. Now, a fortnight after Catherine moved here, Kim's back from London to check on the works.
It's 2 weeks since I've seen this, so there's quite a lot of progress that's happened. I wasn't expecting them to have done.
Was the dividing wall up between the 2 rooms when you came before?
It was going up, I think. They've done a lot more downstairs. I hadn't expected them to do any downstairs.
Well, Ian's put a lot of the wiring in.
So far, the building work is on schedule. The builders have finished the majority of the wiring and structural work, but still need to complete the electrics and plumbing before they can even think about decorating.
Apparently they don't plaster.
Who don't?
The French. So you paint directly onto the plasterboard.
Really?
Yeah. Kerry assures me that by the time you've put 10 coats of paint on it, it looks fine.
10 coats? Really?
There's still a lot to do. But at least Kim has noticed a difference.
It's exciting to come and see the progress. It feels like it's actually happening.
Kim and Catherine have never run a B&B before. Catherine knows they desperately need experience, so she's arranged a party to put them through their paces as hosts. And they want their new bed and breakfast to look perfect.
If I do half an hour of strimming, do you want me to do the side bits again, run over these again?
Yes, that'd be good, because if we can make the front look nice, we can worry about the rest of it later.
Okay.
It's good to have her back. It's a shame we've got quite a lot of getting ready things to do, because it means I'll end up in here doing some cooking and she'll end up outside doing the garden, but we'll have a party later on and get a chance to talk. What the heck have I done with the eggs?
Catherine wants to test out her skills as a cook as well as a host with an elaborate British tea party.
I did ask for people to call me on my French telephone number to let me know the number of invitations. Some people called me and said, could I call them back? And I called them back and I didn't really understand what they said, whether they were coming or not coming. So I don't know how many people I'm catering for. So I'm just going to do lots.
And there's one other problem with a British tea party.
The French don't drink tea with milk, no. I'm just hoping they're prepared to try. If they don't like it, we'll throw it away and we'll start again. Okay, anemic-looking cheese straws and brown ones.
She's serving a British buffet, including traditional sausage rolls. At least that's what she hopes.
So, this is minced pork. Now, I don't really know what's in sausage meat other than pork, but I think, having read sausage wrappers, it's rusk. So I'm going to do a bit of an experiment and put oats in to take the place of the rusk. The thing is, if they've never had sausage rolls before, they won't know whether it's right or wrong. So it's hopefully win-win situation. How long have we got to go before people get here? 2 hours? Last minute, Morgan. To idiot, 1 ounce of sugar and 2 ounces of sultanas. It's a pastry colour chart. Look, from the sort of anemic to mahogany. Oh, they'll be edible. These might be dog food. That's enough, though. And with a bit of judicious scraping, we might be able to hide the worst of it. Or put them on the bottom. Those two, I'm not even going to feed it to the birds. I need that woman in off that machine. I'll just do half an hour of cutting, she said, about 3 hours ago. She's still out there, steaming up and down.
It's now late afternoon. The food is ready, but not one of the guests has turned up.
I hadn't really contemplated the fact that nobody might turn up. If the worst comes to the worst, we eat it all ourselves. Yep.
After all her kitchen nightmares, will more of Catherine's cooking end up in the bin? Andalusia in southern Spain. It's home to the country's second largest fishing fleet, bringing everything from freshly caught swordfish to sea bass directly to restaurant tables along the coast. And it's not just tourists who flock here for the food.
$9.50 for Pil-Pil.
Dundee chef Steve Hyatt and his wife Alison arrived in the pretty village of Mijas Costa in February and have just opened their seafood restaurant.
We love Spain. You can go skiing, you can go sailing, you can go walking, you know, fishing, anything you like.
Sit on the beach on the Mediterranean Sea, it's all there really.
And we just like the lifestyle that it promised, and so far is living up to it.
The Hyatts are following their dream to bring great quality cuisine to the Costa. On their opening night, they took €700 and served 23 customers. A great start for any new business.
My feet are sore. But I'm feeling very relieved that we have some money in the till.
Absolutely amazing. Definitely going to be coming back.
But they can't rest on their laurels, because in these parts, competition is fierce, and many businesses don't even survive their first season.
I don't think it's easy to earn a living, because a lot of people have tried it and failed. So it's not easy.
There's more failed restaurants on the Costa del Sol than anything else. Bars, restaurants, they come and go and just turn over and turn over.
Steve and Alison reckon they have a plan to keep regular customers coming back right through the summer and well into the winter.
We think that people think like we do. When you go out, you want something different, and that's what we're looking for. So we are trying to do something different, but it's an art, it's a business, and it's a science, and you're trying to get all those three right.
It's now May, 2 weeks after their opening night, and Steve's heading to Malaga's fish market for some inspiration to make his menu stand out.
Well, driving along this coast is it's just super. You wake up to this in the morning. I mean, it's not even hot yet. I mean, it's 20 degrees now, and it's just nearly 8:30 in the morning. But it's a lovely drive, and as you drive around the bend here, and you see Fuengirola and Los Boloches, and it's the mountain. It's lovely. Far better than driving around Dundee, that's for sure.
For fish lovers like Steve, this part of Spain is an absolute dream. The markets sell a huge array of delicious, freshly caught fish and other Spanish delicacies. Steve is in his element.
Beautiful fresh snails. Châteaus it's called here. Absolutely unbelievable. Normally at home you get them in tins. Little garlic butter. Pretty classical really, some brandy, garlic butter, a little bit of chopped parsley. Saute them off, absolutely lovely. I got some beautiful Galician oysters yesterday, absolutely superb, they really are. Hoping to get more today, but the guy's struggling getting them because we're coming up to a holiday period at the moment. Everybody's stocking up. And we're the new kids on the block, so to speak, so they've got to look after the people they've been dealing with for years.
Steve finally opts for some clams. But that's the easy part. Now he needs to find a dish that will please his customers. Châteaus in southwest France. Officially recognised as one of the most beautiful villages in the whole of the country, it's been welcoming tourists and visitors for over 1,000 years. The area is famous for its meandering streets, traditional shops and village square cafes shaded by ancient lime trees.
Cheers.
Cheers.
And for former driving instructor Richard Hedditch Gray and his wife Carol, it's the perfect place to put down new roots.
France seemed ideal. Love the culture. They're very family orientated, they're very friendly, they take their time in life.
Richard and Carol have swapped a 9-to-5 life in Chelmsford for a new one 700 miles away.
The plan is to have a cheaper lifestyle, but unfortunately the wine isn't free, so we do need a bit of an income.
The vast majority of holidaymakers who come to France choose to go self-catering so they can immerse themselves in the French way of life. So Richard and Carol want a slice of this market.
We've invested everything we had.
We stretched ourselves for the location, we stretched ourselves for the property because we love the property so much.
They've paid just over €300,000, around £210,000 for this stunning former schoolhouse. It has 2 additional buildings and a pool. They aim to turn this into a complex of self-catering cottages.
Because we've ploughed everything into the business, it's absolutely essential we have customers this year because there are no funds for us to get ourselves through the winter.
But time is not on their side. It's now mid-June. Richard and Carol only moved here 4 weeks ago and need to be open in less than a month. All the rooms need decorating and furnishing, and the outside needs attention too. But the main priority is to get bookings, so job number 1 has to be to get photos of the property online.
Oh my God, you're cleaning.
With the inside still a shell, they've decided to showcase their most attractive asset, the pool area.
We've been on a very steep learning curve about swimming pools, how the filters work and trying to turn the right valves open and close so that you don't empty the pool down the drain.
Very, very costly mistake if we open valve number 4, because valve number 4 empties the pool.
5.
Number 5, sorry.
Once we've got the garden and the pool sorted, we'll then get in there and decorating first, before cleaning and then finally building the furniture.
It's been a hard afternoon. At least now they live in a perfect place to unwind.
It's amazing to own it. I can't believe I'm in it. It's lovely.
I wonder what the temperature is in Châteaus today.
Oh, probably about 11 degrees. I mean, obviously we have got a huge amount to do, but you have got to reward yourself with something like this.
But Richard and Carol know this is not a holiday. They need guests if this business is going to pay for itself.
We've now got a pretty good looking pool, pretty good looking garden. Just don't look at the house. The house we'll worry about tomorrow.
The property will now go online. Will this marketing campaign bring in the bookings that they need to keep the dream alive? In Châteaus in the southwest of France, Richard and Carol are hard at work on their self-catering complex. Today, an electrician has arrived to wire up the cooker and check the rest of the electrics.
Getting a little bit nervous about how many hours it's been there. It's about 3 hours now. So we didn't have a quote, so we don't know how much.
With such a tight budget, every penny counts. So Richard's checking on progress, if his French is up to it.
Ça va?
Oui, on essaie de passer là, à travers le mur. C'est pour traverser, arriver de l'autre côté.
Ah oui.
Bah, c'est le passage le plus difficile.
Care to translate, Richard?
I think he's saying that it's difficult
Voilà.
to get across the top of the doorway, to run the cable from one room to another, to get from the kitchen back to the electric board.
Tu l'entends pas du tout?
I think.
Tu l'entends?
Could be something completely different. He could be saying it's not difficult.
But there has been some good news about the business. Following their marketing campaign, Richard and Carol have just received their first booking. They now have only 3 weeks to be completely ready. Easier said than done for these DIY novices.
Didn't expect this amount of work when buying a property at all. I didn't do DIY in England at all.
They may have escaped the UK, but there's no escape from the dreaded flat pack, French style.
Right, ready for battle.
Here is the map of how to put these beds together. I don't even know which way round it goes. It that way, or it could go that way, or it could go that way. My husband is probably the worst DIYer on the planet. In fact, he has really no DIY skills at all.
You're letting go then, are you? You're just making it up, aren't you?
Oh yeah, but I am right, look. That goes in there.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. So that's definitely right. Then you turn the whole bed over. I admit I'm a bit of a bull in a china shop. I like to get things done. I don't like waiting, I can't wait.
An hour in and only one bed is built.
Lunch is for wimps, as they say on Wall Street.
Let's see what falls off that was missing.
This is our job. Don't have to worry about going out to work, so if you have a bit of a frustrating day putting a bed together, it's not like going to work and putting money in other people's pockets. It's just a bit frustrating.
Finally, they're finished and can refuel.
So, do you think it was a good decision to buy this property that wasn't already Gîtes and have to put all this effort and money in? What do you think?
You're asking me after the morning of building beds.
Yeah.
That went really badly.
Yeah. Did we make the right decision? I know my answer.
Long term, yes.
Would you change it?
No.
I wouldn't change it for the world. Decision's right.
With their first guests booked in, Richard and Carol now need to find out if their new business can fund this dream life. In Mijas Costa in southern Spain, Steve and Alison Hyatt are well on the way to making their dream a reality. After a great opening night, they're stopping at nothing in their quest to make the Blue Marlin the most talked about restaurant on the Costa.
It's quite a toughie to get one of these open. Just put a drop of water in there just to test it. Now, he now should be starting to pop open, you see. There he is. It's a huge clam, beautiful.
Steve's convinced that frequent changes to the menu will keep those all-important regulars coming back. So today, he's creating a new dish with a type of clam he's never cooked before.
So what I'm going to do, make a little, this is seaweed tartare, gherkins, capers, seaweed obviously, and some shallot. A simple garlic butter. Oh, there's the clams, and they're open up, they're ready. It's nice to have a little hot and cold dish, you see. And here we go, clam tartare.
But is this new dish good enough to add to the menu?
Well, here's the guinea pig. There you go. Let's try that, see what you think. It is a bit chewy, so you might have a bit of cutting to do.
Still a bit of grit in it.
Is there? I didn't get it all out then. Right, OK.
No. It's all right. It's not something I would...
No.
See, I would rave about, not like a scallop, but just soft and sweet. I think it's an interesting dish. I don't think it's something I would want to pay a lot of money for, though. I think it'd be nice in a cream sauce, as opposed to on the tartare.
Oh, well. I'll have to eat more myself. Yeah, back to the drawing board.
Steve can't afford to waste the clams, so he seeks advice from a Spanish chef next door, Silvio.
Just open,
Yeah,
zest a lemon,
that's it, yeah.
nothing else. Concha fina is lovely.
Oh, yeah, OK.
There, 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 and there, all in one, lemon. And it's still alive.
Gracias.
You're more than welcome.
Gracias, Silvio. Gracias.
Steve simply can't wait to try it the Silvio way.
Concha fino, it's called. You eat them raw. Well, I don't know anybody that's selling them here.
Yeah.
So we'll put Concha fino on and see what happens. Eh?
Oyster and contrafino. You could give them a choice.
See, you've changed it again. That's why I married her, test me food. So I thought, well, if she eats it first and she's still alive, I know it's going to be OK.
And I married him to test my patience. And he's lucky he's still alive.
The summer season is hotting up. It's now the Hyatt's big chance to show off their skills and try to make the Blue Marlin the most popular place in town. In Charente, in southwest France, Richard and Carol Hedditch-Gray are settling into their new life.
The benefits of life out here are, oh my goodness, 15-fold. The weather is amazing, the people are very welcoming. We have time together, we're doing what we want, I'm living my dream. It's a wonderful way of life.
They've spent the last month renovating their property into a self-catering holiday complex. They've made good progress, but some of the rooms still need furniture, and that all-important first booking is looming.
Less than 2 weeks, the guests arrive. So we've done all the painting, we've got the furniture built.
Kitchen's nearly done.
Eventually.
With work progressing, Carol and Richard can now turn their attention to furnishing the villas.
I'll lock up.
You got the keys?
Yep.
Richard and Carol have sunk all their savings into this venture.
Oh, you should have gone off there.
So anything they buy from now on will go on their credit card.
I'm uncomfortable at the lack of money we have left and the amount of cost we still have. We've got to buy all the contents, furnishings, everything. So that has really blown the budget.
We now have an enormous credit card bill and
getting bigger.
And it's getting bigger, and we'll attend to it when the business is set up and running. And
oh, very well put, honey.
It's best just not to think about it.
That's Carol's approach.
Oh, I'm excited. Let's hope we get some goodies.
What about this? Where could this go?
Nah.
This one?
No.
This one?
No.
That could go above the fireplace, honey. Look.
Oh, that is awful. That's quite cute, isn't it? It'd be nice in the garden. Say, combien de prix, monsieur? €5. The gîtes are designed to accommodate children as well as their parents, so we're very keen to be able to provide activities for the children so the parents don't have to bring everything from their home. Merci. We want to offer 5-star customer service, whether it's what you look at, what you enjoy, what you experience.
Who's going to pick up the bag, then?
Not me.
A selection of toys, pictures and a couple of new carpets have cost just over €50.
You'll have to sit with that on your lap, honey.
And Carol, at least, is confident they're finally on their way up.
We've received deposits in now and people are beginning to pay their first instalment of their payment, so money is beginning to come in gently. So it'll help us survive this summer and through the winter. And
Money's dripping in and flooding out.
It's a fortnight later. Despite long days of decorating, furnishing and planning, Richard and Carol are running late.
We've been running around getting ready for our guests' arrival.
First guests are due any time now.
These guests are old acquaintances of Carol, and she's hoping they'll spread the word back home.
They are a family that are known to me because the children used to attend my nursery. So very excited about seeing the children. Great marketing for us, and we're hoping that they're really going to enjoy it and take back some good news to all of the people back at home.
Spread the word.
And spread the word, yes. I feel really excited about seeing a family come and enjoy what we've dreamed about all these years.
After working around the clock, this 3-bed accommodation is on the brink of opening.
Every car that comes around the corner, I think, oh my God, it's them. Oh, I think that is them.
No, I know that car.
You sure?
Yeah, they live in San Roman.
Finally, the rooms are finished, and they even have time to sneak in a celebratory drink.
Cheers. Here's to our guests. We're just sitting and drink wine and wait. Nice to sit.
It's very nice to sit. It'd be nice to know it wasn't about to finish in the next 2 or 3 minutes.
Well, it seems Richard may get his wish.
We have a message. Hi Carol, we have no signal or internet, but we are 90 miles away. Say, sat nav says 2 hours, see you soon.
But that's good anyway.
We can drink more wine.
In Andalusia, Steve and Alison Hyatt are doing everything they can to ensure their new restaurant stands out in a very crowded marketplace.
Trying to get out there. I mean, there's thousands of restaurants here, and it's trying to get your name out there.
Today, they have the chance to spread the word about the Blue Marlin. They've been invited to appear on a local TV chat show to talk about their new restaurant.
I'm just going to wear this wee shift dress because it's nice and cool and colourful. I usually wear a pair of white shorts underneath it, just in case you bend down the wrong way.
And Steve's had a haircut, especially for the occasion.
It doesn't look wild, and he didn't go for the number 3, which makes him look like a hooligan. Because it's short at the back and short at the side, and you've still got your bouffon at the front.
Bouffon.
With his Arctic blonde hair. Because it's never grey.
The TV channel is specifically for the expat community on the Costa del Sol.
Now, foodies and wine lovers will especially like our guests today, Alison and Steve Hyatt. They're from the Blue Marlin Seafood and Wine Bar.
Steve and Alison want to promote their adventurous menu to the audience in the hope of building a regular client base to see them through the winter.
We've got lovely bang bang shrimp, that goes well. It's prawns and you coat it in corn flour and deep fry it.
This one looks interesting as well.
Yeah, it's a bit of a twist, I suppose, on
the fish and chips, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's grey sole fillets and it's dipped in panko breadcrumbs, the Japanese breadcrumbs. And on the side there is some seaweed.
Everybody that comes in through the door has got a different expectation of you and your product. People are on holiday, so they tend to be happier and they're looking for some entertainment to be talked to. And
something a bit different.
And you've got to drive your customers.
Another reason we moved to this area.
Incidentally, how did you both meet?
Working, like a lot of people do.
We didn't like each other much at first. She was really bolshy, still is actually.
Yeah, but you know
I know my place now.
Yeah, you know she knows she's bolshy with care. Well, thank you very much, both of you, and all the best. And I'm sure we'll be speaking with you again.
Thank you very much indeed.
It went extremely well.
Yeah, we thought it went well. Hopefully a few people will see it and down they come, and it's worked for other people, so hopefully it works for us.
So now all Steve and Alison can do is wait and see if this publicity drive will make a difference to their fledgling business. Lot-et-Garonne in France, famed for producing some of the world's best and richest foods. And in the village of Laudet, Catherine and Kim are preparing their own gastronomic feast. An English tea party to test their skills as B&B hosts.
That's the savoury end, this is the sweet end. OK, I've got sweet here.
But it's an hour after their start time and no one has turned up.
I think nobody's coming. When I went to the party at the neighbours and I arrived what I thought was fashionably late, they were all there, assembled.
A few minutes later, though, Kim spots some locals.
Oh, there's someone coming, Catherine.
I can't cope with somebody coming. I've got my head round. Nobody's turning up.
Yeah, me too, but there's someone walking up the drive.
Today is really going to put Catherine and Kim to the test because all the guests are French.
You're going to make them ring the doorbell.
Well, it looks a bit keen if I rush to the door and open it before they get there. Doesn't it? I'll look. No. No.
Eh bonjour. On est les premiers?
Oui, oui. Patricia, Jean-Michel. Bon, voilà, c'est Kim.
Bonjour.
Un peu de français, elle apprend français.
It's not long before more guests arrive.
De la confiture, de la crème de pruneau, ce sont toutes des petites productions locales du Lot-et-Garonne à découvrir.
Ah,
voilà.
Super.
French fare, c'est fantastique. However, it seems the idea of traditional English tea is a little lost in translation.
Et à la mode anglaise, c'est-à-dire du thé.
C'est du thé à quoi?
C'est du thé à PG Tips.
Though Catherine can speak French, Kim can't and is feeling it.
We got horses down the valley. I just feel totally inadequate. Just to be able to converse in the slightest way would be good. But you know, I've got some very, very basics, and I've got quite a lot of words in there. I just can't string them all together. I'm just following you around because I can't talk French.
Ding, ding, ding. She's panicking, I can tell.
Overwhelmed. Totally and utterly out of my depth.
But Kim is forced to face her fears.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Hello. C'est Kim?
Oui, bonjour.
Patrick.
Patrick, bonjour.
J'ai déjà vu Catherine il y a quelque temps.
Ah, Catherine, dans
Bonjour.
la
Bonjour.
véranda?
D'accord.
Yeah? Oui. Look.
Kim is finding this a bit stressful. But if she just relax and listen, you don't have to be able to understand it, you don't have to talk. Pour célébrer Wimbledon ce week-end, j'ai fait les scones avec fraises et crème.
The sweet stuff's going down a treat. But Catherine's unusual sausage rolls appear to be a matter of taste.
I'm going to go round with a plate and encourage people to eat the sausage rolls. What's the matter? We've worked out what the mystery ingredient is yet.
That's like porridge. It's not. Oh well, works. Sort of. I think I prefer the English version.
It seems that Kim and Catherine have made a success of their first hosting experience.
It's very nice to meet the neighbours. It's ice-breaking, isn't it? And that's hard. It's ice-breaking and in another language.
Bye-bye.
When I went to the party at the neighbours, I thought I was late and committed some kind of social faux pas.
Maybe they saw you turn up late and thought it was in England it was fashionable to turn up late, so they've come late to yours.
Started a trend.
The test run may be over, but now there's a new concern. It's already July and they still don't have any B&B bookings.
We haven't won the lottery or anything, so we can't, you know, just holiday.
So we need guests. They keep... Guests pay for me to have the privilege of living here. That's what they're for.
Can they drum up some interest, or will this summer season pass them by? In Charente, southwest France, Richard and Carol's first guests have finally arrived for a 5-day stay.
Hello.
How are you doing?
What a good journey.
Really good, thank you. Oh, yeah.
They were customers at the nursery Carol used to run, and she can't wait to see the children.
Hello, you.
Oh, hello, my darling. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. This is your bedroom. Look at this. What can you see on your bed? Bubbles. Bubbles. Ashley, what do you think?
Good.
You like it?
I love my bubbles.
You love your bubbles. Shall we show Mummy and Daddy their room?
This big enough.
Lovely.
Did you give Mummy something?
I've given Mummy roses. Do you know what, though? I didn't give Daddy anything. Daddy's got to look in the fridge for his present.
Daddy.
What do you think it might be?
Daddy bear.
I think you're right.
Yeah, look at that.
Here is a welcome pack for you.
Thank you very much.
So hopefully it'll make your first night a little bit easier. I don't know whether you're going out for dinner, but there's a few goodies in there.
And it's not just the hospitality that's getting a good reaction.
Should we just live here? This is lovely.
It's really nice, isn't it, to see
Oh,
that
it's
that
lovely.
reaction.
And to
Having
see it
put
so
in the hard
instantly,
work.
to see that instant reaction. What a lovely reward for all the hard work we've put in, and yeah, it feels great. Here we go, look. What's that?
Oh, look at that.
That's for you.
That's amazing.
We will not need to go anywhere.
Well, I want to get in there as soon as you want.
And you've got the space as well.
Yeah.
This place has certainly got the kids' seal of approval.
Is it nice and warm?
It's kind of in the middle. It's like not too cold, but it's not too hot. It's
And the
like,
sun will keep you warm.
yeah, definitely. This house must have cost a fortune.
Well, actually, Harrison, do you know what? In France, property isn't as expensive, so Mummy and Daddy's house probably costs more than this.
Really?
Yeah. So Mummy and Daddy
We
could
can
move
sell out.
here.
Yeah. That's it.
Amazing. It's gorgeous. It's got the rustic beauty of France, the architecture with the local stonework. It's just peaceful. It's lovely.
It's just stunning. Absolutely stunning. Just perfect, peaceful, ideal for the kids. Just what we wanted.
They've seen the beautiful countryside, they've seen the architecture. And very interestingly, Richard straight away said, it's just peaceful, which is what we loved about France and particularly this area. So it's very interesting that they felt that immediately. The initial reaction they've given is absolutely wonderful because it was the impression we got when we visited the house. It was how we felt about the house and the area.
Holiday cottages like this live and die on the feedback they receive. Now Richard and Carol are counting on a good review to bring even more guests through their doors.
We're going to ask them for feedback. They say there's no bad feedback. So you can use it, good or bad, but hopefully, obviously, good's better than...
As long as it's constructive.
Yeah.
In Mijas Costa, Steve and Alison are prepping for evening service, and following their TV appearance, the bookings have been flying in.
You've got to make sure that you're prepped up before the customer walks through the door. You know, you don't want to be doing these sort of tasks during service, because that means you're not out there giving them service. So we make sure we've got our butters made up, our bread is cut, do the lemons, make sure we've got ice, make sure the tables are set with all the cutlery, etc. that they need.
Steve and Alison need to build a regular client base of Brits and Spaniards to give them the best chance of surviving the leaner winter months. So Steve's continuing to experiment with his menu. He's already added a dessert of chocolate ravioli. Tonight, he's trying out deep-fried ice cream.
Centre there. Fold him up there. Put this in here. It's nice and solid. Then we're going to cook it off. Go up there like that. Deep fried ice cream.
It's now 7 o'clock and service is about to get underway.
Are we all set? Yes?
This is chopped ginger and lemongrass. Stir fry. Stir that up.
Table of two, and they're having tapas, but they want bread and butter as well. And your lobster. There we are.
Hola. I love it when we get the Spanish in. British restaurant never get Spanish people, we do.
They're loving it out there. All our customers are happy. That's what counts.
Good evening, how was everything?
Yeah, very nice indeed, thank you.
How did you enjoy the pasta?
Yeah, very nice. Really, really nice.
I'm a taxi driver, we all dress like this.
But tonight, it seems not everyone is satisfied.
Sweetheart, thing that this steak was tough. He's an old man, and, and he asked for a steak knife as well.
I know, that's not tough.
No, I don't think it was.
It's a bit tough. Every other steak's come off the same ribs. Nobody else enjoyed it.
Despite one complaint, it seems the rest of the customers have enjoyed their meals.
Couple that are at table 7 absolutely loved it. And they sent compliments to you because the food was fabulous.
And to top it all, Alison and Steve are celebrating after reaching number 2 on TripAdvisor for the area of Mijas Costa.
I'm amazed at how good our reviews are.
Yeah, the Costa has a new jewel. Every legend starts somewhere.
Yeah.
I look forward to reviewing the Blue Marlin.
It's amazing, this.
For the next 20 years. That's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
The best dish I've ever had.
I thought the food was very fresh and very tasty.
And we have very good eat. It was excellent.
We got there quicker than we thought we were going to. We didn't think we'd get as far this quickly, quite frankly.
It's really nice getting comments that we have on TripAdvisor because it means that what we're doing people like here, you know? And if people don't like what you do, they're not going to come.
But despite such a great start, Steve and Alison still have a long way to go. They need to keep up the good work if they're to make enough money to survive the winter. Next time, the Blue Marlin hits a major problem.
Nightmare, absolute nightmare.
Will things ever be the same again?
And this is what's killing us at the moment, and it really is, things like this.
Pulling out all the stops for their biggest ever booking.
He hoovers everything. He's hoovered the bath today.
But will things go to plan for Richard and Carol?
When the doorbell rings, it's not normally
The
good
doorbell at
news.
Bloom.
And it's the end of the summer for these publicans.
We've come out here for a better way of life. And what can get more better than this?
But have they done enough to stay?
Let's just carry on and celebrate life.
Every year, thousands of Brits head to Europe for a dream new life.
To a dad, that is just pure pleasure.
This is heaven on earth.
But sunshine and scenery and a great lifestyle need to be paid for.
My bank is empty. We've got nothing left.
So to fund their fairy tale,
Get your little fishy when the boat comes in.
brave Brits are taking the plunge and going into business. On this series, we follow those expats.
Dave, you got any euros?
Setting up anything from bars and boat charters in Spain to vineyards and B&Bs in France.
Not happy. Not happy.
But will they flourish?
We're going to do it, we must do it properly.
Or will they fail?
Money doesn't grow on trees.
It is life or death.
And can they really make a life in the sun pay?
Fans broke down. You are joking. It went bang.
On today's show, as the summer season draws to a close for all these great escapers,
Okay, so where are we going to put it?
will 2 expats solve their customer complaints?
It's disheartening because it's your home and you've put a lot of love and effort into it.
Have these restaurateurs
Check on a la carte, please. 1 cod cake, 1 salmon.
done enough to secure their dream home?
What would you want that it doesn't have?
A lower rent.
And after a quiet summer season,
What's at stake is
going to go back to the thing that I escaped from.
Will a final flurry of guests make or break this French B&B?
The reality has then dawned. Somebody physical has turned up and I've had to sort of get going, and I wasn't ready.
Charente in southwest France. Sitting in the heart of the country with Bordeaux to the south and Paris to the north, it's rustic France at its very best. The scenery is spectacular, with stunning sunflowers, the emblem of southwest France as far as the eye can see. And its traditional villages have become a huge draw for expats, like Carol and Richard Hedditch Gray, who've just started running a complex of self-catering properties.
Yeah, we are extremely happy, aren't we? I already feel that it has had a positive effect on mental well-being and then, as a result, physical health.
However successful you are and however hard you work for it, it's actually going into your pocket, so you're doing it for yourself. So it's really, really rewarding.
Carol and Richard ploughed all their life savings into this former schoolhouse and have worked round the clock to turn it into a self-catering complex, including the schoolhouse, another building and a pool. But after a successful start in July...
Oh, look at that.
That's for you.
Wow. That's amazing.
It's now August and Richard and Carol are hosting a house full of guests, but they've had a few problems.
OK, so where are we going to put it?
So we've currently got 2 families taking the whole house. Unfortunately, it hasn't been a smooth week because we've had electrical problems.
There have also been complaints about uncomfortable mattresses and thin curtains.
It's been an unfortunate catalogue of errors and events that have just culminated into, a nightly doorbell.
So they're now drying out the soggy mattress and turning their attention to the uncomfortable one.
Came up with a solution. We have offered some spare duvets to put on top of the mattress to soften it, and that seems to have done the trick. Fortunately, the curtains have been able to be changed.
Curtains we have in there are typically French. We don't have light pollution here, so we don't ever draw curtains in France, but it's a valid point that maybe we do need to consider offering either a second curtain or a blackout or something.
Richard and Carol are hoping their efforts will make all the difference.
We don't want people to say they've had a lovely holiday when they haven't, because we have to get it right. And they're the people staying there. We haven't slept there. I haven't slept in that room with the light curtains. Maybe I wouldn't like it. So it's really important to listen to our customers and get the product right.
We've had various issues and problems, and they've been so accommodating and sorting those out.
Yeah. They have a really professional attitude. Whenever we ask them, it's not a problem. I think they've got a lot right. There's large communal spaces, which is superb. The veranda's fabulous. But we certainly are glad that we're one group in this big house. Just, it might be a little bit noisy if you were sharing with somebody else. Beds could be better, definitely could be better. But I think they're nearly there, yeah.
It's the morning of checkout and the guests are getting ready to leave.
I feel a little lucky that I'm not packing up and going home this morning because I get to stay. And that sounds a bit mean, but whilst I feel for them, I am really grateful it's not me. Carol, can I leave it? You can, thank you. Excellent, thank you.
All right, Richard, thanks for all your...
All that's left now is to check out the feedback forms.
Take care, safe journey.
And see if their changes have made a difference.
I'm not reading anything that I'm surprised by. What I'm reading is exactly what I expected. What this is saying is that noise travels, so maybe we could use rugs to help the noise pollution.
So what else?
Unfortunately, the pillow quality apparently is poor. The curtains I mentioned, which we knew would be, and the mattresses, so all the things that we've discussed during the stay, so that's fine.
So after a few teething problems, Richard and Carol should be able to get things back on track.
With it being our first year, it is a big learning curve. We knew we weren't going to be perfect this season because we only had, I don't know, 8 weeks to get ready, and we were against the clock and there was a lot to do. So we knew there were parts that we weren't able to perfect, and it was sort of winging it a bit this season. I guess you get to the end of the season and you just think, okay, let's work on the ones we can work on and put the other ones down to experience.
Hopefully the rest of the summer will bring a string of satisfied customers so Richard and Carol can carry on living their dream. Each year, tens of thousands of British expats flock to Spain in search of a sunnier way of life. But glorious sunshine and sandy beaches are not the only draw. Food and motoring costs are around a third of that in the UK. Something Dundee chef Steve Hyatt and his wife Alison, who've been living here for 8 months, are taking full advantage of.
It's about a third cheaper, which is quite significant.
And some of it even more. When we can stop and have a coffee somewhere at Chungita for a couple of euros or something, it's like 3 or 4 quid a cup of coffee in the UK. Your weekly shop is so much less. It's just incredible how much cheaper it is.
For 6 months, Steve and Alison have been running a seafood restaurant in Mijas Costa.
Costa has a new jewel.
But then a blocked drain at the height of summer forced them to close at what should have been their busiest time.
Nightmare, absolute nightmare.
But after a deep clean and an expensive repair bill, Steve and Alison were able to reopen and make up lost ground.
It's the only time I cried. It's like, I just thought, what else can go wrong? What else? Touch wood, nothing else since. Check on a la carte, please. 1 cod cake, 1 salmon, 2 tuna.
The bookings and satisfied customers kept coming throughout the summer.
We've done better than we expected. And we've obviously added the expenses, which have tore a little bit out of it. But yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine.
So now, feeling they're back on track, Steve and Alison are considering putting down firmer roots. They're looking for a luxurious apartment they can finally call home.
We're able to afford now to pay a little bit more because the Blue Barley's done quite well this year, so we're very, very pleased with the way it's gone. Long may it continue.
Renting a property in Mijas can be great value for money. Prices start from as little as €500 or £370 a month for a 3-bedroom apartment. Today, Steve and Alison are hooking up with an expat estate agent in search of a property near to their restaurant.
See what you think.
Ah, this is a nice size.
It's in good condition, this one, Alison.
Yeah, very good condition.
This large, fully furnished 3-bed semi is in a quiet residential area away from tourists. And it's just an 8-minute drive from the restaurant. It has a secluded garden.
Oh, this is nice. Good size, not too big. Relatively private.
A bedroom balcony.
Should have bought you bikini, Alison, so you could test it.
And they've thought of everything here.
Laundry chute. Think of everything, don't they? Alison, here it is.
The Hyatts currently pay €750 a month rent, but this home could be a big step up in price.
Can you remind me what the price is in this?
Yeah, the price on this one is €1,200 a month.
I mean, this is the sort of thing we had in mind.
Yeah.
It's just slightly above our budget. That's the problem.
What would you want that it doesn't have?
A lower rent.
What's it missing? Besides that.
So time to move on to house number 2. Less than a mile away, Steve and Alison have come to look at another 3-bedroom property with great views of the Med.
Hi, Diego. How are you today?
Listen.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
It's a lot smaller, but it does have a user-friendly garden.
Oh, this is nice because it gets the sun. Don't have to cut the grass because it's artificial.
Yeah, artificial grass. That saves you a job, dear.
It also has a communal pool, and it's ticking plenty of boxes.
I like the fact it's got a secure parking for a decent size area. I like the fact it's got a solarium. Because driveway, air conditioning and heating are major things.
Yeah, and this is all three.
And this is all three. Which got fantastic view.
Yep. You're not being overlooked either by anybody.
Not really, no.
This property is €200 a month cheaper than the last one, and even though Alison has a few issues...
The lounge downstairs is much smaller.
Yeah.
And the bedrooms are smaller. And there's no laundry chute.
The Hyatts feel this could be just the place for their next step in their Spanish life.
What do you think, Alison?
Yes, I like it. Yeah, I like it. And if we can get all the sort of things sorted out that we're talking about, might be able to get some movement on the rent. We'll see.
It's not done ready to the landlord, but this lovely orange will disappear and we will try to paint it in the color you love. It's no problem.
It would be hard pushed to find a semi-detached house with 3 bedrooms, private parking,
Swimming pool.
access to swimming pool, security, for that sort of money, you know. They're asking €1,000. We've offered $950. So we'll see what that comes back as. And I think that's probably about £675 back in the UK.
We're happy with that. Test the grass.
Need to hoover it.
Yeah, vacuum cleaner on this, I think. I must have painted it up and cleaned it. I think it'd be quite nice.
And it's a cute wee house.
But before they sign on the dotted line, Steve and Alison need to be convinced their new restaurant can continue to fund this lifestyle.
Would you like red, white or rosy? Red? 2 red? Okay.
So they've set themselves a challenge. Whereas most places close here for the winter, they're going to keep their doors open. Quietly nestling in the vineyards of southwest France is the sleepy hamlet of Lourdes in Lot-et-Garonne. The weather is warm and there are beautiful views around every corner. And that's exactly what drew Londoners Catherine Morgan and her partner Kim Butler away from the rat race to a new, more relaxed pace of life.
This is very unspoilt, this is very rural.
It's still very French, isn't it?
Yeah. The traffic that goes past the end of the road, that's usually tractors.
Yeah.
And there's usually not many of them. I think as an indication as to how much I love living here is that when I came back after having to go back to the UK and I picked up my car from the airport and I drove, and the first time I saw the sign to the local town, I started grinning and it felt as though I was coming home. And I realised I'd been homesick. I'd been homesick for this place because I feel like I belong here.
4 months ago, Catherine and Kim took over this stunning 4-bed farmhouse with enough space to run a 2-bed B&B.
As of 10:15 yesterday, this was my house. But it hasn't sunk in yet.
The property includes a separate barn, which they're turning into a holiday cottage. It's now September and work is progressing well.
We are 3 months into the build and the original estimate was 6 months, so we ought to be about halfway through. But what the builders did say is that the first piece of work seems to go really, really quickly and you see lots and lots of things happen, like walls being built, so it starts to take shape. And then the last 3 weeks, it seems like really slow progress.
We're about on schedule and, yeah, where we expect it to be.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes with these sort of jobs you hit really nasty, unexpected problems and so far we haven't hit any, touch wood. We haven't hit anything like that, so that's always good.
So there'll be a door and a little space here for coats and things to coat back, and then there's be units here on the floor and the wall. And then here will be the sink.
Upstairs, there will eventually be 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The floors are now down and the walls are up.
And then open another door here And here is the
Second room.
second bedroom.
2 singles in it, yeah?
2 singles.
Which we can...
Yeah, and I think the singles should come out from this wall. I'm just looking forward to that staircase going in there.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to visualise it with that oak staircase coming up, and then it's got a handrail in oak.
While she's been overseeing the build, Catherine has also been trying to get the B&B off the ground. But despite marketing the property with the tourist office, she's struggled to get bookings.
What's at stake is having to go back to the thing that I escaped from. Would be having to go back to living in the UK. I don't think I could do it. I don't want to do it.
But now things are finally on the up. Today, Catherine is hosting her first ever guest. He's a Dutch labourer and staying at the B&B while working on a nearby farm. And at the end of a very quiet summer, it seems Catherine is on a roll.
I've just had a notification on my phone that I've got a new booking tomorrow. So just as Gilbert, my first guest, goes, there's another one coming in.
And that means her social life is going to have to take a back seat.
I've got a whole heap of stuff to do tomorrow because we'll have to do the room changeover quickly, and we've got that meal, we've got lunchtime. We're ladies who lunch tomorrow.
It's okay. You've got the clean bedding, you've got the clean towels. All we have to do is clean the room. Potentially you're going to have to cancel social things that you might have planned.
I suppose it does get in the way of being able to have a social life.
It's early morning. Catherine is preparing breakfast for her first guest.
Since coming here, so for 3 months, I've been very much at my own, under my own steam, having to work out what needs to be done. The reality has then dawned. Somebody physical has turned up and I've had to sort of get going, and I wasn't ready. So he's got a plate for his cereals. I've got some homemade jam, I'll bring some of that out. So he needs coffee, I need to bring the cereals out and warm the pastries up.
And there's some added excitement for Catherine.
Give him a bill. Get paid for the first time. Good morning. I want coffee. Give it about 5 minutes before it's done.
Gilbert has paid €50 a night for his stay. So does Catherine's first guest think he's had value for money?
Well, is it goodbye? You want to pay me?
It's lovely. I like it here. It's very quiet. You can see the mountains and the weather is very good.
Thank you very much. And thank you for being my best guest.
Yeah, I hope I came back. No, it's all new for them, I know that. But it's good. I do not expect any more.
Gilbert was ideal for the first guest. And I did say to him, you've been my best guest. And I don't think he twigged that, best guest was, well, he's been my only guest.
Bye.
And he said something about, oh, I hope to be back next year and see lots more people here, which was a nice thing to say.
Catherine can finally call herself a proper B&B host.
It wasn't like having a formal guest. It's not like being in a hotel. It feels like you're welcoming somebody to your home because you want to know about them, because you're interested in what they're doing, and then when they're done, they go.
But there's no time to rest. It's all hands on deck.
Just check he hasn't left anything behind in the wardrobe or nickel coat hangers.
Because in just a few hours' time, the next guests will arrive. In Charente, Richard and Carol are coming to the end of their first season running a self-catering complex. After overcoming some early hitches, they managed to get everything back on track, hosting another couple of families. And now they can look back and take stock.
We've had an incredible season, absolutely amazing. Just been such an amazing success, and we're just really, really proud of the way it's gone. Our last guests left yesterday. bit of a slowdown now, which is excellent, and I sort of look forward to the winter and getting things done in the gîtes, and then for next summer. Bookings are already coming in, so it's looking good. It's looking good.
Today, Richard and Carol are going through their end-of-season figures with their tax accountant to work out their financial position.
We have a credit card bill that's rather large to pay off.
First is keeping on top of that, really.
The spend is done on there now, so it's back to living on what we're earning.
Spending and running out of finance wasn't a concern for you at all, was it?
No. But I don't worry. It didn't worry me at all. It worried you a lot.
Carol's just gone along with the Marigold Hotel belief of it'll be all right in the end. If it's not all right, it's not the end.
Richard and Carol have had a good start and love their life here, but the move has come at a cost.
It is a sacrifice, leaving behind. I really struggle to talk about it, actually. The benefits are here. The sunshine. I can't actually do it. Saying goodbye to my family really hard, and it's been tough. It's worth the sacrifice. I wouldn't change it.
Between them, Carol and Richard have 4 children, and they've been back in the UK all summer.
Anybody who is a parent, a loving parent, would understand that leaving your child or your child leaving you, doesn't matter how old they are, it's heart-wrenching, it's very painful.
So Richard has a top secret plan in store for Carol.
Today's a very big day, surprise happening for Carol. Now we've got our first week off without guests. We have surprise of one of her daughters is arriving. Is it all right if I can check with the guys and give you a call when they're ready? Got no idea at all. I felt pretty awful sneaking off to make phone calls and receive texts for the last week or two. But hopefully it'll all be okay after this morning when she realises why.
Richard's, I don't think I'd use the word romantic. He's incredibly thoughtful. Incredibly thoughtful.
Carol's going to be extremely shocked, and I think she's going to be absolutely blown away. Yeah, just come straight in. All right, thanks ever so much. Thanks, bye. Okay, the call is made. She's on her way.
Back in Charente, and after a successful first season running a self-catering complex, there's a surprise in store for Carol Hedditch-Gray. Her daughter, who she hasn't seen since moving here, is now just minutes away.
Hi, honey. Have a nice walk. Where did you go?
Just around the village one.
Oh, OK. Did you see anyone you know?
Chats? No, none of the regulars.
Oh.
Since leaving the UK, Carol has found it hard being away from her youngest daughter, Erin.
Hello. That's the dog barking. Somebody must be here.
Richard has been keeping this secret for almost a month now.
Honey, there's a visitor.
It's my baby! Hello. What are you doing here?
After a successful first season, this is the icing on the cake.
Oh my God. Oh God. What are you doing here?
Surprise!
Oh. Oh, you shouldn't do this to me. Is that hard to keep secret?
Very hard. Very hard.
Did you genuinely not know?
Oh, no. Come on, you. Naughty girl. You're not meant to do this to me.
It's exactly the reaction Richard was hoping for.
Well, that couldn't have gone much better, could it? I don't think she had any idea at all. which I'm amazed at the amount of sneaky phone calls and texts I've had to do. Would you like a glass of wine?
Oh, yes. Oui, merci. You are a very naughty man.
I didn't enjoy it.
Oh, bless you. Was it horrible?
I made lots of phone calls. And
I know you did. You look so relieved. You really, I can see it in your eyes.
I am relieved.
You naughty people.
Bienvenue.
Cheers.
Chez nous.
I'm incredibly happy that Erin's here. I'm blown away. But to be honest, now she's here, she's wrecked my plans because I was going to do nothing though. True.
This is the first time Erin has seen her mum's new business.
It's amazing, really, that you've not had a reputation. It wasn't a business, and you've had a full season.
And I do think a lot of it's probably to do with the fact it is about the customer services, and it's about, you know, really pushing the boat out. I mean, some of the comments we've had in our visitors' books, warm welcome, being around for the guests, and sometimes that's hard because you don't necessarily always like them.
Richard and Carol put everything on the line to follow their dream of a life in France. And now, 3 months after opening for business, they're already taking a flood of bookings for next season. If this carries on, they could be full for the whole summer. With that security, they're now confident they're here to stay.
It's a very enlightening feeling to have had the vision, to have the guts, to realise it and to have seen it successful. It really does make you realise that if you want something that badly, you can have it. Can't you? Would I do it all again? I don't even have to think about that answer. The answer is absolutely yes. Wouldn't change a thing. Don't even have to think about the answer. Yes, I would do it again, over and over and over again.
Yep, don't have any doubts about that.
It's fulfilled every dream we had and more.
In Lourdes, Lot-et-Garonne, Catherine Morgan is eagerly awaiting a big booking at her new B&B.
So this evening actually represents quite a significant milestone because I've got both rooms booked and they're fully occupied, which on the face of it sort of feels really quite successful. This is the part of the job I hate. This is so boring and so mind-numbing, and I can't see how anybody can find domestic work fulfilling.
Despite hating chores, Catherine's determined to make her B&B guests feel at home.
So I provide water in the glasses and a little bowl of shampoo, shower gel, body lotion, conditioner and soap. OK, we're done.
The room looks perfect. But as time ticks by, could all of Catherine's efforts go to waste?
The other thing that makes me slightly concerned about this particular booking is that I contacted them and I've heard nothing back. So that makes me slightly concerned that, you know, it's a booking that was made that may not get honoured.
With a slow start to bookings, this is not good news for Catherine.
There's the lost time, there's the effort of getting the room ready, there's the purchases of breakfast, and there's that awful waiting, you know, that sort of sitting around and waiting, expecting somebody to come. I'm ready, and all I can do now is twiddle my thumbs.
But then, thankfully, just as Catherine's losing hope, the French guests arrive.
Alors, vous êtes bienvenue chez moi. Voilà. Allons-y. L'autre chambre est un peu plus petite. Oui. Pour la fenêtre, vous avez besoin de ça. C'est un peu dur, mais oui, on le ferme comme ça. Et le salle de bain est ici.
Oui, c'est sympa. Et si vous voulez faire du thé ou du café, il y a une machine là, mais je peux vous faire quelque chose à boire maintenant, si vous voulez.
Non, merci.
They were worried that they would come here and not understand an English person who was running the place, but they understand me, and most of what they talked about I understood.
So far, so good. Her guests seem impressed. But in the morning, Katrin has to prepare breakfast for a house full. She's about to find out whether she's cut out to be a B&B host. It's been 7 months since Steve and Alison Hyatt opened their seafood restaurant, the Blue Marlin in Mijas Costa, Spain.
Yes, I suppose we're living our dream. So you can't really ask for much more than that, can you?
It took me years to get her to move. And then she says to me the other day, we should have done this years ago.
It's now October. The holidaymakers have gone home and many bars and restaurants have shut up shop. But the Blue Marlin is open for business. Steve and Alison want to see if they can pull in the punters at this quiet time of year.
We don't know what the winter's going to be like here. You know, I mean, summer, you know, you can sell rubbish here and you're going to be busy. You know?
Yeah, but you've got another sort of 8 months to cover because the summer's only 4 months long.
Yeah.
But that way we can pay our bills until next year, and also we can get ourselves a second car and we run around.
It's 5 o'clock and the first customer of the day is a bit of a culinary expert.
What we have now is the chef from next door and the restaurant owner. Doesn't speak any English, Raphael, but a really, really super guy.
Steve is cooking up his special fish stew, hoping this local will be impressed with his cooking.
Gonna taste it and see if it's good. Is it Catalonia?
Very good.
Catalan seafood stew.
Catalonia.
See. How's that? Muy bueno. That means it's very good. It's very good. Because if it was rubbish, you'd tell me.
And following Raphael, things are looking good with a steady flow of customers.
Good evening. How are you both? Nice to see you. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. Good evening, Paula. How are you?
Keeping Steve busy in the kitchen.
Check on early bird. Only one starter, a parfait, and then a ribeye steak medium rare and a salmon, please.
But he wouldn't have it any other way.
My quality of life's far, far superior. I don't work so many hours. And that's a bonus. Even though I love what I do, I don't want to be doing it again for 18 hours a day, 17 hours a day. I loved every minute of doing that, you know, but I don't want it anymore. You know, we want more time for ourselves. That's what we're after.
There you are, Alicia. Here's some more. Excuse me, Robin. Here we are. Just lift your side plate for me. Thank you.
After just one season, the Blue Marlin is attracting plenty of Spaniards as well as expat Brits.
Fresh food. The atmosphere is fantastic. The chef is fantastic.
Alison, very, very attentive. And Steve's cooking is superb. So, yeah, great restaurant.
You never find another restaurant similar to this. It's unique in the area. I think in all Andalusia, maybe all Spain. Huh?
And tonight tells Steve and Alison that they did the right thing staying open beyond the end of the summer season.
It's done very well, better than we expected, actually. We thought first year you're going to struggle a bit, which you normally do, but we actually haven't. This time of the year is more the hardest bit, I think, but we opened the doors and we were just quite surprised how many people we got in. So we're actually very pleased with that, very, very pleased. Let's ring the bell. We've now got repeat business, which is very, very good. We're already full for Christmas Day.
Onwards and upwards, we hope.
And with this number of bookings in the diary, Steve and Alison know that the Blue Marlin is a real hit and they can continue serving up their dishes all year long.
It's difficult to put into words, quite frankly. It really is. We're certainly much happier here without a shadow of a doubt, you know. It really, really is good.
I'm not worried about the future. I don't see me being anywhere else now apart from in Spain. So I've got to make an effort to learn the language. To live your lifestyle and that sort of environment's great.
Yeah. You've only got one life, and if you don't live it, awful, yeah. I mean, it's just... there's so much to see and do, and it's great, yeah. I mean...
Thankfully, not everybody has the same, otherwise we've been awfully crowded round here.
Yeah, it would be, yeah. Yeah, it's not that good here, is
In Lourdes in southwest France, Catherine Morgan is hosting a house full. She has 4 people staying in her 2 B&B rooms, and now she has another challenge, making breakfast for them all.
Bonjour Catherine, comment ça va?
Ça va? Hello?
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Bonjour tous. The little breads will be 5 minutes maximum. And in the meantime, we're going to make English tea. They're going to have English tea with milk. We talked about having English tea last night, and I just thought it was a joke, but they've decided that they're going to have English tea. So,
Du café, si vous n'aimez pas le thé ici, ça c'est la confiture de la maison en figue de figue. Et ici il y a les petits pains. Formidable.
Vous êtes une vraie mère.
En fait, la table est trop petite.
Chez nous, on fait nous-mêmes. On n'a personne pour nous servir.
Ah, c'est ça le problème.
C'est là toute la différence.
Ouais. Nous goûtons le service. Bon appétit. Merci.
So it looks like Catherine's new B&B is a big hit with her guests.
Très agréable, très confortable. Une belle décoration aussi. Hein, c'est
Bon,
très
tout
bien.
est hop là, très calme.
On met 10 sur 10. Surtout.
After a very slow start, this final feedback has made Catherine realise that she's in the right business after all.
this isn't the end. This is. I'm still really at the beginning. I've only had people coming for a month. Being here is definitely my dream come true.
And as well as success with her B&B, Catherine's second income source, the gîte, is also coming along well.
I think what's really exciting about here is the kitchen. The lighting's in, the hob's in. This room is virtually there. Oh, I haven't seen them before. Yeah, very nice.
And upstairs is also taking shape.
I've gone for very clean and simple lines. I've had to work with what was here. So these beams, we could have hidden them, but I thought they were so beautiful. I said to Kerry, can we have a go at cleaning these up? So this is the original oak beam.
This gîte will be ready to take guests next season, and Catherine is hoping it will seal her future in France.
You can see how each room is going to be and how the place would work with visitors. So this is almost, this must be what it's like, you know, running a marathon or something, and you can see the finish line and you go, you know, that actually, yeah, that really important thing that I'm trying to go for, I'm nearly there, it's within my grasp. And this is the whole key to me being able to live here.
So all in all, it's been a good first year for Catherine, and she's able to look forward to a future in France.
Hopefully next season with the gîte going and both the B&Bs up and running, it should...
might be full to bursting.
Might
capacity.
be, yeah. And wait for Christmas to have a rest. Well, who knows? You might even have people at Christmas.
Yeah, keep your fingers crossed.
And if the bookings keep on coming, Kim should finally be able to give up her job and make the move too.
This is very much Catherine's dream. Having said that, I love it here. I knew this was our house as soon as we saw it, and I really, really liked it here. What I didn't expect is in that 2 weeks that we spent moving in, that I would grow to love it quite so quickly as I did. The travel's a bit of a slog, but you know, when we get here and we're coming back up the drive, it's, yeah.
Business is still booming at the Blue Marlin, Steve and Alison have plenty of regular customers and are constantly improving the food and wine menus. They decided against the property they viewed, but have now signed for a different 3-bed apartment with a pool. Catherine and Kim are completing the finishing touches to their gîte and planning to build their own pool ready to welcome guests. With 2 new additions to the family, Kim is also seriously considering making France her forever home. And as they enter their 2nd year in France, Richard and Carol have bookings from the start of the season and right throughout the summer holidays. They're now concentrating on paying off that credit card bill. Next time, another set of great escapers hoping to make a living in the sun. A whole family swaps London for rural France. But will their business open on time?
The doctor told me not to do any building work at all for 4 weeks. I just think I might have misheard him.
You're organised for a change.
Absolutely, Karen.
2 best friends take on Spain's busiest seafront.
Everything that I've got, it's gone into this bar. We've got to make this work.
Can they beat the competition?
Come on, come in, have us. You want to try? Nice cold drink. Yes, come on.
And Spain's latest hoteliers open for business.
In these 3 houses, we sleep 22, and that's £2,500 a week.
Will they adapt to a change of career?
Did you polish the taps in the bathroom?
No, I thought I'd leave them.
Every year, thousands of Brits head to Europe for a dream new life.
I feel relaxed already.
And breathe.
But sunshine and scenery and a great lifestyle need to be paid for.
We have to get going, because that's what we're here for, to run a B&B.
So to fund their fairy tale...
champagne tastes and lemonade money.
Brave Brits are taking the plunge and going into business.
What could go wrong?
On this series, we follow those expats, setting up anything from bars and boat charters in Spain...
Suddenly, all hell breaks loose.
...to vineyards and B&Bs in France.
We're in trouble.
But will they flourish? Or will they fail?
God, we have no money. Oh, la la.
And can they really make a life in the sun pay?
If we don't give it a go now, there's always going to be that what if.
No pain, no gain.
On today's show, this British-run holiday centre in Spain welcomes its first clients.
How you doing? Very well.
But will their waterworks let them down?
I'm worried it's got a leak. I'm just going to monitor that it's evaporation or a very expensive leak.
All right.
The family settle into their new dream French life.
Today is 37. You can't work at pace in that kind of heat.
But face an uphill struggle to open their new business.
Here's to a good day, right?
2 best friends plan to cash in on the start of the tourist season.
380 in 20s, 120 in 10s.
But will a blackout cost them dearly?
Obviously, it's affected business this evening because we've got to turn people away. Panic sets in a little bit because you don't know how long it's going to be off.
Almeria, southern Spain. This is the driest region in Europe, with sweltering hot temperatures all year round. 3 million tonnes of fruit and veg are sent from this region to Northern Europe every year.
Tieni menu or see?
18 months ago, caterer Lee Bradford and his partner, marketing executive Peter Thompson, gave up their jobs in Watford to come and live in the tiny desert village of El Puertecico.
The other side of the mountains over there, you've then got the sea.
Got the sea.
So we're sort of 35 minutes from the beach.
it's a big contrast to what we're used to in the UK.
Living in Watford.
Yeah.
Peter and Lee bought 4 traditional country houses for just £175,000. They spent another £40,000 and 18 months renovating them, and now they're about to start renting them out.
We've been keeping a list of things that they've not thought of because they're men.
2 weeks ago, Peter and Lee had a dry run in preparation for their first commercial booking, courtesy of Peter's Aunt Sharon.
Melamine crockery for children. Coasters, because I don't want your furniture marked. Ironing board, the foot's missing off the ironing board, Lee.
It's been a learning curve.
You've upgraded it.
It's now time to work through the snag list left over by Peter's aunt.
The thing about the plastic crockery for children, I can fully understand that. But then again, I've never been to a rental that's had plastic crockery. But things like the kettle where one of the stoppers had come out of the foot so it wasn't flat. But the bit out of all of them I don't understand is toast rack.
Despite the 2-page list, Peter thinks they didn't do too badly for first-timers.
I think we were quite pleased because if that's all you could find, then great. I think that's good.
It's 9 a.m. With the imminent arrival of their first guests, there are some big jobs still to do for Peter and Lee.
We made a bit of a mistake when we had the swimming pool. Painted the pool, didn't read the instructions properly by saying it needs to be left for 2 weeks to set and to cure. And because we'd never had a swimming pool before, we left it 2 days, but unfortunately then started peeling. So we transferred all the water over and then got someone in to paint it professionally. So now we've got the water delivery coming.
Right, I think I know how to do it, I think.
Among the guests coming to stay at Peter and Lee's next week will be an 18-month-old baby.
Push that down, and it goes down. Then you go up.
Time to build a cot bed for Peter and Lee's youngest guest.
Bother. I'm an instructions man. I will open the instructions, I will take out all the pieces and then follow the instructions. Give me that bottom bit.
Please, thank you. Every time he doesn't say please, thank you, I say it. And I say, right, you wait till your mother comes, I'll have words. Your son wasn't brought up properly.
After half an hour of work in the sweltering Spanish heat,
Please, thank you.
Peter and Lee can now cater for the baby guest too.
That's it.
Gonna have a cup of tea. Get any lip and you're spending the night in there.
That's one job ticked off the list. Finally, Peter and Lee's pool is filled with water, and it seems like they may be ready to welcome their guests. Or maybe not.
The pool normally loses, 5 centimetres a day in just evaporation, but this one seems to have been losing quite a lot. And I'm worried that it's got a leak. I would imagine if there's a leak, we're going to have to drain the water. And then they'll reconcrete the bottom.
Water is expensive in the Spanish desert. To fill the pool, which contains 44,000 litres, they need 4 lorry loads costing €60 each.
It'd be like a sinkhole here somewhere. You're walking along, all of a sudden it just collapsed into a sinkhole.
That's not funny. That's not funny.
With a possible major leak just days before the arrival of their first guests, Peter and Lee have their work cut out. The Costa del Sol in Andalusia, southern Spain. An area where sunshine is guaranteed 300 days of the year, and the cost of living is 30% lower than the UK. The town of Fuengirola was a traditional fishing port, which has now become one of southern Spain's main tourist destinations, thanks to its many attractions, including parasailing and a marine park. It's also now home to best friends Gary Adamson and Karen Hiles, owners of recently opened Sam's Bar.
We've got sunshine,
See?
sand.
And sangria. Life is good.
Gary and Karen have put all their money into the bar, situated on the Los Boliches seafront.
This, for us, it has to work.
I think it's a risk, but it's a risk that I think we can pull off.
Well, you know, we're going to give it a right good go, aren't we? You know, we're going to give it everything. We'll have a laugh along the way, won't we? You know, won't we? Well, I laugh at you anyway.
Sure, I'll be crying on the way. I don't know about laughing.
You will be. No, you will be, to be honest.
After a successful opening night 6 weeks ago...
And now the bar is open. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
They've been hit by a costly setback.
Okay, it's just ridiculous, isn't it?
The council objected to the bar's colour scheme.
And down.
A replacement awning would cost €3,500.
No, it's not that bad.
So Gary and Karen have decided to appeal against the council's decision.
We spent a lot of money out on our terrace, didn't we? Because it's our shop window, so we knew we had to spend money on it. Money that you haven't really got. What reserve you have for your first couple of months can easily get eaten up.
But after an anxious wait, there's good news. They've now discovered they've won their appeal.
We had this beige issue going on, but now they've had their meeting and they told us that we can actually keep our total, keep our colour. So because it's not a million miles away from their beige colour, so our beige now is kind of like their beige, which is an accepted beige.
But just when they thought their problems were over, the building behind has embarked on some major work on its facade.
For us here, it's probably going to be about 3 to 4 weeks before they're all finished. And where they're working up above me, here, all the dust and everything is just coming right into the sides here.
But Gary and Karen need to keep the cash coming in. A big credit card bill is due at the end of the week. It's 8 a.m. on Easter Sunday, and the seafront is already filling up. It's the unofficial start to the tourist season. It's just a short walk to work for Gary and Karen, who are hoping today will help turn their fortunes around.
It's now time for Gary to do his normal little ritual every morning.
I'll always go through the kitchen and then out through the front door. I think it's bad luck to go out of the different door that he came into previously.
I'm superstitious, but not that superstitious.
Thankfully, it's not just superstition Gary's relying on to succeed.
You always take my back. We've spent a lot of money so far, and with one thing or another, with the Châteaus issues and everything else that's gone on, today this is where we start reaping a bit of the money in. We're expecting our best day so far today, but today we're hoping, fingers crossed, that this is going to be the first day that we actually break the €1,000 barrier as well. Well, personally, I like to make 1,200, but if we can beat the 1,000, then I'll be more than happy with that.
With those credit card bills to pay, Gary and Karen are hoping a fresh food menu will give Sam's Bar the edge on what's promising to be a busy day in Fuengirola.
It's all home-cooked food. It's not frozen vegetables, it's proper vegetables. And well, what I would call, coming from Somerset, proper food. It's proper food. One small, one large. I'm never going to assume, so is that what?
It's just a worry because obviously we haven't got our regular chef in because of illness this week, so we've got some people helping us, like, oh, we're absolutely fantastic and really, really professional, but it's obviously that worry. We always have a routine on a Sunday where you know things are done, you know things are done at certain times, and you don't have to worry, but there's that little extra worry today, and it's a really busy day today. We've got the most pre-books that we've ever had.
Cheese and bacon quarter pounder. Okay, it comes with fries and everything, okay. We've got our table plan in place, we know when everyone's coming. Karen stresses, and you can't do anything about that.
As they brace themselves for the Easter Sunday service, will they hit Gary's ambitious €1,000 target?
Right, get out there and start clearing some tables up, Karen. Don't forget you're the boss, off you go. Lead by example.
The Dordogne. This is one of the prettiest areas in France, surrounded by many medieval chateaus. The region also produces more truffles than anywhere else in Europe.
Got cow cheese.
It's 7 months since Mark Young and his French wife Sylvie left Kent to settle in the town of Rouffignac, where they are renovating these holiday cottages.
C'est bon, hein? Work, 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 money, 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 wasn't it? But we've come here. We watch much less TV, don't we?
Don't watch.
We spend a lot of time talking and being a family unit.
Work has just restarted after Mark's recovery from a painful hernia operation 4 weeks ago. To ease the pain, apprentice builder Sylvie is working hard to meet experienced builder Mark's high expectations.
Come on.
The pair met online whilst living in the UK, and ex-builder Mark was clear from the start.
Okay. Your profile was like, you know, if you like DIY, if you know about painting.
I always remember I put, if you're any good at designing kitchens,
Yeah.
please get in contact.
Yes. And I was doing up my flat in Stratford at that moment, and you know, and I liked your face.
Allez, hop up.
It's now the beginning of June. To balance the books, Mark and Sylvie need to start renting out the house by next spring.
Starting to get hot up here.
So Mark is trying to make up for the 4 weeks he lost because of his hernia.
As you can see, the confidence in my right leg now is much, much better. I can walk around with loads of confidence, which just a couple of weeks ago, I couldn't do that. I was too nervous, but it's great.
Floorboards shifted. It's time to screw them to the beams. So Sylvie's been summoned upstairs to help. But there's just one small hitch.
Oh, la, 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 la.
Oh, Sylvie can't stand up.
She's afraid of heights.
Come on, honey, up you come. Come on. Right, I'll just run 3 boards along here, because this is quite a straightforward run.
I'm all right now. I'm holding on.
It's a floor. You can't fall off the floor. Do you know?
There's a gap in your floor.
This is the beam we're screwing on, OK? Not this one. This beam stops about here. Try and make it perfectly level with the surface, yeah?
Yeah, it's level, isn't it?
It's about 0.5 millimetre too far down.
I did think way back in England, like, ooh, can we work together? Because he's I was going to say a control freak. That's not really a control. Yeah, perfectionist.
More polite word. Going the right way.
It's not long before ex-coffee shop manager Sylvie gets to grips with the power drill.
Hey, there we go. Now we're moving.
If they're to catch up with their 4-week delay, Sylvie has to learn how to cope with the more difficult tasks on her own.
I'm not peeping on her, honestly. I'm trying to concentrate on my own work.
It's a bit too much.
We can't have a gap like that.
No.
Sylvie's wonky floorboard means that Mark will now have to do the job himself.
Oh, it's terrible, isn't it?
It's another setback that prevents Mark from catching up with the schedule, and more hard work for this expat family. Almeria, southern Spain. One of the regions with the highest number of expats in Europe, and a market that rookie hoteliers Peter Thompson and Lee Bradford are keen to exploit.
Neighbours the other side of the hill to us, their daughter got married probably a couple of weeks ago in the UK. They're having a blessing at the house next Wednesday. So the groom, all his family is staying here. This is the full, proper, very first paying guest, so yeah, it'd be interesting.
The arrival of Peter and Lee's first guests is in just 24 hours. So they need to sort the pool.
Let's do a trial run here to see if it is still leaking.
Last week it seemed to be leaking. But there's good news. The leak seems to have stopped.
We're still monitoring it, so we're watching it very closely every day.
It's marked with a pen. It's marked with a pencil.
Now. It's there.
This means a costly repair has been avoided, and the pool is ready to be used once it's been cleaned.
Like sort of 38 degrees, nearly 90% humidity, and you're thinking, oh, this stuff we've got to do, we've got to clean the pool, we've got to do this. And at that point you think, oh, I've cleaned the pool. You just take your top off and shorts off and just jump in. You think, now I know why we've got the pool.
With their guests' arrival imminent, all that's left for Peter and Lee to do is to stock up every self-catering unit with the essential items, which means a 40-mile round trip to the nearest supermarket for one of them.
We haven't done shopping for ages.
Oh, no, it's good, isn't it? Well, no, normally you're the one doing the cooking. If you've got people coming over for dinner or anything, then you know what you want. You do it so well.
It'll be me, on my little own, trying to walk around the supermarket with a huge trolley.
Well, you're younger than I am, so there you go, next.
So today, it's Lee's turn to leave the house and do the shopping. Over to you, Peter.
We need to get some light bulbs, because when we had our guests in last week, we realised we hadn't got enough light bulbs, so we nicked them out of other houses. So as other people were staying in those houses, I think they may appreciate a light bulb now in the odd room now and again.
Just 3 hours later, Lee's back.
Hugely exciting things. Brushes, buckets,
light bulbs.
Now Peter and Lee have to get all the bedrooms ready.
Right, OK, fun begins.
As well as stock up the fridges in the 4 kitchens with breakfast items.
What's missing?
Marmalade.
I bought jam.
Where is it then?
Huh? There's jam. Have you looked in all the bags?
I'll go and have another look. That's empty, that's empty. Now, unless I'm going blind...
I bought jam. I know I bought jam.
Yes, but you didn't buy marmalade?
No, I bought jam.
When I came to you and said, we have no marmalade, which bit did you not understand?
I said I bought jam. And you said I can't find the jam.
No, I said I can't find the marmalade. We don't have marmalade.
There you go.
There you go. Well, why didn't you say that? We wouldn't have wasted all this time as usual. It's not my fault you don't follow the list.
Oops. So jam it is then.
Oh, I can't get staff. Sorry? I heard the word off. I didn't quite catch the first bit.
Who eats marmalade? No one eats marmalade.
Who eats marmalade? Obviously, I'll cross marmalade off now because I don't have any.
The simple answer to the shopping issue is that if someone doesn't like it,
is what?
Someone can go and do the shopping themselves, can't they? Can't they, dearest?
Yes, beloved. Careful you don't fall down those stairs. I'd hate to injure yourself. It's going to be strange having other people here because we're so used to just two. And then when people do come, they normally stay in with us. So having someone... I can hear movement over there. Who's over there? Oh, yeah, we've got people staying. That's going to be the bit to get used to, I think.
Weeks of preparations and meticulous planning to match all the guests to each of their 12 bedrooms.
Sorry, Ruth, you'll have to wait. Hi, Peter.
Jill, hello.
As Peter and Lee's first guests finally approach, what can possibly go wrong?
Who's in the one? You're in the one. OK, well, we need to move the cot for you, but that's all right.
Oops. It seems like the baby's mother has chosen a different room.
Let's find out where this cot's got to go. Because if it's got to go upstairs, it'll have to go in another way and out. It won't go up the staircase. Upstairs or downstairs?
I'll stick it downstairs.
You sure?
Yeah.
You sure?
Have a think about it.
OK. Everyone's got what they need.
I think they've all decided where they're staying.
For the next 7 days, Peter and Lee will be put to the test.
Even though people tell you it's nice and it's lovely, there's still that bit of doubt that you think, oh, maybe it's not, maybe people won't like it.
Will the newest hoteliers in town make a success of their business? Rouffignac in the French Dordogne, and after 3 months of grafting through the pain barrier to kickstart the family's holiday let business, work has hit a speed bump, and Mark Young has a confession.
I very easily settled into the French way of life, where I'd sort of start work at 9, have a break at 10:30, 2-hour lunch break, and goûter 4 o'clock, call it a day.
There's a good reason for the slump in pace, a heat wave.
Beautiful holiday weather, but to work in, no. Quite a lot of the French people start really early and just call it a day at lunchtime, and I can see why.
It's just so hot.
Today is 37. You can't work at pace in that kind of heat.
The kids can't sleep upstairs, so one sleep with me, the other one sleep in the spare bedroom, and Mark sleep on the sofa.
But they have to battle through the heat as they need to finish the outside for publicity pictures so they can market the villa and get badly needed bookings. And today they have stumbled on a little bonus.
We got friendly with the neighbours and he said he had all this stone in his barn, which is worth about 150 euros. And he said, would I like it? Well, of course, I said yes.
The freestone has delivered a much-needed saving of 150 euros.
Be careful.
Be careful.
How are you going to carry all this?
My hernia's repaired.
Oh, you're so stubborn. Huh? He did more and more and more, and bang, you know. He said to me, I will never go again through this hernia operation and stuff. So I know he won't push himself to the point where he did before. But things needs to be done, so we still have to carry on.
Time for Sylvie to have a go. But it only takes a 3-metre journey to work out this job is not for her. So it's back to normal operations.
I still not miss his muscle.
1.5 hours and 25 wheelbarrow journeys later, the stones are finally shifted, so Mark and Sylvie can concentrate on fixing the stonework on the upstairs bedroom.
Sylvie, we're mixing cement. I'll mix the first batch.
Okay.
I'm just going to build up along here.
He makes the first batch, so I can see how it's done.
Doing heavy building work has been a steep learning curve for Sylvie.
I do use Sylvie as quite a lot of manual labouring. I use her as a labourer. But you have to start somewhere. Right. I would like a 4-to-1 mix, OK?
So quoi? 4 cement, 1 sand?
No, 4 sand, 1 cement. Well, it would be very strong.
Right.
2, 3. So I'm after quite a stiff mix, OK?
I'm getting it all in.
OK, so that's the kind of texture I'm looking for, yeah?
OK.
It's just knowing why you're making the mix in a particular way for a particular job.
OK.
Then you understand it.
Yes. You took the mixing trout.
Catch.
Trout, not a trout.
Trout? Trowel? No big difference.
Put some more water in it.
All right.
Just need a touch.
So has the apprentice made the grade?
Lovely. Smooth, perfect consistency. I'm impressed.
Probably a good job that Mark's happy, as he is facing the threat of mutiny.
You know, I'm French. Obviously, I want to go on strike.
There's lots of work still to do.
I'm shattered. I'm sweating. I need some fluids.
Will this Anglo-French partnership overcome their inexperience and the searing heat to catch up with their building schedule?
Sylvie's in the pool. I don't believe it.
Back in Fuengirola at Sam's Bar, where best friends Gary and Karen have invested 40,000 euros to build their new life in the sun.
You have, I don't know, a dream, a goal of what you want to do in life, and I know about living the dream where this is pretty damn close to it, like, you know?
It's Easter time, when spectacular processions take place all over this part of Spain. Faithfuls reenact the ancient Catholic tradition of wearing a mask around town in sign of repentance. These processions attract tourists who flock to this region for the unofficial start of the summer season. And Gary and Karen are hoping that their Easter Sunday service will not only break records,
€6, thank you. Thank you.
but also their run of bad luck.
Are we hoping to resurrect our fortunes? We most definitely are, you know. We spent a lot of money so far, so yeah, we're all geared up for a long, busy day. So this is going to be Sam's Bar's resurrection, basically.
In spite of the unsightly scaffolding, the lure of the home-cooked food is pulling in the punters.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Come on in now.
And despite being run by a substitute chef, the bar's kitchen is working at full speed.
It's doing great, absolutely great. It's like clockwork in here today.
But Gary needs to pull in more business if he wants to reach his target.
Small beer? Yeah, absolutely.
And the ex-Pontins blue coat knows a trick or two.
An ordinary small one, Mary.
Oh, look at you trying to be good. Don't believe
The usual there, Mary, yeah? Just the usual for you.
The usual small one.
We've got a small beer, and we've got a small white, and we've got a jug, a white, a large white. It's just a bit of fun. It's what it's all about, isn't it? You know, a good banter with the customers, and they come back, hopefully, like, you know. You don't upset them too much. We try our best not to. 50 pre-orders, and they're all coming in, plus walk-ins off the street, and it's coming out lovely. Absolutely fantastic. Mary, did you want a dessert at all? No. You might do in a bit, no problem. I'll get you drinks for now, then, all right?
As the last of the meals go out...
That's it, finishing it. Lovely, thank you.
It's been their busiest day to date.
This is absolutely fantastic for us. Like, yeah, they're coming in from all angles at the moment. We can't put them on tables at the moment. We're asking them to come back. It's exactly what we wanted. Couldn't ask for no more. It's fantastic, absolutely fantastic.
So have they managed to reach their €1,000 target?
Put a lot of money into the business. It's time to try and get some back now as well. So obviously it's really, really important that we reach our figures.
Okay. 400, 380 in 20s, 120 in 10s, 30 in 5s, 60 in 2s, 54 in 1s, and 12 in 50 cents. Give it to us, Scare.
What do you think? What's your estimate?
I think it's touch and go. Go on. Come on!
You've done it!
Get it! 1056.
Amazing.
This is great news for Gary and Karen, who can now pay their credit card bill.
Game on, girlfriend.
The Spanish region of Almeria, home to Peter Thompson and his partner Lee Bradford, who 4 days ago welcomed their first paying guests to their newly renovated holiday let.
It's an old scenario, isn't it? So do you spend all of your life wishing, oh, I wish we'd done that, I wish we'd done that, or just go ahead and do it? And what's the worst thing that happens is you have to go back to the cold, wet, expensive UK.
Their first guests, a party of 12, have come from the UK to celebrate a wedding.
Please, Jill, hello. Hi. Baby's in the car.
How you doing?
They decided to book all of Peter and Lee's rooms after driving past the house during the renovations.
Newlywed, yeah. I used to live out here for about 2 years, so we wanted my Spanish friends out here to come and enjoy the wedding as well, so we thought, why not have two? We had a look round, and they hadn't done everything, but they were in the middle of it, really, and covered in paint and stuff like that, literally at that time.
After 18 months living alone during the renovation...
Shouldn't you be doing something as well? We should give new jobs, shouldn't we?
They're now adapting to looking after the guests on the complex.
But it was good when you see people walking around with a beer, you just think, you obviously feel at home. Or have we not bought enough alcohol?
It's crucial for Peter and Lee that their guests enjoy their stay.
I see it as a good opportunity, because if they like it, they'll go and talk to other people about it. They'll either like it because it's nice and peaceful and tranquil, or they'll go, ooh, it's very quiet here, isn't it? Toilet flushed, we have toilet paper, hot water, lights, hand wash. Right.
Even though their accommodation is self-catering, Peter and Lee have planned a surprise meal to impress their first guests tonight.
See, Lee's trained as a chef, so he's one of these people who opens cupboard doors and does this and puts together a fantastic meal. And I just can't, I'm not at that stage.
The perfect place for food shopping is the town of Huercalovera, 20 miles down the road, where there is a local weekly market.
I want some pimenton.
It's very relaxed and very sort of informal, like, you know, if you want to stop and have a coffee, and there's no urgency, there's no rush. It's a bit like Spain altogether, really. It's all a bit mañana and...
A big draw for Chef Lee is the array of fresh fruit and veg on offer.
In the UK, you'll get produce picked unripe and then shipped in refrigerated lorries to the UK. Here you buy everything and it's ripe. There's a lot more flavour in because it's allowed to ripen on the plant. The only downside is it doesn't last, you have to use it straight away.
Back home, it's 4 hours to go until the big meal.
They're going to let us know what time they want dinner.
Oh, I've told the ones in the one bed 7:30.
OK.
But ex-chef Lee is unflappable.
So I've got things like fresh anchovy, some prawns, some squid, meatballs and some fried chicken, tortilla. So I hope they eat all those sort of things.
Lee used to feed 13,000 students a day as a university caterer in England, but he knows the success of this meal might help to bring in more customers, so satisfying tonight's guests is a must.
Well, we need to make enough to live on, so it is quite important. We need to make enough money to keep us here without one of us having to go back and work in the UK. Which a lot of people do. There's a lot of people that have to go back and work in the UK. Because unless you work for yourself, there's very little work over here.
With 12 guests about to sit down for dinner, will the meal be a hit and generate the good reviews Peter and Lee's business desperately need? It's summer in the French town of Rouffignac in the central Dordogne. Hundreds of thousands of tourists have arrived in the area to enjoy its traditional markets and the many local attractions. But there's no rest for husband and wife, Mark and Sylvie Young.
Today is just like so hot, close to the 40s.
It's now August, and after completing the floor in the loft, they're braving the summer heat to complete the outside of the holiday home.
So I come in every half an hour and we'll see how he's doing, if he hasn't melted yet.
Melted? I'm like fried like a piece of bacon.
Oh yeah, fried.
I need some more than that. I need more than that. All on my back. All right, all right, all right, all right.
Exterior work has to be finished by the end of summer so they can start advertising for next year.
I can't really help, we only have one scraper. So...
With time running out, they can't afford any mistakes.
I'm paying the price for being so stupid yesterday. I rendered this wall yesterday, and then you've got to scrape it down 3 to 5 hours afterwards. So I thought what I'd do, I'd just spray it all with water, keep it moist, and come out and do it today. Well, it's set like stone. But it's become quite personal now, and it's sort of like me against the wall.
Honey, refreshment. Or do you want me to scrap?
Let me have a scrape. It's not scrap, it's scrape. I'm still teaching her English, because she so often corrects me on my French. You scrap away.
Constant difficulties and delays mean that Sylvie is still being roped in for the hard work, despite her inexperience.
When I work with you and then you get really grumpy because my work is not to your standard.
It's the wind. I'm just keeping the wall wet. She just walks offside.
Just walk off,
she'd be sacked for that. Where are you off to?
Once Mark has put his wall right, he will tackle the big cosmetic refurbishment of the Gîte's outside area.
The main job's a patio. We've got 5,500 little tiny tiles. I'm hoping to lay 500 a day, you know, I just don't know. But no regrets about coming to France and doing this. I'm absolutely loving it. Sylvie and me always had a good relationship. It's even better now, you know, when a couple spend a lot of time together. Sometimes it's not so good, but in actual fact, it's even better. I really enjoy Sylvie's company, so it's good. Oh, Vinny, well, thank you all. It's been a pleasure. I feel exhausted, but I'm pleased with that. Let's go. I'm going to go have a shower. I'm going for a drink. Ali, lock up. Come on, Jess.
But for the rest of today, Mark and Sylvie have put work to one side. They're having a housewarming party with their neighbours and some of their friends who've come over from England.
Reminds me of 1977 Jubilee party in the streets.
Living in France has made Mark a warmer host.
Lots and lots of kissing, which is quite a nice thing. I'm quite used to it now. I feel very comfortable even kissing men, which is quite nice. When all the friends came over from England, they all went, oh my God, Mark's changed. He's so much warmer and sociable now. Not so standoff English. It's nice to show our friends and family sort of the reality of living in France. You know, they're here enjoying a sample of our lifestyle, and that's nice.
Yes, it's
you know,
true.
and
Yeah.
it's going to be sad to see them go.
I didn't want to say that because I'm going to cry.
Yeah, okay.
It's hard, you know, because, yeah, you realize they are friends for life, but they've got to go away.
That's one of the only downsides of moving to France, isn't it?
Yeah.
If the Youngs are to stand a chance of carrying on living here, they have to stick to their work schedule. And 5,000 tiny patio tiles are the next big challenge. In Fuengirola, southern Spain, Sam's bar, run by best friends Gary and Karen, has enjoyed a successful start to the summer season.
The bar exceeded our expectations, in all fairness.
The amount of customers through the door is more than expected.
Gary and Karen's Easter service was a hit, but now they're back down to earth with a bump. It's now June, and halfway through Saturday afternoon opening, they've suffered a power cut.
It was literally, we were just in full operation. We were looking down the Paseo just to see how many people were out and about. We come back in, the one telly was off, so we thought, oh, that's a bit strange. Then the slush machine was off, and then when we investigated further, everything down this one back line of the bar, it was all off. Panic sets in a little bit because you don't know how long it's going to be off. Or in the past, if we have little cuts and things, it rectifies itself within minutes. But obviously, it's been going on for 5 hours trying to sort something out now. So it's a process over here in Spain.
Gary is back in the UK visiting his son, so Chef Steve has been put in charge of solving the problem.
All I've done is just rigged up an extension lead to the one existing plug socket that works.
Very technical.
What a chef always saves the day.
The repair may be ingenious, but as night falls, it's not enough to keep Sam's open.
Obviously, it's affected business this evening because we've got to turn people away. It's easier to close the bar than not give the proper service that we always would like to give.
If an electrician can't get them up and running by tomorrow, they stand to lose another lucrative service.
So it's our busy day tomorrow again, so we have all our prep for Sunday lunch and everything ready. That's what we've been busy doing again, and then this happens.
After closing the bar down, Karen needs to break the bad news to her business partner.
2 phases are working, 1 phase isn't, and basically we can't do anything until the janitor comes out tomorrow to open up this box. I'm totally confusing you, I know I am. I'm not an electrician, Gary.
All Karen can do now is cross her fingers, and with a firm promise from the electrician to be there in the morning, Karen better hope that his mañana does really mean tomorrow. Next time.
These are beef skewers.
Peter and Lee struggle with their first ever dinner service.
There's nowhere on the table to
Sure,
put it.
there's a space to put that.
You really want me to show you where that space is?
As they near the end of their gîte renovation project,
I'm just mentally exhausted. I've just decided that I've had enough.
will Mark and Sylvie manage to finish the job?
When he's like that, I just don't talk to him.
And a new family moves to Spain to open their dream bar.
Well, kids, this is ours. We've got to make it.
But are they in for a bumpy ride?
My bank is empty. We've got nothing left. We need to open the bar.
It's a dream chased by thousands of Brits each year.
Number one's the weather.
Heading to Europe to set up new lives and businesses in the sun.
Are you ready?
They're seduced by gorgeous scenery.
It's just about the space out here. There's so much space.
Year-round sun and a better, cheaper way of life.
Our living room in London, you'd fit in 4 times.
But how easy is it to turn the dream into a reality?
Money's dripping in and flooding out.
In this series, we follow those expats as they say goodbye, Blighty.
I think I'm full.
And begin their new lives, setting up bars and restaurants in Spain.
That's what we're talking about, girlfriend.
Gîtes and B&Bs in France.
Totally and utterly out of my depth.
When nothing is ever as simple as it sounds.
It's probably not good for my blood pressure, this.
It can fail, but it won't fail. Not if I've got anything to do with it.
On today's show, as they prepare to open their new bar in Spain,
How much?
these great escapers try to break through the language barrier.
If there's a sign that says $8.99, you can say that. Done.
Very good, darling. If I put those on, it actually makes your job look a lot better.
A husband and wife team build their dream house in France.
We've got a hand-picked selection of the best builders available. Helen and me. Oh, there's your other foot, darling.
One small, one large. I'm never going to assume.
And one tough businessman finally cracks.
You're not scared, are you? Absolutely, yes I
The Costa del Sol, southern Spain, one of the most laid-back countries in the world. According to a recent report, Spanish people devote on average 16 out of 24 hours a day to relaxation, eating, drinking and sleeping. But the Jones family from Wigan have decided they want a piece of the Spanish action and have just bought the licence for this bar.
Well, kids, this is ours. We've got to make it.
Yeah, we'll make it easy.
I've always loved Spain. I've been coming here since I was about 6 and I feel at home here. I've never really felt at home in any of the other countries that I've been to.
Once they're open, they plan to attract customers with their unique mix of British food and dance music.
We're hoping to be that destination pub. Oh, that bar, it's brilliant. Let's go back there.
Well, those old ones are working, you just sat there.
It's about time.
Despite having no water or electricity, last week the Joneses started renovations on the pub. They only have €1,500 left in their budget, so they'll have to spend their money wisely.
We're on a big budget shoestring.
By the skin of our teeth.
Yeah, very much so.
But once we get going and we can open up, the more we spend money, the more we'll be making money. We'll literally be speculating to accumulate.
But the renovations are now on hold. They need to stump up more money for the rent on their new house.
now have a big problem as we needed your deposit for our deposit.
As there's been a misunderstanding between the English landlord and the Spanish estate agent.
I've no money. I've no money spare that I can give.
If Wendy pays the extra €500, she might not have enough left to open the bar.
What a mess.
But if she doesn't pay, their dream of a life in the sun may come to a sudden end as they face being evicted.
When you've only got so much, you've only got so much. You have to live by your budget.
Within just 3 hours of moving in and not knowing whether they will ever come back to this house, the Joneses return to the estate agent to see if there's any room for negotiation.
Well, we've gone to see if we can sort out what the actual owner of the house wants. So it's either she says, right, give me what you can and pay the rest in instalments, or we can't have the house simple as. We're stuffed, basically.
You have to pay me now 500 more.
What are our options now? Because obviously
The only option is that you pay the €500 now. Ellos te van a pagar ese otro mes.
You need to learn the language.
One little tiny little misunderstanding.
If you don't cross the T's and dot the I's, you're buggered.
Yeah.
I'm happy to get the 500 to her as soon as I physically can. Because obviously we're coming into the season now and we should be earning.
After 90 minutes of intense haggling by Wendy and Becca, their efforts finally pay off. The landlord agrees to give the Joneses some breathing space.
They are strong women and they've got broad shoulders. I will put my foot in when I'm positive that they need it. Because if I do it prematurely, that's it. All hell breaks loose.
we've got from the 8th to the 13th to come up with €500, pretty much 4 weeks to get that money. I need a drink too.
The new agreement with the landlord means the Joneses won't be homeless and can keep on living the dream.
As far as it goes in the contract, we don't pay that £500 anymore, but if we miss our deadline date of paying every month, we have to vacate the property immediately. I didn't understand. It's so confusing.
So now they can get on with buying fittings for the bar.
Will we take credit card?
Do you take card?
See.
Credit card? See? Right.
And James is keen to avoid any further misunderstandings about money today.
If you don't know $8.99 in their language, if there's a sign that says $8.99, you can say that. Done. You know, language barrier broken, done.
If only you could have done that with the landlord. Back at the villa, the relieved family can unpack. Again.
All I want is a cold drink.
I was frightened we were going to be homeless tonight. We've got no choice now, we've got to make it home.
As soon as them stuff come out of the car, they ain't going back in, I'm sorry.
No, okay.
Agreed?
Yes, son-in-law. Next big challenge, the bar.
Yeah.
But we'll deal with that tomorrow. I don't want to think about that tonight.
90 kilometres down the road on the Costa del Sol, the town of Fuengirola was a traditional fishing port, which has now become one of southern Spain's main tourist destinations. This country has the second highest number of bars per inhabitants, the first being Cyprus.
You are so rude.
It's now home to best friends of 15 years, Gary Adamson and Karen Hiles, who've ploughed all their savings into opening Sam's Bar.
€6, thank you. Thank you. I'm very happy at this moment in time. Life couldn't be better.
12 months ago, Karen, we had nothing.
Nothing.
Life is good.
We're living the dream.
Living a dream. We're happy.
No,
Yeah,
we're happy. Yeah,
We're happy.
definitely.
Right, that's it. Finished it. Lovely, thank you.
But after a great start to the season,
Get it!
they've suffered a power cut.
2 phases are working, 1 phase isn't. Obviously, it's affected business this evening because we've got to turn people away.
Today, an electrician has come to try and identify what has gone wrong with the power supply.
I don't want to risk anything. The electrician is actually now in the main box. There is a dodgy wire in there which he thinks that could be the problem. So he's actually just testing all the different areas in the box now. So fingers crossed he can resolve the problem. Any luck?
This cable is very hot.
Hot, too much.
Power, this
too
cable.
much, yeah.
Today you work.
Ah, thank you, thank you.
It seems like he's fixed the fuse box.
Let's try the till, hold on.
Now time to test if it works.
Let's try this one. Yes, 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 yes. Alfonso. It's actually a big fuse that's gone. It's controlling everything on the back line there. And we think that we're feeding too much into that one fuse. It's actually burnt out. Yes! We can hear a buzz. So, temporary fix for today to get us up and running. And then tomorrow, I'll come back and get us up and running properly. But we have a temporary fix for today, so we're going to be operational, which is really, really good news. This one's not working still. That's the only one that's not working. I'm not worried.
No, that's one.
No, that's one. Oh, no, that's not. It helps if you turn the switch on.
Thankfully, Gary and Karen can now concentrate on making the most of the summer season. It's now mid-June when an estimated 1 million tourists descend on the Costa del Sol from all over Europe.
That's what happens when in your first year of your business, you get them full bloody sugar at home. Oh, here comes the boss.
There's no rest for these business partners.
You look good and fresh today. I was joking.
It's 6 a.m. and Gary and Karen are hoping the start of another busy day. Sam's might have enjoyed some early success, but Gary and Karen can't rest on their laurels.
Not having your breakfast? It's because you don't do mornings.
With over 500 bars waging a daily battle for customers, they are monitoring online rankings to measure their popularity.
So we get a lot of business on the back of TripAdvisor. It's a very powerful tool, isn't it? It is. I mean, when we first opened on it, we were ranked 602 at the time.
And now Gary and Karen want to climb all the way to the top spot on the list.
But number one, they've got like 300 odd reviews, you know? I mean, and they're well worthy of it, obviously.
Today, there's a chance for Gary and Karen to cash in on an important day of celebrations. On the 23rd of June each year, the festival of San Juan or St. John is celebrated across Spain to mark the arrival of the summer solstice.
San Juan starts the official summer season. It also coincides with the children finishing school. Everybody congregates on the beach. But everyone's on the beach and they're partying and drinking, and on the back of that, with so many people around, you hope if you can have just a little bit of that pie.
Gary and Karen are counting on San Juan to bring in business and give them a chance to improve their online rating. But with most of the tourists opting for a meal on the beach, it's a slow start to the day. Will Gary and Karen manage to attract some of the tourists, or will the San Juan festival prove to be a washout?
Tonight, say we really don't know how it's going to go tonight.
The Haute-Vienne department in the green heart of France, with 83 million tourists flocking to enjoy its sunshine, food and wine, this is officially the most visited country in the world. For Matt and Helen Bradley and their 3 sons, building a new life across the Channel has been all about making a change. Before they left London, Matt was a jobbing actor and Helen was a stay-at-home mum.
We wanted out. We were on a council estate in southeast London and thought we just kind of wanted, you know, a different type of life, really. So we came to Matt's uncle's gîte and then just never went, really, did we?
It was just getting too stressful, you know, one life, you know. And so we ducked out.
After moving to France, Matt and Helen set up their own construction firm.
Oh, yes.
Oh, there's your other foot, darling.
Matt, that actually nearly did.
No, I'm sorry. Sorry, that was irresponsible.
But But after an injury, Matt had to wind up the business.
I couldn't move my shoulder, and I got rid of everyone. And so I was trying to build with one arm. So I went to my physio and said, could you write a letter for me? So I read the letter that she wrote for me, and it said, he's as close to a breakdown and depression as I've ever seen. I said, all right. That's enough. Just the first couple of the lines would have been all right.
Matt and Helen are currently trying to get their finances in order. They've bought a gîte, which provides income from May to September, but they are down to their last €6,000. They are building their own house, and to cut costs, they've already moved in.
You're very good, darling. If I put those on, it actually makes your job look a lot better. We've got a hand-picked selection of the best builders available working on our house at the moment, which is Helen and me.
And Matt.
And so we've done everything, literally everything from foundations up to roof.
The gîte brings some money in, but without the building business, the Bradleys need another source of income. But Matt has a plan.
I was looking for something else to do, and the more I read, the more I kept coming back to hypnosis.
After 7 years of training, Matt has qualified as a hypnotherapist, treating everything from insomnia to panic attacks. Today, Matt has an appointment with one of his first ever clients.
We have a time pressure for this room because people have to be lying down and they have to be comfortable. So at the moment, I'm actually going to the clients' houses. It's not ideal. Yesterday, I was doing it and there was a dog howling downstairs throughout the whole of it.
For Matt to be able to work, furniture and clutter aren't the only things that need to be cleared out.
It's in our living room, which means that obviously I've got to get out of the house. So yeah, we all get out of the house and then roam the supermarket for hours on end.
Hi, Pauline.
With his family evicted, Matt can get to work.
Look, are you comfortable on that sofa? Because it's
Yes.
so deep.
Yeah, it is quite deep.
It is deep.
Well, nearly.
No. Let's put that there.
Yeah.
Put that there.
Matt's first client, Pauline, lives nearby and has decided to try hypnotherapy to get rid of her occasional panic attacks.
If you were to give that feeling of panic that you had, a number between 1 and 10, 1 being not really bother you at all, it's okay, and number 10 being very, very worrying, scary, and very emotional.
Yeah, let's say something between 8 and 10.
From the nearby.
If Matt's clients are surprised at the results of his sessions, they're not the only ones.
Sometimes I can't believe that people walk out and go, I can't believe it's gone. And I'm like, oh, I can't believe it either. You know, it's a miracle. But they do, don't they? They walk out and go, it's gone.
It's mad.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
But did Matt fix Pauline's problem?
Yes, he did. He did, yeah. He has a nice approach. It's very close, very familiar, but also very professional. It's nice.
Time will tell if Pauline's problem has gone away for good. But for today, despite a makeshift consulting room, it was a successful session. But there's another obstacle to making this a viable income for Matt. His business is in one of France's most remote regions.
You look around you and you can see how inhabited it is. You know, there's not enough people around at the moment to make it work in English, so I'm doing it in French and starting to build it with a French clientele.
But with funds dwindling, their business will have to grow, and quickly.
I nearly went in my eye there.
Sorry, darling. I would say we've probably got till the end of the summer to turn a part-time income into a revenue. 3 months to get the business of hypnosis up and running and making its own way, and 3 months to finish the house, which will take us to the end of summer. And then we'll have to start looking at food banks, probably.
We're not going to starve to death, are we?
No.
Not with the leeks that we're growing down
Yeah, yeah. Check out leeks out.
On the Costa del Sol, the Jones family have just managed to avoid being evicted from their new home.
Gagging. Is that mine?
There you go, that's yours.
After spending their first night at their new address, they are now getting to know their surroundings.
I've nicknamed these mountains. This one up here is the Valley of Joy. It looks like a pair of boobies. And that one there is the Horny Mountain, because up there it looks like a horn.
Which one do you like the most?
Big boobies.
With their bar on the Costa yet to open, the Joneses are down to their last €800, but they've decided to spend 13 of them on one luxury item.
Becca was moaning, saying that she hadn't got a pool. And so we decided to treat her to her own pool. And there it is, Becca's little haven, there.
When it's too hot, you'll all be jumping in.
If I jump in that, the bloody water will jump out.
At 9:30 on the dot, the Joneses set off on their daily commute to Ben Al Madinah, home to their new bar. They're hoping to open the bar this week, but they're still waiting for their utilities to be reconnected. A common problem for many British expats opening bars in Spain.
The biggest pitfalls is that the bars aren't open and they will need some work. Things like electric, water, all those will have to be reconnected. But it will take time. It could take 2 or 3 weeks.
It's been a week since the Joneses filed their request for water and electricity. But they still haven't been reconnected. This will be one more day without income, and they still need to clean the bar.
One there.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Here's another way of cleaning. You buy bottles of water, and then you've got water to clean with. You pay for water one way or another. The only thing is I can't have hot water, I've got to clean it with cold water. But we've found if you leave this water out in the sun long enough, it goes warm anyway.
The bar hasn't been cleaned properly for months, so Wendy and Becca have their work cut out.
No. Ugh. That's why it stinks so much. That has not been flushed or cleaned. That's going to need a good scrubbing and bleaching.
Nothing a mum armed with 3 gallons of mineral water can't fix.
Let's get this done. It does. But hopefully, this will give it a good cleaning and flushing.
While Wendy is up to her elbows in bleach.
That'll make it smell a lot better.
On the terrace, the boys are busy being a live advertisement for Skiver's Rest.
You did nothing yesterday. Look, you're making an old woman struggle. You're just sat there.
Once they get going, they're really good workers. It's getting them to move in the beginning. Yeah. Like all men.
Do you need some help?
Yeah, please.
Come on, start clearing this stuff out.
You get a TV. Young man.
Young man with a bad back.
I've got a bad back.
So it's all hands on deck.
I need a break.
But with no aircon in 35-degree heat, it's hard work.
I'll tell you something, last night, I was sat outside on the patio with a builder's bucket full of water with my feet in it. Oh, it's lovely.
The Joneses now have just €650 left. And cleaning the floor with mineral water is literally pouring money down the drain. Wendy has done the sums, and unless things change, they might be in trouble.
I wanted to be open today, but it ain't happened. I've now got to feed my family for another week with no income coming in. I basically want everything ready to just stick glasses and bottles on and open the door and say, we're open. It's got to be open by next Friday now. We're really squeezing every last penny we can in order to just last out this final week.
At Sam's Bar in Fuengirola on the Costa del Sol.
1 ham and cheese and 1 chicken mayo. Do you want any chips at all? Or anything?
I'm all right with that.
Yeah, Sam?
Yeah.
We'll take these menus away, guys. I'll put your order in. Lovely. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Owner Gary is hoping to cash in on one of Spain's biggest festivals, San Juan.
San Juan is massive over here in Spain. We're right on the front, and we're hoping to cash in on a bit of that.
It's not just sales that Gary and Karen are after.
It's very hot today, isn't it? It's boiling.
As newcomers, they are currently low down in the online rankings. But they're determined to get good reviews and climb all the way to the top.
You don't like it too hot?
Oh yeah, we love it.
You like it? Yeah.
Well,
I wouldn't say we love it, because there's one person who's in it for 2 minutes and says, I think I've got to move.
Who's that?
You.
This year, thousands of people have turned up in the Costa del Sol to celebrate San Juan. But for the moment, they are not budging from the beach, and what's worse, they've brought their own drinks. But Gary's sure they will come his way eventually.
If it is busy, and there's lots of people on the beach and they want drinks, and we've got all the takeaway cups in and everything, they're going to come to us, hopefully, for the drinks. It might be a bit later on in the evening, because as the night goes on, the beer runs out and runs dry, and then they're going to come over to us. That's what we're hoping.
But they've just found out some insider information.
We've been told that we're at the wrong end of it, of where it's most busy. It's more busier right down in Fangarola. Some bars actually around here and some restaurants are actually closing early.
Despite the tip, Gary and Karen decide to stay open.
Menus? Yeah, absolutely, yeah. But obviously, me and Karen, we're taking no notice of that. We're going to stay open and we're going to give it a go. Lovely. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Choosing to ignore their neighbours' advice is a brave decision.
To be honest with you, we've gone into it eyes wide open anyway. If we were to listen to that, in fact, we listened to that, we'd be closing now anyway. One small, one large. I'm never going to assume. So is that one? Yeah. Enjoy your drinks. Is it going to work? We don't know. Small beer, one large and one small, yeah? OK. Chocolate milk for table 6.
Staying open means that Gary and Karen will have to pay 2 staff, so there's a lot riding on this.
2 Fantas and 1 water? And a water as well, yeah? OK, guys. Yeah, 6 drinks to another table. We'll come back for your food order, all right?
Halfway through the day, it's time for Gary to take stock.
Yeah, to be honest with you, a slow start to the day. But as the day's gone on, we got our usual lunchtime rush. And that was a real good, steady afternoon.
But it's the evening when they make the most money. And with the beach celebrations hotting up, Gary's worried he might have made the wrong decision to stay open.
Looking around, there are now more people turning up, more people going out to the beach, families, taking the barbecues and the food and the drink, and there's a guy just taking his music system across the road. At this stage, I can't see San Juan for us being particularly great.
San Juan's festival is a massive part of Spanish life, held not just in Fuengirola, but throughout Spain. It attracts millions of youngsters to the coast, where they party until the early hours of the morning. The Spanish locals are all celebrating on the beach, but the good news is British tourists are flocking to Sam's, the perfect place to watch the celebrations.
Are you eating, guys, are you? Are you eating? Yeah, smashing. You're welcome to have this table then. All right, get a couple of menus.
So 2 ice creams, 1 with chocolate sauce, yeah? Yeah, no worries. A double vodka. Okay. Anything else? Yeah.
It's now 11 o'clock, and it looks like Gary was right to ignore the warnings.
Thanks very much, mate. Thank you. Have a nice night, ladies. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks very much. And do you know what? We've had a really, really good night, actually. It picked up from about 7 o'clock onwards, it picked up. Our kitchen's just closed now, and we've had a really, really good night, surprisingly. We've not had a table spare. And, yeah, entertainment going on as well. It's fantastic,
With Gary and Karen's fortunes once again on the up, will this expat couple manage to keep the momentum going? Haute-Vienne, central France. After leaving London, Matt and Helen Bradley have fallen in love with the beautiful rural surroundings of the village of La Maze.
We moved a bit, we travelled around France, but we keep coming back to this part of France because it's as pretty as anywhere.
Eager to live a simpler life, they are building their own house. But they're quickly running out of cash, so Matt's now focusing on getting his new hypnotherapy business up and running. He's had a handful of customers so far, and his first experiences are encouraging.
I said, so, OK, try and get up. And she got up and was like, I can walk. And I said, is the pain gone? And she said, yeah. I said, so why are you walking like that? Stand up straight. And she did. And she started crying.
Matt Matt is trying to get his hypnotherapy business off the ground.
Grass needs cutting, but that's all it's grown in 2 weeks, which ain't bad, is it?
But the Bradleys also have their gîte to run. One set of guests has just left, and they have to get the house ready for the next.
It's neat, isn't it?
Currently, this is the Bradleys' only source of income.
Yeah, all washed up. Nothing in the dishwasher.
Are there any lollies in the freezer? Let's get down to business.
Matt and Helen share the house chores in the same way as they do the building work.
You would say that this didn't need cleaning again, is what you would say if you were doing it.
I wouldn't be cleaning it again. The total we got it for was €30,000. Helen and I have done all the renovation here, so from the double glazed windows to the upstairs to the barn.
Just that you could just brush as you're chatting.
You see, constant harassment. So now I reckon this is probably worth about 180,000 in the, well, we know it's worth about 180,000 because we might have to sell it.
After all the work they've put into it, selling the gîte would be a great shame. To keep it, Matt has less than 3 months to grow his hypnotherapy business. Seeking inspiration, he's on his way to meet a successful local alternative practitioner.
We're going to go and see a guy called Michel, French guy, who's a magnetizer. Now, I'm not quite sure what a magnetizer does. He uses a lot of sort of Eastern ideas. I know he's very busy. It's like how he gets on with the business side of things. So he's interesting. I'm interested in what he does and to see whether we can swap some practical ideas.
People travel miles to the small village of Jumiac in Haute-Vienne.
Michel.
Hello.
To see a colourful local character, Michel the Magnetizer. Since he opened his alternative practice 15 years ago, Michel is convinced he's had success treating all kinds of ailments.
Somebody comes in, maybe they burnt themselves, or the kids burnt themselves, he can take the heat away and he'll take the burn away.
Parfois avec les équipes de foot, des fois on m'appelle que je vais...
Ah oui? So he's saying sometimes he gets called with the footballers because they twist their ankle. He not just stops the pain, but he puts the nerves back in place.
Michel has 20 to 30 clients every week, so Matt wants to observe his work to understand why he is so popular around these parts.
Yeah, so he's saying he's looking at my energy levels, and at the moment I'm tired, which is true. And I don't know if it works, you know, if it works, well, fantastic. Interesting. Merci beaucoup. I feel more sort of energised. You know, my eyes feel as though they're a little bit more with it, as opposed to trying to fight the fatigue.
Re-energised, Matt gets down to the nitty-gritty. How can a holistic business thrive in such a remote location?
So those are his bookings, and that's why I've got an awful lot to learn from him. I mean, in a little place like this, it's absolutely booked out.
Matt's operating in a completely different discipline from Michel's.
He said he was born with this ability. Well, I haven't been born with that talent. I'm coming from a real practical side. I just think that we can sort of refresh, recharge thoughts and where we're going, and we can make more positive choices. Au revoir, merci.
But the visit has opened his tired eyes.
If he's getting that much business, one of us is doing something wrong, and it ain't him. No, he said he started off like that, and he said yours will build. He'd heard good things about me. I don't know if he was just being nice, but I'll take it.
Although buoyed from the visit, Matt remains realistic.
I do worry about it, you know, financially. How can it be supported? Because, of course, I could go and get a job doing some building work, but my heart's not in that anymore. It would take the energy that I need to promote the hypno. I've got much more to offer as a hypnotherapist than as, you know, as another builder. There's a lot of good builders around front.
In Ben Al Madinah on the Costa del Sol, the Jones family are no closer to opening their new bar, as they are desperately waiting for the electricity and water to be switched on.
I wanted to be completely my own boss. I didn't want to run a bar under a brewery anymore, which is what we've done in the UK.
Lovely.
But these new bar owners are determined not to waste any of this downtime.
We're all hungry.
So they are testing out a dish that they hope will bring punters flocking to the bar. Cerdo a la plancha.
You can serve them all on a baguette and everything, and it's a salad and a bit of crisps on the side, and it's a quick and cheap meal for us to prepare. And I think the customers will like it. You can cook them, no matter what, on the frying pan or on the Plancha? Plancha? Plancha, I'll get my words right sooner or later. Plancha. It's just basically deep frying them until they're nice and golden. Bit of seasoning, that'll do.
We're offering something that I suppose any sort of culture can relate to, because it doesn't really relate to any culture, if that makes sense. It's not Italian, it's not English, it's not French. It's just,
Now choose your words carefully, Becca.
it's just mixing it up in our own way.
But to create magic in the kitchen, every sorcerer needs an apprentice.
I like eating food, but that's about as much experience as I get. I'm really good at that.
James has to learn what Carl can do. Within 6 months, James will be able to do.
He's doing a good job. It's about time he did something.
Do you want me to eat the lettuce or wear it?
Ta-da!
Oh, that looks nice. Thank you.
And this is not the only dish Carl has devised. He has plenty more clever ideas.
And here we go. A burnt Neapolitan. There you go. Bob's your uncle. Have a try. Oh.
With the bar menu sorted,
I'll pay for that.
all the Joneses need is the utilities reconnected at the bar so they can stock up on food and get ready for the opening.
One word. Yum.
But the next morning,
Nothing on.
they still have no electricity or water.
Oh. So that's it.
Everyday living costs and their 80-mile commute mean that they are now down to their last €120, and their opening day is drifting further away.
My advice is have a lot of money because you've got to live for 2 months and you earn nothing in that time.
At the moment, the situation is dire. I've got enough food in the cupboards for the next 3 days.
I'm getting annoyed about it.
You ever tried living with 2 blokes that don't get food? They've become very ratty.
The Joneses filed their request at the Spanish Water and Electricity Board over 2 weeks ago. All they can do now is wait and hope.
God! Are you all right? Have you hurt your back?
How embarrassing. You missed the whole thing.
If you lose your sense of humour, you might as well just curl up your toes and die.
I can't get up.
The Joneses may be in a difficult situation, but if they can turn it around over the next week, they may still be in with a chance of success.
I'm dire. You're desperate.
Money can't buy your happiness, but it certainly helps you along in life.
My mobile's been cut off, mine and Carl's, and hers is going to be cut off next. I'm getting frightened. Might have to sell this place before we even open it.
Next week we're going to be homeless, we're going to be barless, we can't afford the rent, we need the electric on. I just literally said, listen, I'm at my wit's end. What can you do? So we're literally just crying out for help now.
Just 15 kilometres down the road in Fuengirola, it's the height of the summer season and the start of a new day for Sam's Bar.
Oh, I tell you, honestly, God.
Its owners, Gary and Karen, have been working hard to make Sam's a success. But this morning, they are leaving it in the care of their staff while they enjoy a slice of their new life in the sun.
Karen, will you just slow down a bit?
I'm excited.
I know you're excited.
With a parasailing trip booked by Karen, something she had promised herself she would do once the bar was up and running.
This is the guy that we're looking for.
This is the guy we're looking for. It's the guy you're looking for.
I am, yes.
Karen,
I'm Karen, I am.
Yeah. Kevin, right? Gary, you're not scared, are you?
Absolutely, yes, I am.
The port is the starting point of today's trip. After months of hard work at their bar, Gary and Karen will have a chance to get a bird's eye view of the Costa del Sol as they rise 600 feet in the air in a parachute towed by a powerboat.
These are like bloody jelly.
Not everyone is excited about it, though.
I'm really not looking forward to it. My stomach is just doing somersaults here, like, you know, but things we do for Karen.
Scared?
No, anxious.
Anxious?
That's the word. I might kind of let go of my heart at some point.
Are you ready?
No, Karen, you know I'm not.
Time for a quick safety briefing.
Fire exits are here.
Up until this morning, I loved it here in the Costa del Sol.
It's beautiful.
And in around about half hour's time, I'm going to love it once again.
And there's no turning back.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's a rare chance for the pair to enjoy their incredible surroundings as they take in the views of the Costa del Sol and also of their bar, Sam's, which has steadily been growing in popularity over the course of the summer.
I knew that we'd do okay, but I didn't believe that we'd do this well. It's exceeded expectations, which is just, for me, yeah, I'm definitely living the dream. The future is looking rosy.
It's fantastic now I'm back. I can't be in Mexico.
It was amazing. You're looking a bit green. The same colour as the sea.
Same colour as the sea.
Gary might not have enjoyed the trip, but just 2 weeks later, there's a piece of news which does cheer him up.
You just want to top that up with hot water, do you? No problem.
Gary and Karen had a firm goal when they opened, to make Sam's the most popular bar in Fuengirola, and now they've reached an important milestone.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could just have your attention, please, just for 1 minute, just 1 minute of your time. We just want to announce something that's we're very proud of, an achievement we made here today, actually. When we first started off a little over 4 months ago, we went on TripAdvisor, which I'm sure you've all heard about. And in the area of Fuengirola and Los Beliches, there at the time was 650 bars and restaurants along the coast here. Obviously, we were new in, and we were ranked 656. It was our aim, obviously, to try and get ourselves up, get into the top 100 initially, and then from there on in, try and build on it. But today we received yesterday, we received notification from TripAdvisor themselves that the bar that you are now sat on, Sam's Bar today, we actually got to #1. Thanks very much for that. So it's obviously it's mine and Karen's bar, but we've got a tremendous team behind us as well. And yeah, we do work hard, and it's the reviews that people like yourselves you put in for us as well. And you know, we don't.
Whether we get a free drink or not.
Do you get a free drink? We actually put the prices up now. We're #1. So thanks for reminding me of that. Tonight, ladies and gents, 10% on top of your bills tonight, courtesy of this man here. Thank you, sir.
After putting so much into the business, they couldn't have dreamed of a better result.
Very proud moment for us. 600 bars and restaurants here in Fuengirola in the Costa del Sol, and there it is, #1.
It's a bit overwhelming, really, in 4
It is.
months. We didn't expect it this soon. It's, I didn't expect #1, really.
Not really. 650 odd.
Top 10 maybe, but #1.
There are still 2 months before the end of the summer season, and the big question now is, what's next for the owners of the best bar in Fuengirola? Next time, there's an important family conference.
I think a line needs to be drawn in the sand.
As the Joneses fight to keep their dream alive.
No, I don't want to go back to the UK.
Matt is on the look for clients.
Here we are, 2 people, looking good.
But will his demonstration win the work he so desperately needs?
You did something for me that really sort of changed my life.
And at the end of their first season,
I'm the cocktail queen at the moment.
Gary and Karen reckon they've made it.
Is that what you're going to give me?
And now have their eyes on a new business.
Basically, me and Karen won it.
Every year, thousands of Brits head to Europe for a dream new life.
To a dad, that is just pure pleasure.
This is heaven on earth.
But sunshine and scenery and a great lifestyle need to be paid for.
My bank is empty. We've got nothing left.
So to fund their fairy tale,
Get your little fishy when the boat comes in.
brave Brits are taking the plunge and going into business. On this series, we follow those expats.
Dave, you got any euros?
Setting up anything from bars and boat charters in Spain to vineyards and B&Bs in France.
Not happy. Not happy.
But will they flourish?
Going to do it, we must do it properly.
Or will they fail?
Money doesn't grow on trees.
It is life or death.
And can they really make a life in the sun pay?
Fans broke down.
You are joking.
It went bang.
On today's show, two Londoners race to open a restaurant and B&B in France.
But absolutely right now, that seems slightly impossible.
But have they bitten off more than they can chew?
Finish outside, finish bedrooms, finish swimming pool. It's basically just like finish everything.
Will a series of setbacks?
The more I walk, I get to the stage where I will just collapse.
Threaten the future of this Spanish bar?
So if I couldn't leave Millie, now I can't leave Mum, so I can't go in and help Steve at the bar.
And the couple opening an observatory in France.
It's hugely important that this works because we don't actually have a plan B.
But will their dream be lost in translation?
I'm just not used to the French tape measures. Numbers are all in foreign.
In France, there are more Michelin-starred restaurants than anywhere else in the world, and it's easy to see why. The country is home to 400 different types of cheese and many vineyards, which produce some of the most expensive vintage wines in the world. And now it's become a top destination for Brits looking to make a livelihood in this food lover's paradise.
One or a white one? I literally now feel that I'm about to live off the land. This is like the final frontier.
This hamlet near Vertillac in the southwest of France has just become home to Londoners Joe Gell and partner Alice Barnett, who are setting up their own restaurant and B&B.
You do this for the lifestyle, and you do this because it's something that you love doing. And we're never going to be millionaires, but look where we live, and look at our standard of living is amazing. The food we eat is amazing. It's worth all the money in the world.
Joe and Alice moved here 5 months ago to take over La Lunaire. This collection of beautifully renovated farmhouse buildings is set in its own stunning grounds, with a swimming pool and panoramic views of the local area. Joe and Alice could only dream of being able to afford something like this in the south of England.
Probably most people our age have decided to have children by now, and we decided to get a restaurant instead.
Joe and Alice do have previous experience of running restaurants, but they've never run a B&B, so the pressure is on. They've got a lot on their plate before they can start earning. Priority number 1 is to open the restaurant in time for Easter, and that's in just 9 days' time.
List of jobs to do, it literally is finish restaurant, finish kitchen, finish outside, finish bedrooms,
finished swimming pool. It's basically just like finish everything.
Today, Jo's working on the kitchen. It was once a stable block. Now she wants it to be fitted out with all the mod cons a chef needs.
They're prep benches, so they're easy to clean and yeah, I've got 2 of those. Get a massive cooker in as well. But yeah, so it's going to be our kitchen eventually.
Meanwhile, Alice is throwing herself into transforming the dining area.
This will be the restaurant. In the summer, we'll have a ton of people outside as well, with all the doors open, which will be gorgeous. But right now, it's going to be Easter. It's going to probably be quite cold, so that's where they go.
Looks nice in here, doesn't it? Ready for service. Yeah.
The minute before we open on Easter weekend, I think we'll be so scared. I think we'll be running on adrenaline and absolutely falling over with complete terror. The first customer that walks through the door, I'm gonna have to try not to be that sort of, oh my God, you're here and you need stuff and I need to do stuff.
I'm excited. This is what we've always wanted. So, you know, for us, it's brilliant. Yeah, I'm excited and scared. Both of those things.
So far, things are looking promising, with the bookings diary filling up. But with the kitchen and dining room still to finish and a menu to plan, Jo and Alice have plenty to keep them busy.
You know, at the end of the day, when we open the doors, this has to be perfect. Our customers have to come in and we are doing that still cliche thing about the dock with the legs whizzing, but by the time we open our doors, which is only 1 week from now really, we have to be serene and calm, and it's just like, come on in, may I get you an aperitif? But absolutely right now that seems slightly impossible.
Javier on the Costa Blanca. Lying in the shadow of the Montgo Mountain and one of the most popular resorts in the region. The town started attracting Brits more than 30 years ago, who fell for the area's clear blue seas, stunning beaches and endless sunshine. They loved it so much that many of these expat visitors have never left, taking advantage of the bargain property prices. A 3-bed townhouse here can be bought for under £50,000. Steve Stallion, his fiancée Kelly and mother-in-law Gail have been here for 5 months now, living their dream life of running a bar in the sun.
I think living in Spain is amazing.
Yes, living.
It's an amazing way of life.
Yes.
Absolutely love it.
And you feel like you've got a good life. And that's what I think is important to us. And that's what
Yeah.
we always strive for, is a good workplace, but then also having a place where we live, where, you know, we can, like on our day off, go to the beach.
With just a tiny renovation budget of €10,000, the Stallions have turned a disused club into a family bar and grill, Gecko.
It's a bit surreal, actually. We're now making our own money, which is brilliant.
The cash to make this happen has come from Gail's savings, but the family are convinced they can earn it back by serving high-end food.
Here we got some really high cuisine. That was really perfect.
Everything was freshly from the market. Really enjoyed it, yes.
It's now August. The town is packed with holidaymakers. Despite many bars offering cheaper food and drink, Steve and Gail are sticking to their upmarket menu.
Pasta. The feedback is so good. We've got so many positive people on our side that I do feel positive about it.
But to help cut costs, Steve's running the bar with a skeleton staff, and that means he and Gail are both working 6 long days a week.
And then there's 3 burgers, Gecko burgers.
3 special burgers at £9.50.
Tonight is starting well. These customers have just ordered the most expensive burgers on the menu, and a special salmon dish too.
I'd go for the 7. It's delicious. And what else?
It's got...
Is it with risotto?
Yeah.
Oh, and then that's the last of the 7.
But there's a problem.
What?
There's been crossed wires between Steve and the waitress.
Ah! I made the wrong order.
Steve has prepared one too many of the expensive salmon dishes and the customers are short of a burger. It's a mistake which is going to cost him money and a possible bad review.
Shouldn't happen, you know what I mean? But I'm tired and taking their order and I'm not listening and then I wrote it down and then I couldn't find the pads where I put it. And I was like, no, they definitely have.
Did he add water again?
No, it's fine. Doc, just tell them 2 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe we didn't write it down. Usually we write it down and put it in the kitchen. Could be our fault.
Over to Gail to try to limit the damage.
We do apologise for getting your order wrong. The burger's on its way. Free drink. Is the food okay?
Gail has rescued Steve's mistake and the night is back on track.
They refused the drink and said not to worry. So the one guy said all night. I said, I knew you were going to cash in on it.
But with the season now in full swing, a tired chef and an understaffed bar, will they be able to keep up the good work? Conflans in southwest France, a tiny town that's home to just 3,000 people. This tranquil spot is famous for its stunning 13th century granite bridge and is surrounded by miles upon miles of rolling countryside.
Where's the blue ball bench? Did you find it in the end?
And for former university researchers Sue and Andrew Davis, it's the perfect location to launch their unusual new business. Andrew's passion is astronomy, and this area has some of the darkest and clearest skies in the whole of France.
I started being interested in astronomy when I was about 11 and been hooked ever since. I saw the rings of Saturn through a telescope when I was at grammar school, and that was it.
Andrew and Sue have left Cheshire for a new life in Conflans. They're hoping to turn their passion into profit by setting up their own observatory and adjoining B&B. This ordinary rundown farm will soon become what they're calling an astro farm.
It's somewhere where people can come and relax and enjoy the night sky. So I think Astro Farm is more my dream than it is Sue's.
Well, you're the astro bit, I'm the farm bit, aren't I? So
You're farming.
we've got 4 letters each, so it's quite fair. It's quite fair.
Sue and Andrew's new home includes a bungalow, 3 outbuildings and 2.5 acres of land.
So the actual house was €55,000, which is probably around about 45,000 sterling at the time when we bought. A bargain.
Absolute bargain.
They're now spending around €30,000 turning a stable into an accommodation block and clearing the land. Building the observatory itself will cost them another €10,000, and their tight budget means they have just 3 months to complete it before they run out of cash to live on.
It's hugely important that this works because we don't actually have a plan B, do we?
No.
We don't have any other form of income, so in terms of making a living out of being here, we need to make enough to live on, to survive.
It's now August. Andrew and Sue still need to build the accommodation for visitors who are coming in autumn, the start of the best stargazing season. They need to put up walls, plaster, plumb in a bathroom and decorate. And to cut costs, they're doing it all themselves.
You do the roughy-tufty stuff with the big drills.
I do the building.
And the knocking down. You quite like the knocking down.
You do the making good.
And I do the planning. Yeah, I put it all back together, sort it out. We've done this. This is us. Entirely us. Our graft. Our ideas, our vision.
But for now, it seems there's an issue with Andrew's building skills.
It doesn't help. For some reason, I don't know why, I tend to measure things and I see things differently than they actually are. Once I've cut this, it's not going to fit up there because it's a different measurement.
I've got to find a way of filling that now because he didn't quite measure it correctly, so I shall have to bring my skills to bear now, won't I, to
Crack on.
to fill all the gaps up.
Once boarded, the next job will be plastering and decorating before building enough bunk beds for 8 guests.
I have.
Let's see, has it?
It actually fits. I don't believe it. Oh, there's a little gap.
Oh no, what's this big gap this side of the wood? Look how far it goes off, look, from a
Listen,
third.
for me...
Quite good for you, yeah.
So I've got to trim it. No, not quite. I'm just not used to the French tape measures.
It's the foreign numbers on it, isn't it?
The numbers are all in foreign. I wish I'd learnt French when I was at school.
I said last night when I came in here, I can't believe what he's done. Absolutely amazing.
Ta-da!
We can... It's not bad. You're getting better.
It's not bad
what
for me.
What a shame you've nearly finished now. You've got the hang of it. Hooray!
Job 1 done, but there's still a stack to do. Sue and Andrew have a long way to go.
We'll get done what we get done. We can't work any more hours than we're working now unless we actually give up on sleep altogether. What will be done will be done.
On the outskirts of Vertiac, Joe and Alice have been working round the clock, turning an old stable block into a top-class restaurant, which they'll call A Table. They've made great progress, clearing, painting and furnishing the dining room, ready for an Easter opening.
We wanted to go for a little bit eclectic without... we definitely don't want to be pretentious. So shabby chic is probably what we like, really, isn't it?
You can lose your big red wine glass. It's just a way of being shabby, but in a good way, isn't it?
Easter weekend is just around the corner, and bookings for their opening are coming in thick and fast.
We had a rough idea of how many people it would seat, but then as soon as you get your bookings in, you then have to think, oh, actually, can we set the tables up in that way?
It'll be easier in the summer when we have the outside, we have the terrace outside, and then we can seat more people, and also, you know, things will be different in the fact that we don't have to kind of squidge people in.
People change, they phone up every day and say, oh, we're a 3, now we're a 4, now we're a 2, this and the other, and we're only really small, so it's sort of it is a little bit of a juggle with the tables.
They fitted the oven and prep areas in the kitchen to meet the needs of head chef Joe.
It's really, really nice to have been able to design my own kitchen. We only got the fridge 2 days ago and the cooker 2 days ago. I mean, I love having like all my herbs and spices and vinegars and oils, you know, within easy reach, which I didn't before. They were like halfway across the kitchen. So that's all going to really work for me.
But it's one thing having a good kitchen, quite another to run a successful service. And everything is riding on their opening night.
It's the first weekend, so, you know, having the customers here for the first time, I think we're providing them a real treat. We're not going to make any money this weekend, but we are going to serve something that I think is really lovely.
It's early morning.
Got it. Got bags. Good. Excellent.
And Joe and Alice are heading to nearby Vertiac to pick up the ingredients for tomorrow's service. The south of France is famed for its food markets, selling the freshest of ingredients and French delicacies to streams of customers. Vertiac is no different. Unless you turn up at 7 a.m.
Bonjour. Ça va? Oui, ça va bien, merci.
With 17 people booked in for the grand opening, Joe and Alice are determined to beat the rush.
Yeah, you have to get here really, really early. It's normally busier than this, the market, but this particular stall is so popular because it's local, organic produce, and they do sell out. So when we're buying in restaurant quantities, we need to get here as he's jumping out of the car. Grab it off him.
I'm going to take all this kale.
You're going to go for all of it?
I don't know, I should have probably just taken the box, shouldn't I? It's just the best kale. It's amazing. Converts people that don't even like it.
Yeah, that's really true.
It's a lot to do still, but it's nice to be starting cooking, getting the produce in, and yeah, excited and terrified.
Back from the shops.
Our Table is well off the beaten track, so with no passing trade, they're going to have to rely on word of mouth. Jo's hoping an Easter-themed feast will get people talking, so tomorrow she's serving softly boiled eggs to start, roast spring lamb, and a hot cross bun dessert.
Yeah, I've got the hot cross buns, the stock which is on now, blanch the asparagus, boil the eggs, boil and peel the eggs, do the spuds. What I'll do is with the spuds, they're going to be fondant potatoes, so I will cook them in the stock, and then tomorrow I'll cook them off again. Hopefully by the time the opening weekend comes, I will have very little to do. You know, it will just be a matter of getting heat into things and getting it on a plate.
Out front, Alice is adding the finishing touches to the dining area.
Everything has to match and be kind of perfect in that way. So you come and feel like you're being so looked after, and yeah, decent wine glasses. We go to some restaurants which have really rubbishy little tatty wine glasses and things like that. We don't really like that. We're not top of the range by any stretch, but we want it to be comfortable and enjoyable and a little bit of luxury for sure.
In just 24 hours' time, the first diners will be seated.
Oh, it looks great.
I'd want to come and eat here, wouldn't you?
It's beginning to look like a restaurant.
But the big question is, will all Alice and Jo's efforts be worth it when the doors of a Table open for the very first time?
I'm going to be nervous from the first minute that we open the doors tomorrow, without doubt. How about you?
I'm nervous until the last plate goes out, and then I'm drinking champagne.
It's been a month since former university researchers Sue and Andrew arrived in Confalon to build a stargazing B&B on a rundown farm.
Once the building's done, I'm retired.
Yeah.
That's me doing my hobby 24/7.
And I can't complain, I can't moan at him that, you know, you're not stopping out again all night looking at those stars. They're the same ones as last night. I really don't see the point. You did it last night, they haven't done anything different, have they? No. How tedious.
They've now boarded out the accommodation block, which will cater for 8 astronomers. But for now, to make the most of the summer sun, they're leaving the bunkhouse and starting work on the observatory itself.
Tell you what though, we haven't half got fit since we've been here. We both lost loads of weight.
The observatory needs to be away from the main house to take full advantage of the dark night skies, so that means making an entire building from scratch.
We're digging out the footings for the observatory, which is really, it's like a big garage. So we've got to have a really firm base before it goes in because of the weight of it. This particular observatory will have one telescope up at the top, and the roof will roll off.
But Sue and Andrew have a tight renovation budget and are using all their savings. So to make the money stretch, the centrepiece to their business will be a €1,200 flat-packed shed.
It's like a bottom-end market conservatory, really, isn't it? It's a wooden shed on a platform.
And they've also found a way to cut corners on their catering facilities.
It was an outside loo, and we've converted it into a little coffee shop so people don't have to truck all the way to the other end for teas, coffees and hot chocolate during the night in the winter.
But it's the observatory's perfect location that Andrew hopes will attract guests.
So we need an unobstructed view south, which is why this observatory is at this end of the field. So we've got the field in front of us and then 240 miles of national park to the south. So we've got no street lights, we've got no sort of obstructions in the way.
Sue and Andrew want the observatory open in 7 weeks. For just 2 people, there's still a vast amount to do. So they've come up with a clever plan to get them to the finishing line, bribing friends with the lure of the stars.
So we're sort of doing like a mini exchange type thing, so they come and do 4 hours, 5 hours a day, and we provide board and lodge for them, pick them up from the airport, drop them back again, which is what we're doing this morning.
Today, Andrew is heading off to the airport to pick up his friend Dave to help with the precision build of the observatory.
Here we are. Welcome to Limoges Airport. Buddy, you all right, mate? Good to see you.
Yeah, you too, mate.
Good flight?
Yeah, fantastic.
Brilliant, excellent. Dave is an engineer by trade, so he's very technically minded, very precise. So the plan is, I got the foundation done yesterday, and then tomorrow I'll go and buy some sand and cement, and we'll put the blockwork in on top of the foundation.
Cool.
And start unpacking the observatory and start putting that up.
But even with the priceless help from friends, it's still going to be tight getting the observatory ready on time.
Welcome to the farm.
In Javier on the Costa Blanca, it's a landmark moment for the stallion family.
Got her little juice box and snack box ready. So excited.
It's the first day of nursery for Kelly and Steve's daughter, Millie.
Good job, well done. Wow, you're going to look so pretty.
Millie has just turned 2.5 and so far has been looked after by Mum Kelly. Starting school means Kelly will now be able to help out at the understaffed bar.
Keep getting kissed.
Have a lovely day at school, my baby. Oh, I love you. See you at lunchtime. Oh, wipe it away.
Steve and Kelly have chosen a fee-paying bilingual school in town where pupils are taught in Spanish and English. In the UK, a similar school would have cost the stallions around £1,000 a month. Here, it costs about a quarter of that.
We have to pay for this school. I think it's €240 a month.
We would have taken the step a long time ago in England if we could have afforded it. We really would have.
I don't think we'd put money into private school in England, though, would we?
No, whereas we couldn't afford private school.
And after a trial run, Kelly and Steve are confident they've chosen well.
You know, we walked in the classroom, she took her in to play with some little kids, and someone, you know, the teacher took us and walked us around and explained things to us. It just felt right, it felt good.
Hey, baby girl. Wait a minute, let's do your shoesies. Have a kiss. I'm gonna miss you. Put your baggie on. Right. Excited.
5 minutes later, without so much as a tear,
It's just hard leaving her.
it's the first childcare-free morning for Steve and Kelly.
I'm really excited for her.
It is really exciting for her.
Yeah, I don't particularly want you to. I want to stay in the parking lot for the whole 4 hours, really,
Yeah.
so I'm right there.
I feel good, but I also feel sick as well.
I want to buy a house right next door to the school so I can actually... That's how I feel. We can actually spend some time together, baby.
I know.
But Steve and Kelly's plans are short-lived.
Is that Mum?
What?
Mum? Mum?
As they get home to find Grandma Gail is in agony.
You okay? Do you want me to get an ambulance out you?
Get me some paracetamol from the cupboard.
Okay.
She's gone up to go to the toilet and she can't move.
Right, okay.
It's like somebody's got a poker and they're poking me in the back and then it affects this whole leg.
I think we have to call an ambulance.
Okay.
I've had back problems all my life. It's just that I've never had it so intensified and for so long. The more I walk, I get to the stage where I will just collapse. I can't walk.
This is a massive blow for the stallions. Gail can't stand up, so will no longer be able to work in the bar.
Usually if someone's sick or if they're throwing up, you can kind of say, right, we need to go to the hospital because of dehydrating. But with something like this, only Mum can gauge and tell us what she needs. I've never seen my mum like she's not one to cry from pain. So when she was in tears just now, yeah. I think what worries me is that, obviously, the language barrier. I'm just scared that, I don't know.
There's an emergency number for the doctors. There's 2 different ambulances we can call.
But now it's opening time, so Steve has to leave Kelly to look after her mum.
I've got to set the bar up. If you just call if you need it, okay? So I can be back in 10 minutes. Need it, okay? Okay.
And Kelly's prospects of helping out at the bar have disappeared.
And it's hard because obviously there's so few of us to work at the bar. I mean, I could go in, but I can't leave Mum now. So like before I couldn't leave Millie, now I can't leave Mum, so I can't go in and help Steve at the bar.
She's 62, so she's she's got great energy, but physically you get to a point where your body's like, oh man, there's only so much you can do.
This couldn't have happened at a worse time. It's peak season and the bar is understaffed. Will the Stallions be able to handle this family crisis?
Count. 1, 2, 3. Usually you do 5.
Oh.
How's it feeling? Push.
1, 2, 3. Enough?
In the Dordogne, it's the grand opening of Joe and Alice's restaurant. They need to prepare 5 courses ready for the 24 customers who are booked in for a fine dining experience.
I came to work at 2 o'clock this morning and, I had a little bit of a sleep. But we're good, I think.
But just a couple of hours before service, there's a problem. The one and only waitress hasn't shown up.
Hey, salut, Josephine, it's Alice. I'm just hoping that you're still going to come and work with me today. Give me a call back, let me know what's going on. See you later, bye. If she doesn't turn up, I don't know.
But while it might not be going to plan out front, Joe is feeling confident about the food.
My amuse-bouche is prawn with mango salsa. My starter is egg and soldiers. That's asparagus spears wrapped in truffle-seasoned bread with smoked salmon, crispy dippy egg, hollandaise sauce and pea shoots. My main's roast leg of lamb with all the trimmings. And then dessert is called Who Lost the Hot Cross Buns? That's because bread and butter pudding in French is pain perdu, which means lost bread. And that's coming with a bitter orange sauce and some beautiful salted caramel ice cream, which is made just up the road by the Happy Cows up the road.
And all that topped off with a cheese board.
We're feeling confident, aren't we, Sharon?
She's serving everything with the help of friend and sous chef Sharon.
We are cooking on gas then.
But they're not cooking on gas for very long. Their brand new kitchen is having a few teething problems.
We've had a bit of a problem with wiring. This oven doesn't work because it keeps fusing everything. So, we don't have this oven. We do have this oven, which is wonderful.
We have managed to produce things without a cooker before.
30 people on a camping stove.
Yep, we did it.
Yep, because you're very good and I'm not too bad.
It's now just over an hour until opening, and Alice's waitress still hasn't shown up.
People will turn up in an hour, there's no question. I am so far off being set up. Anyway.
So Joe's mum, Tanya, has been drafted in to help. But she's not quite meeting Alice's exacting standards.
Good, I think it's coming together. Might have a little tiny sort out. A little tiny. She's gonna kill me. I'll put a plate down on that. It's like that big.
But thankfully, just before the customers are due, the missing waitress turns up after a confusion over the start time. With customers arriving, Jo needs to get a dozen plates of softly boiled eggs with her asparagus soldiers out to the tables.
If you chop the tops off, they're absolutely fine. Just, chill out. how they are. If you leave the tops on, they'll overcook.
They'll carry on.
Sorry.
But there's a problem with the eggs.
It's not dippy enough. They're supposed to be dippy eggs.
It's too late to worry now. The customers are waiting to deliver their verdicts. In Compilation, Sue and Andrew are racing to get their stargazing B&B ready for their opening. So this week, their friend Dave has just flown in to help build the observatory from scratch.
Ding, 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 ding. We should probably get the mayor to come up and do this, shouldn't we? You ready? Ta-da!
It's finally time to start building.
Go the other side and we'll take a corner each to the unveiling.
We're going back.
The observatory. But just how complicated can it be?
Destructions. Go on, you go and read.
I know I was going to put them somewhere safe.
No, you go and read.
Oh, was it all in French?
Oh, I don't know, no, wait. Yes.
Yeah. It's all pictures, actually, it's not too bad. Andrew does the actual hammering and I read the instructions carefully.
Men don't read instructions.
No, men don't read instructions.
Highly overrated.
Men just grab a screwdriver and a hammer.
It's more fun to try and work it out like doing a jigsaw without a picture. It's a garage, basically, that we've bought that needs constructing together, but it's got the right shaped roof that means that we can do that separately and make it a roll-on, roll-off for the observatory. So this is quite a big day for us, opening the blue box.
And Andrew reckons the flat-pack shed is a bargain.
I mean, out of all the observatories that I've built, this is probably going to be the easiest.
How many observatories have you built, though?
None yet. I've got a shed.
Andrew can't wait to start.
You can't imagine how excited I am.
But building a roof that can roll on and off with the flick of a switch will need careful planning.
The shed itself is like building a normal shed. The challenge is going to be getting the roof to roll smoothly and just roll back far enough and not too far and level so that it doesn't roll back on its own and roll forward on its own.
What's the worst that can go wrong?
The worst that could possibly go wrong is we don't get the shed built.
Not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. So, yeah, we'll get the shed built.
We'll get the shed built. We'll have a roof that moves.
Dave's only here for 2.5 more days, and this job is taking much longer than expected. They've spent a couple of hours just unpacking the shed. And with light fading, the real work is now going to have to start tomorrow.
I'm really impressed with that roof.
It doesn't take much to make you happy, does it, darling?
I've got a shed.
I'm so pleased. Pleased with the shed.
I've got a shed.
But the next morning, there's a setback. Heavy rain means that work on the observatory has to be abandoned.
So today, for the first time, we've actually been driven indoors and had to have a change of plan because we've got torrential rain and howling gales.
So while Andrew and Dave head off into town to get building supplies, it's a chance for Sue to paint the guest accommodation.
Yeah, that's nice. Lovely covering. Oh, look at that rain now. The real satisfying thing here is that when we look round, we've done this. And that's been really nice because we've had the chance to sort of talk and it's transformed the relationship, it really has. We've loved just being just him and me here with the dogs and the cats. It's probably been better than even having a holiday. Oh, there's the boy.
Thankfully, the rain passes and it can finally be all hands on deck.
Hopefully, if the weather plays along, we'll get this up. By the end of the week, I'll have a fully functioning observatory.
But there's still a mountain of work to get through, and time is going very quickly.
The plan is, there is no plan.
I've got a plan, I've even got it written in the diary. I haven't looked at it for a long time, so I've got no idea how far off plan we are.
Share it with me, Mum.
We just put our heads down and get on with it, really. We're just ploughing through the work.
We know where we've got to be in 6.5 weeks' time, and we know what needs doing to get there.
In the French Dordogne at Joe and Alice's restaurant, the grand opening weekend is underway.
We shall bring you a drink and we'll be right with you.
Today, rave reviews are essential in order to drum up future business.
We're a destination place. I mean, you can see we're in the middle of nowhere. You can't find us. We don't advertise, so we are totally word of mouth.
Joe's hoping her lavish 5-course Easter menu at just €19.50 a head will get the locals talking.
I think it's going to be a nice meal. I think it's, yeah, I'm not making a load of money, but we're doing good stuff.
For the starter, Joe has made soft-boiled egg and asparagus soldiers, and they've gone down a storm.
Compliments to the chef.
Clean plates are a great sign, and in the kitchen, Joe's now turning her attention to the main course.
3 lamb straight away and a chicken.
A choice of roast chicken or lamb with local organic vegetables.
OK, so exactly the same, but it's got lamb gravy. Is that a problem, you think? That'll be all right. Yeah, but it's not up to you.
All Joe's prep seems to be paying off with a smooth service.
If it's not nice, I'll drink it. I'll give you something else.
Finally, time for dessert of bread and butter pudding made from hot cross buns.
We're on desserts now. Almost done. It's almost done. We're about to crack open the champagne and, yeah, applaud ourselves.
And the diners are already singing Joe's praises.
They're like, the chappie in the kitchen's doing a fabulous job.
The chap.
A fabulous job.
Yeah, so I always get called Monsieur. I'm exhausted. It's the end of the weekend and, yeah, I'm absolutely shattered. But I think everyone's having a good time. We made absolutely no money. And hopefully we've provided people with an excellent meal.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much.
So glad to...
Oh, I will.
Everyone's happy?
Wiping their plates.
Brilliant. No washing up to do, which is good because we've got no water in the kitchen.
Perfect.
Absolutely
One
wonderful.
of the best meals we've had since we've been in France, and we've been here a number of years.
So the favourite dish for me was the starter, so the sort of retake on sort of boiled eggs and soldiers. So that was the best bit for me. So very creative, very tasty, different flavours. Yeah, really good idea.
Beautiful presentation and lovely food ideas. We thought it was lovely.
Excellent meal, very good. Beautiful meal, most enjoyable. We will return.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yeah, let's crack the good stuff. Now that the customers are gone.
Yeah.
Let's get the posh
rubbish
stuff out.
Well done, everyone. This is our opening weekend.
Yeah, opening weekend. Woo!
Nice one, everyone.
Did it.
If Joe and Alice carry on like this, they will be well on the way to making a success of the first stage of their new business. Now they can start thinking about their B&B. Next time.
This is really crucial. They've got to get this absolutely level.
Sue and Andrew race towards opening day.
This could be a complete disaster.
But will they finish in time?
Because it's all trial and error, and of course there isn't a lot of room for error now.
It's a big day on the Costa Blanca as Steve and Kelly work together for the very first time.
Steve and I worked together before and it didn't go so well. Well, we tended to argue quite a lot. Like, we'd be in the kitchen and be like, and then we'd go out front and be like, hi, how are you?
And just 24 hours before its first guests arrive.
Some people like hairdryers, somewhere to hang your clothes up, really.
It's time for the finishing touches at Joe and Alice's B&B.
The sticky labels have been up for quite a long time and none of it has really been done.
It's a dream chased by thousands of Brits each year.
It's a wonderful way of life.
Heading to Europe to set up new lives and businesses in the sun.
Get it!
They're seduced by gorgeous scenery.
It's a beautiful place to live, it really, really is.
Year-round sun and a better, cheaper way of life.
I wonder what the temperature is for today.
But how easy is it to turn the dream into a reality?
This is like the final frontier.
In this series, we follow the expats as they say goodbye Blighty.
There's no reason for me to go back to the UK. I have nothing there.
And begin their new lives.
What could possibly go wrong now?
Setting up bars and restaurants in Spain.
I know, it ain't rocket science.
Gîtes and B&Bs in France.
Voila.
When nothing is ever as simple as it sounds.
We're starting to get sleepless nights because you're starting to get worried.
It's great. What more could I want?
On today's show,
Don't panic, Mr. Mannering, don't panic!
a pair of Brits find themselves all at sea.
I've never been out in a boat when it's broke down, ever. Never.
But is the pressure of their new business getting too much?
2 Valium and a glass of white wine, please.
The couple with a dream of running a French B&B and restaurant.
We've never had a full hotel plus a full service before.
Hit their busiest night yet.
I don't know how to do both.
And a bar on the Costa Blanca drafts in some extra help.
Mandy is a fun, energetic, fireball, opinionated little firecracker.
But a feather's about to be ruffled.
Could be the doghouse for when Stevie doesn't perform properly.
The Dordogne in southwest France. Home of world-class cuisine. Acres upon acres of rich, fertile soils produce fresh organic vegetables, including the famous cep mushroom. And there are more walnut trees here than anywhere else in Western Europe. For foodies Joe Gell and Alice Barnett, it's the ideal place to launch a top-class restaurant.
Go to this market and go to this trader and buy that. That's exciting. It's not like going to, a big supermarket chain. Nothing here has a carbon footprint, it's just, it literally is picked from the garden down the road, comes to a market stall and then comes to my table. And pretty much nothing's more than 2-3 days old.
Joe and Alice have been running their new restaurant, À Table, since Easter, and their cuisine is hitting all the right notes.
Very creative, very, very tasty, different flavours. Yeah, really, really good idea.
As well as a restaurant, they're also running a B&B, and now, a month after opening, they're facing their biggest challenge yet, as both the restaurant and accommodation are fully booked.
This is brand new to us, this stuff. We've never had a full hotel plus a full service before, and I've never done breakfast and lunch. So we have no idea what to do or how it's going to go.
I can't remember what I'm doing.
You can never remember what you're doing.
No, but when you're doing a breakfast followed by lunch.
No, because we've never done it before.
Absolutely.
No, I don't know. I don't know.
It's first thing in the morning. The couple have to make breakfast for a house full of guests before changing over the rooms ready for their next customers. And that's before they've even thought about lunch.
We have all of our customers. Some of them are checking out, some of them are checking in. And we need to do a very, very long Sunday lunch service at the same time. But we haven't got our heads around doing breakfast yet. I'm kind of looking at the clock going, I don't know how to do both.
With the washing up from a successful service still to do as well.
Got no plates, no cutlery. Yeah, so we're going to serve breakfast in hands today.
They're beginning to realise they may have overstretched themselves.
This morning we're doing a continental buffet breakfast. I've also got 6 people wanting a cooked breakfast. So we offer a cooked breakfast on a Sunday and we try and do lunch as well.
It's a big mistake.
In the future it's a mistake.
Out front, everything is ready.
I'm set. The table's set.
But the pressure is starting to show.
I'm going to set my tables and I'm going to go, right, okay, lamb, let's put mint sauce out and this out and the oven.
Don't put mint sauce out with breakfast.
With the croissants. No mint sauce with the croissants.
It's now 8:30 and the B&B guests have yet to emerge, meaning lunch could take a hit.
Today's absolutely crazy. I mean, normally I start at 6 in the morning just to do Sunday lunch, and I've done no prep at all really for Sunday lunch, so the people are going to arrive at 1 o'clock. If they get food, they're going to feel lucky. I love running a restaurant, and that's all fine, and cooking for people is all fine, but actually having people staying and then trying to direct what they have to do at any given moment, I find really, really uncomfortable.
And they've no idea when they'll be serving those final breakfasts.
Breakfast is between 8 and 10, but we have guests that didn't come in till about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, so we just accommodate people, and we're a little bit, possibly a little bit too accommodating. Because if people are down here at 10 having breakfast, they're not going to be done till 12, and then we've got people arriving for lunch, so we might have a tiny bit of a flashpoint there. It's 20 to 10. We've got to finish breakfast at some point because I can't be cooking breakfast and cooking Sunday lunch. What does one do?
I don't know. Go back on the door and go, wake up.
By 10:30, the guests still haven't surfaced. Joe has no option but to start on the lunch of roast beef and seasonal vegetables.
We're way beyond our actual breakfast time, although I'm not sure anyone actually told them that was actual breakfast time, so...
But on the plus side, pot washer Henry is reporting for duty. And then finally, just 2 hours before Sunday lunch, the B&B guests arrive for breakfast.
Henry, roasting trays, please.
At last, there's some good news for Joe. Fry-ups are off the menu.
We're doing all right because people were so hungover they couldn't eat, so we've done less breakfast than we anticipated.
But with the lunch guests now arriving, can they get all the food out on time?
Mainly because the breakfast really overran by such a ludicrous amount. My lunch services are maybe a little behind. Right, I have customers.
And these B&B rookies are back to doing what they know best.
Right, we need to get this gravy out. Okay. Well, we've got people that have came in at 12:30 and it's now 1:30 and they still not had their mains, so it's really important that we get their mains out. Lovely.
As the final dessert orders leave the kitchen, Joe and Alice have somehow managed to pull off another successful service.
The day's been absolutely bloody awful, but brilliant as well. When we came in this morning, it was just like there was so much work to do. But luckily, we've got an amazing team. Without them, it would have been bad.
After a long, hot shift in the kitchen...
All right, going in.
Time for a cool down. Summer bookings are now coming in thick and fast. That's good for the bank balance, but means Joe and Alice need to enjoy the sunshine when they can.
Oh, it's nice in here.
Andalusia, a region of southern Spain that has managed to retain much of its Pueblo charm. Towns and villages are dotted with whitewashed houses and tavernas, and meandering cobbled streets make you feel like you're stepping back in time. The coastal town of Estepona is no different. And to add to all that character, there's a stunning traditional marina, a base for yachts and boats of all shapes and sizes. And it's here where expats Jerry Ferguson and Heather Walker are planning to set up a dream business on the Med.
There's no stress. The Spaniards have got a fantastic expression, don't sweat the small stuff. It's not worth it. Life is for living, so get on the water. I love the people. The Spanish people are like they're like the Irish, Scots and the Welsh. They like a good night out, they like good food, they'll have a drink, they'll have a laugh, they'll have a sing-song.
I love Spain. I love the food. When I went back home again, it was the first thing that I smelled was a chip shop. You come over here, the first thing you smell if you go anywhere is either fresh air, flowers, or garlic.
Jerry and Heather left Glasgow behind to move to Estepona for a new life in the sun. And they've just started running their own fishing charter company. For lifelong fisherman Jerry, this is a dream come true, but Heather's still getting used to being behind the wheel.
It's not as easy as driving a car. You're on a flat surface, the road doesn't move. Here it's constantly pushing you all over the place.
Yeah, the wind catches it too.
Yeah, the wind catches it. You're all over the place.
Heather's skippering lessons start today. It's one of the first fishing trips of the summer, and the couple are welcoming 3 Welsh holidaymakers aboard.
Come on, Welsh.
But Jerry knows this day isn't just about fishing.
People that mess about in boats are all of the same ilk. They've got the same attitude. They want to have fun, have a couple of beers. If they catch a fish, that's a bonus.
Jerry and Heather charge €80 per person, which they split 50-50 with the owner of the boat. For that, the customers get a 4-hour fishing trip in temperatures that can reach 40 degrees. They're also treated to complimentary drinks and snacks.
Anybody want a bit of sushi?
Although this could be the only fish anyone sees today, as the customer's track record isn't good.
These guys have been to Barbados, the Bahamas, Jamaica, Cayman Islands. Right? Never caught anything.
Never caught anything?
Never caught anything. Didn't even see a fish. So the only time they saw a fish was in the supermarket or the restaurant.
All right, okay.
But Jerry is determined to bring about a change of fortune for the Welshmen. And in the process, gather some great reviews to bring in more customers.
They're expecting one of the busiest times in the Costa del Sol this year because the pound is so strong. We just need to try and catch whatever business is out there.
The pressure to attract customers is huge. The owner of the boat is allowing Jerry to use it as often as he likes, but only if Jerry guarantees at least 150 paying customers during the summer.
The boat's got to clear at least, I think, about €30,000 a year just to break even.
An hour into the trip, and there hasn't even been a bite. But charmer Jerry knows how to keep his customers entertained.
He got that cigar for just getting on the boat, because as you can see,
This guy knows a winner.
the diet is not working.
Jerry's a very colourful character, shall I say. Very colourful, always there to help somebody.
Keep holding that in, that's the stuff.
He always likes to make people laugh. He has an opinion on everything. He loves to shout at the telly and tell them all that they're doing everything wrong.
We've never went out and not caught fish. If we don't catch fish, it's down to your Welsh bad luck. You can cut the engines.
Experienced fisherman Jerry decides to move the boat 2 miles further away from the coast.
And the eagle has landed.
If the fish ain't biting, I can't do much about that. I hope the Welsh haven't brought us bad luck. We're going to hoist the Welsh dragon here to try and give us a bit of good luck.
And his tactics look to be paying off.
Give me a hand on it.
OK, I'll get you.
I'll get something on there.
Yeah, there's something there.
Oh my God!
Good God! It's an octopus.
Although the octopus escapes,
oh, back in the water.
The fishermen have finally had a bit of excitement.
I just felt the rod was
Got a lot bit heavier.
a lot heavier, but I was getting weaker under the two anyway.
And the fish just keep on coming.
La Rania. See the spines coming up the back? You see that? That's these 3 spines here. Very, very dangerous fish.
The red snapper.
And the caught one yesterday was that size. Just as we were bringing it over, it managed to wriggle off.
After 2 hours, Jerry and Heather head back to the port with 3 very satisfied customers.
And I kept on telling them that yesterday I'd be the first one to catch.
And you were? Is an octopus a fish?
No.
What is it?
It's an octopus.
It's been a great start to what Jerry and Heather hope will be a very busy season of their new business on the Med.
Everyone's meshing in properly now because I see the season's just started. The service that we offer is cheaper than any competition we have in the area. The boat we have is our big stable boat for the Med. A lot of people think the Mediterranean is a flat calm at all times. It's not. It can get rough out there.
The Costa Blanca, the White Coast. A 200-kilometre stretch of rocky shoreline along the crystal blue Mediterranean Sea, enjoying an average of almost 3,000 hours of sunshine a year, almost double that of the UK. And if that wasn't a good enough reason to live here, property is great value for money. A 2-bed bungalow can be snapped up for as little as £35,000. Since the start of the year, Steve Stallion, his fiancée Kelly and mother-in-law Gail have been calling the town of Javier their home.
I love it. I feel like I'm back home. I feel like I'm back where I belong.
With a budget of just €10,000, the Stallion family have renovated and are now running one of the biggest bars in town, Gecko. And their new business is in a dream location.
Like I do sit here now and I think, wow, how lucky are we to live here?
So far, they've built up a steady stream of business. It's now August and they're preparing for another day of service.
How's it going, Stevie? Did they come and take the fridges?
It's turning into a busy day with Steve's Gecko Burger drawing in plenty of punters.
He's a good chef.
He is.
But despite an increase in numbers, they still need even more customers in order to turn a profit.
From a financial point of view, where do you think we're at?
Underground.
We are getting busier, but
We need to find rent for the house. We need to find rent for the bar. We need to find lights, water, utilities. We don't want to sell the car because we need cars.
man, I'll tell you what, it's the biggest emotional roller coaster I've ever done ever. It's like one day I can smash out an amazing service, and then the next minute you're just like, boom, rock bottom, and you just think, what's the point?
But Steve and Gail are determined to make the bar pay and have hatched a plan which they hope will finish the season with a bang. In an hour, Gail's other daughter, Mandy, will be flying in. She's worked in catering for 15 years and will be sharing her expertise.
I'm very looking forward to it. I'm really excited about seeing her. I think it's very needed because it'll be a bit of relief.
It's been 6 months since the family last saw Mandy, and she can't wait to see their new venture.
I've always wanted to come to Spain. I'm going to practice all my bad Spanish.
Right now, we are trying to make the bar work, which we will do, and therefore we work together as a family.
Are you looking forward to seeing the bar?
I'm looking forward to seeing the bar and the home.
You're going to love Javier. It's beautiful, much prettier than this.
Mandy will have a day to acclimatise and catch up with the family before she checks out the bar.
Mandy is fun, energetic, fireball, opinionated little firecracker. She is amazing, so she's great.
And she's not afraid of voicing her opinions.
I like this place. It's smaller than I thought, but I like it. It's charming. I like the big windows. I love the pool.
In the morning, Steve will get to hear her take on the Gecko Bar and Grill.
I'm not really like, oh my God, I hope Mans likes it or anything, because at the end of the day, if she doesn't, she doesn't. But if she does love it, that's great. I'm hoping they'll be positive, and obviously she wants to get stuck in it and help and stuff.
With more hands on deck, will Gecko finally pay back for all the hard work this family have put in?
Just keep grafting and keep focusing and keep developing the business, and that's all we can do. So I just want to keep making it as valuable a business as possible.
Estepona in southern Spain, where Glaswegian former pub landlord Jerry Ferguson and his girlfriend Heather have set up home determined to build a new life in the sun.
The whole idea of coming to Spain was to change our old perspective in life, and this is exactly what it's done. I mean, look at the place, it's fantastic.
But despite their optimism, they've now been hit by some bad news. The boat they've been using has failed its seaworthy test. So the owner has decided to withdraw it from business at what should be their busiest time.
You're going to need to work. Nobody's going to give you for nothing. I mean, there's no social security here. If you don't earn, if you don't work, you don't eat.
But Jerry and Heather are determined to keep their dream alive by finding a replacement boat.
You want to drive over there?
Yeah, and just pull one.
Pull one.
So they're trawling the marinas of the Costa del Sol looking for something suitable and seaworthy. About About a quarter of the vessels here are owned by amateurs who only use them occasionally. Jerry wants to find one of these underused boats that would be suitable for his fishing charters and then split his earnings with its owner.
That's only 18, that's only 20 feet, Heather. Catch a lot. Catch a lot. I've got walking shoes bigger than that.
And it looks like their search has paid off. Jerry thinks he's found a boat that could work for them.
We're actually going down to see Fatam, the motor vessel Fatam. It's the new workplace, the new office.
A retired businessman from Yorkshire thinks he might be happy to let them use his boat for fishing charters. Fatam is almost double the length of Jerry and Heather's previous boat.
This is the only time that you'll find a guy saying, bigger is better.
Yeah, bigger is better this time.
Bigger is better.
I'm just going to pick you up.
Come on, Eric. An awful lot more equipment on this boat. This is an old boat, but everything in it is state of the art. Your galley station's here, there's fridges here, there's ice makers, you've got a fax machine. This is what's known as a liveaboard. You could live on this boat quite easily. My intention of doing is do like parties, engagement parties. We could actually do honeymoons on it. And I'm a ship's captain, remember, I can marry you. It's an old boat, but there's been a lot of money spent in doing it up. But who wouldn't want to come on a boat like this for a paltry €40 for 2 hours?
Time to take Fatam for a test drive under the watchful eye of owner Gary.
Are we cleared?
This is like being in a Bentley. It's like being in a Rolls Royce or a Bentley. The soundproofing's phenomenal. Phenomenal.
It's important this maiden voyage runs smoothly. The Costa is heaving with potential customers. Jerry and Heather need to get their business back up and running quickly to cash in on the lucrative summer season. Owner Gary is a boat fanatic, but doesn't know much about fishing.
I've been out with the previous owner. I can all we caught were a carrier bag.
Plastic carrier bag. But was it a Morrison's carrier bag?
No, it was Harrods.
Jerry will have to go all out to prove that Fatam will be in safe hands.
That's the Mediterranean roll. You see the wind's coming towards us, but the waves are actually heading that direction. You'll probably find there's an undercurrent going the exactly opposite direction.
It's full of information, isn't it? I learn every time I speak with him. I learn something.
You learn something. Well, that's how it should be.
Yeah.
That's how it should be.
And it looks like the trip's off to a good start.
Heather's downstairs mastering your radar and your sonar.
We'll go down past Sota Grande, and then we'll go out a little bit and then back in. Yeah.
Oh, it's solid. The boat feels solid.
But 40 minutes into the journey and already 2 miles away from port, there seems to be a problem. The engine warning alarm has just gone off.
One of the engines, she's just cut out.
We've just lost the power.
Jerry has been on board his new boat for less than an hour and is already stranded in the middle of the Mediterranean.
Fuel starvation somewhere along the lines, we don't know why.
This is a major blow for Jerry and Heather. Are they about to find themselves right back at square one?
It's a challenge. Another challenge.
Just outside Vertillac, Joe and Alice's dream of running their own business in the French countryside is turning into a big success.
We have 4 Dutch bikers.
Their B&B has 1 king, 2 doubles and a twin room, all of which are en suite and beautifully renovated in a traditional shabby chic style. And as well as success with their B&B, their restaurant's weekend services are also a big hit.
We thought we were going to be completely empty, and we were really nervous. And literally 1 day later, we were completely fully booked.
But eager to boost takings, they've come up with a novel idea to bring in customers on the otherwise quiet Monday nights.
We went to the UK and saw a really amazing production of an interpretation of Alice in Wonderland, and one of the most brilliant fun things was a massive tea party. So when we got back here, we thought, let's have a fantastic, lovely tea party in the courtyard because, of course, the view's amazing.
We just thought it'd be really nice to do something a little bit crazy, a little bit mad, and also nothing's open here on a Monday.
So in 2 days' time, Alice and Joe will be hosting their very first Mad Hatter's Tea Party.
Are you thinking fizz in the drink means then?
I'm thinking something like champagne and grapefruit or something like that, just something that's a bit odd.
Odd, yeah.
And they've headed to the local butcher's to pick up the main attraction for their feast.
We're getting the pig for Monday. It's a whole suckling pig.
They're brilliant, they're really good fun. They really tease us when we come to pick the pig up.
Using locally sourced produce is key to their business plan, and it couldn't get much more local than this.
The abattoir's just behind as well, so the meat comes from there to there, and you know it's really fresh. The meat here is really, really good as well.
You can actually still hear it mooing, can't you?
Sometimes. You can actually from the car park out there.
Alice and Joe plan to charge €25 a head for their tea party, but after shelling out €150 on the pig, they need to make sure their sums add up.
So, bookings-wise, how many people have we got booked in now?
18 people. What's 18 times 25?
I have no idea.
What's 20 times 25? At 500? Yeah, even that, it's not great, is it? If the pig's 150...
Yeah.
And then I'll do another 100 on salads, I would have thought.
Yeah.
So the food's 250. We really need 30 people to make this work.
Yeah.
40 people would make some... Because we've got to pay staff and everything on top of that.
When you put anything on, we prep up for everything that we do, so your investment is right out there. So, of course, you have the anxiety that if people don't turn up, then, of course, you lose a lot of money.
But Joe has a plan to drum up more bookings with the help of friend Pete, who'll be performing at the tea party.
Just cutting up some flyers. Pete's going to hand them out. Pete, who's playing the Mad Hatter, is going to hand them out in Vertiac. It's quite busy on Saturdays in Vertiac with the market. He's an ex-drama teacher, and he's a really good performer, and he enjoys it. I'm cutting them out now, so I'll be with you in probably about 10 minutes or something like that.
But after being persuaded to dress up as her namesake,
they're cute.
There's someone who's a little more reluctant about performing on the day.
Yeah, I said I'm not doing anything performance-wise at all, because I'm absolutely rubbish. But Pete's brilliant. But I bet he'll nag me. I've ordered a costume, but it hasn't arrived. Yes, I don't have anything to wear. And I'm supposed to be Alice.
As Joe heads to Vertiac, she's beginning to wonder if they've left themselves short of time to prepare for the party.
We're doing it. It just feels like we're just sort of rushing everything, but I mean, that's kind of how we operate. But we have a pig, we have an Alice, we have a Mad Hatter, and yeah, I think it will evolve as well. It's going to be on for the next 2 months, every Monday.
Hopefully Pete's eccentric garb will attract some attention.
Hi, Pete. You look fantastic. So, the Mad Hatter arrives, eh?
But at €25 a head, will there be any takers?
Every Monday.
Joe can't hang around to find out. She's got some weird and wonderful recipes to test at home.
It's going to be an eat me, drink me thing, so the point of it is just to, yeah, to be a bit playful. I'm going to try and make a type of cheese scone in a cake pop in a circle. So I'm not sure this dough will work, because it's got cheese in it. It might just all stick to the sides. But we are going to give it a go. These are for children. But I really love it. Just pop that in there, close it. And that's how it works.
5 minutes later, and the scones are ready for a taste test, alongside the drink me offering of green tomato Bloody Mary gazpacho.
Looks gorgeous, yeah. Nice.
That's really nice.
That's amazing.
I like the fact that it tastes tomato and it's green. I like that as well because you don't think it's going to be tomato.
It looks a bit specimen-y, doesn't it?
I don't mind that.
Yeah.
I think that's fun because you never know what she's eating or drinking on the thing, do you?
But there's more work to do before all the party food is ready, and Joe's feeling the pressure.
So I haven't had that much time to think about how I feel about it. And to be honest, we probably would have put it back a week, but we already had a booking. So, in essence, you've got a deadline and you've got to hit it.
With just 2 days left before the event, Joe and Alice have their work cut out if they want to pull off the perfect party. In Javier on the Costa Blanca, the end of the summer season is approaching.
Oh, what a beautiful breeze.
Oh, thank goodness.
And it's a crucial time of the year for the new owner of Gecko Bar, Gail, who needs to maximise income at her fledgling business. Daughter Kelly and her son-in-law Steve are already hands-on at the bar, but now she's drafted in her other daughter, Mandy, to help with the end-of-season push.
I've been in catering a long time, and I've run Michelin star restaurants and coffee shops, and I've done training of staff, but always front of house. I'm excited to see what they've challenged themselves with.
Mandy has only been in Spain 24 hours and hasn't seen Gecko Bar yet. But that's about to change as Gail and her 2 daughters head down to meet Steve at the family business for Mandy's first day at work. But what will experienced caterer Mandy think of Gecko Bar?
Oh, it's so pretty.
I'm interested to see what my sister's going to say, because she does come in like a bit of a storm. She's like, you know, Hurricane Mandy. She comes in and goes, well, this is how you can do things. And well, you know, my mum's just saying to us, and it's just like...
I love your flowers. Oh, it's so lovely. It's so much smaller than I thought. I was expecting a monster. Hello, Stevie. This is so pretty. I love these. Oh, I love this beach effect. It could be the doghouse for when Stevie doesn't perform properly.
And after a quick tour...
And I see what my mom means about the nooks and crannies, which makes it feel smaller and more intimate. You know, because you can be there and that feels like its own space and this.
She already has some suggestions.
I like this area. I think you could have more sofas and stuff. You need to get these down the road. I think you need to varnish it a bit so you can open it, but you could store stuff in here. You need to get a little guest book.
A little guest book?
Yeah, that people can write their email addresses in, comments, so that you can get constructive criticism. You can send out emails when you're having an event. You know, it's a good way to get regulars. And also just to figure out how people feel about your place. Cheers. Cheers to the Gecko Bar.
And just a few days later, taking on Mandy's thoughts, the family has come up with a plan to lure the locals and tourists in.
Mum wanted to do a cocktail night of some sort, and Stevie said, why don't we do Friday's cocktail night? So we're hoping it's going to be buzzy. I'm telling everyone about it. I'm willing to walk around in my bikini and hand out flyers.
Gail's son Ryan has also flown in to help, bringing more catering experience.
I work in a delicatessen cafe in Midhurst. I've been there for 6 years. 7 years.
There's just one problem. Only Steve and Mandy know how to make cocktails, so the others have been summoned to the bar for a quick cocktail making course.
So when you're shaking, cool.
Very sexy.
You just want to be throwing, what you want to be thinking is throwing the ice from back to front. And as soon, that's it, you're done. As soon as that's gone chill, you're there. Look, like that, look.
I told you I can't.
Well, you can. Look, you see where that's like that?
My hands are not good for these kind of things.
You just tap it.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Right, get your strainer. Yeah?
Oh my God, this as good as my favourite cocktail.
In 3 days, Gecko Bar will host its most ambitious event yet. Will this family be able to pull it off?
I like the look.
No, it does feel, you know, like we are a family and buzzing around in the place is just really cool. So, and it's better energy, you know, and I love it. I've really enjoyed it. It's important that we all get stuck in. Yeah!
In Estepona, Jerry and Heather are hoping to get their fishing charter business back up and running as quickly as possible. After losing their boat when it failed its seaworthy tests, they're on board the Fatam, a boat they're hoping to charter for the summer. But there's engine issues.
We've got problems now.
The starboard engine's not even clicking over. Generator's not working.
Hey, I've never been out in a boat when it's broke down, ever. Never.
The port engine is ticking over. Sounds like it wants to start, but it's like it's not getting any fuel into it.
Jerry, Heather and owner Gary are stranded 2 miles off the coast with both engines dead. And Jerry thinks that's down to too little fuel.
You've got 2 engines in a boat. It's very, very unlikely that both of them would fail on you. That which makes me think there's a fuel starvation problem. And I'll be having words with Gary about that, because that should never happen.
The only thing to do is drop anchor and phone for assistance.
We need, if you can come with Danny, it will be good. Have an engine problem.
This was its first trip in a wee while since there was work done to it. So, teething troubles.
Oh dear. Well, this is fun, isn't it?
It's not exactly the fresh start Jerry and Heather were hoping for, stuck in the middle of the Med.
Jerry has no patience. He wants it fixed and he wants it fixed now. Then he gets agitated, whereas I'm just like, yeah, well, it's not going to help getting bothered about it.
Well, we're just waiting for one of Gary's friends to come and give us a bit of assistance here.
How many people are they actually bringing out? How long does it take you to go and get on your boat? I could have walked from Duquesa to here quicker than that.
They could be out here for hours, but at least they have the essentials to keep them going.
We bought beer, we bought wine.
Plenty of water.
Nah, let's save the water.
But it's not long before cabin fever is kicking in.
Don't panic, Mr. Mannering, don't panic.
Don't panic, don't panic. Well, all hands on deck. I'm deck. Yeah, that's that boat coming towards us. Do you see it? That's my rescue boat there, I believe.
Assistance is here, and the stranded boat is slowly towed back towards the shore. But at least something good has come out of all the drama. Jerry and Heather have impressed owner Gary.
I think what we've seen today, Jerry, is very good. I think he caught very well. I bet you'll think I've planned this, don't you?
Finally, they're on the home straight and are heading back to port. What could possibly go wrong?
Uh-oh. It's gone. The rope has broken.
Abandoned ship.
Jerry reattaches the rope and they start the journey home. With another broken boat and no license to trade, will they ever restart their business before the end of the season? Or will Jerry crack under the pressure?
2 Valium and a glass of white wine, please. We're back safe and sound. What an adventure.
I went for a drink, do you think?
On the Costa Blanca, it's an important day at Gecko Bar. After a difficult season, the family are determined to prove the bar has a place in Javier, so have organised a cocktail night to try to pull in the crowds.
I've been excited all day. I just hope people come in and, you know, I want people to for this night to go well.
Steve, Kelly and Mum Gail have been trying to crack their cash flow problems all season. It's essential this evening is a success. So Kelly's sister Mandy and brother Ryan are pitching in to help out.
This is like, it's our night to try and shine, and I don't know how many people come. I hope many, many, many.
Tonight, Gail's babysitting for granddaughter Millie, but she's concerned at how Mandy has been promoting the cocktail night.
When we were on the beach today, Mandy was walking around saying, "Have you been to the Gecko Bar and Grill? It's just up the way here." As she walked around topless anyway. I'm getting embarrassed. And she was like just advertising the place.
I only thought about it afterwards. Okay, you're talking to husbands and wives, so maybe, you know, like covering up would have been better.
Whatever the marketing methods, it seems to have worked. It's only the start of the evening and already people are flocking to the bar.
It's pina colada.
It's banana daiquiri.
Oh, banana daiquiri, yummy.
Orders for mojitos, margaritas and martinis are pouring in, and they seem to be going down well.
It's amazing. Like, one of the best cocktails I've had on holiday.
Great, it's nice and relaxed.
Oh, no, there's no doubt about it. I'll come back, yes.
As the night draws to a close, it's clear the cocktail evening has been a great success.
Fabulous. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Had loads of lovely cocktails. I'm just having a special one that Steve's bought for me. I don't really know what is in it, but it's lovely.
Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
With the help of Kelly's siblings, Steve and Kelly have made enough money in one night to pay for a month's rent on their house. And most importantly, have shown that the bar does have a place in Javier. But in 24 hours, Mandy and Ryan will return home. Steve, Kelly and Gail will have to keep the momentum going on their own.
I wish we could be here more for them, but unfortunately my brother and I have a lot of commitments elsewhere for now. I would love to spend more time here with them, though, now in the beginning when they need us.
Tonight has shown the Stallion family that their bar could have a very bright future. But the family will need to work hard if they're to keep their dream alive.
What will be, will be. We're doing the best we can.
There's so many peaks and troughs, and it's one hell of a huge emotional roller coaster.
Yes.
Like as it has been from the start, and it will continue to.
We can't fail. Because also, I look at that bar and too much has gone into it.
We are family, and family do not let each other down. I love that bar.
I love you.
I love you.
Next time, on the Costa del Sol, Jerry has to learn the ropes.
Roger, pull it in, pull the rope in. A little bit short-tempered. He started to swear at his crew.
Can he make the grade?
Not doing very well, are we?
No, we are not.
The Vineyard opening a pop-up restaurant.
I'm trying to get this knife in, and I'm trying not to slip, because it goes straight through my hand.
There are some first night nerves.
They are trusting me quite a lot. Obviously, it's their reputation on the line. We really want to impress them.
And it's the day of the Mad Hatter's Tea Party in France.
We found out who stole the torch!
But will Alice in Wonderland actually turn up?
I didn't realise it was going to be so bonkers.
Off with his head!
Every year, thousands of Brits head to Europe for a dream new life.
To a dad, that is just pure pleasure.
This is heaven on earth.
But sunshine and scenery and a great lifestyle need to be paid for.
My bank is empty. We've got nothing left.
So to fund their fairy tale,
Get your little fishy when the boat comes in.
brave Brits are taking the plunge and going into business. On this series, we follow those expats.
Dave, you got any euros?
Setting up anything from bars and boat charters in Spain to vineyards and B&Bs in France.
Not happy. Not happy.
But will they flourish?
We're going to do it, we must do it properly.
Or will they fail?
Money doesn't grow on trees.
It is life or death.
And can they really make a life in the sun pay?
Fans broke down.
You are joking.
It went bang.
On today's show, as the summer season comes to an end,
It's been absolutely bloody awful, but brilliant as well.
these new B&Bers in France
Clean, clean, clean. I've already mopped the floor twice.
face up to some very tricky guests.
Run your finger across the top of the door.
It's all right. She's not going to do that, though, right?
Does anybody do that, do you think?
They do on the telly.
Can this wannabe captain on the Costa
Man overboard! Man overboard. Something to indicate for me, please.
get his licence before the tourists go home?
You've got to keep your calm. Keep your wits about you.
And at the end of weeks of hard graft and spending,
We are down to our last couple of euro.
will this unusual B&B get the thumbs up from its first guests?
If we don't get the accommodation right, if we don't get the people here, we have no income and we have nothing.
The Dordogne, often dubbed the food capital of France. It's France's main producer of strawberries and Europe's biggest producer of walnuts. In a small settlement called Cheval near the village of Vertiac, Jo Gell and her partner Alice Barnett have left the rat race of London well and truly behind. They're taking full advantage of the gastronomic delights on offer.
I think you have a completely different lifestyle here. You walk out of the door with your dogs and your cats and you look at the sunshine and you look at our garden and you think how lucky we are.
OK, we're not rich in money, but we're rich in lifestyle. And I think that's the main thing. You know, that's what you want in life.
Jo and Alice have transformed a rundown farm into a top-class restaurant, à table.
Compliments to the chef.
They've also transformed the upstairs into a stunning, shabby chic B&B with enough accommodation for up to 7 people.
Toilet seat down or up?
Toilet seat down.
Jo and Alice's business has been open for 5 months now.
It's been absolutely amazing. You have to book a week in advance, and we don't advertise. You know, that is literally just strictly word of mouth.
So far, they've hosted over 100 guests in their B&B and over 2,000 people in their restaurant. But it's been hard work.
The day's been absolutely bloody awful, but brilliant as well. But luckily, we've got an amazing team. Without them, it would have been bad.
It's September, time to decide if the business can work in the long term. But for now, there are more pressing matters. Jo and Alice are about to welcome some of their toughest guests.
My mum's coming with some friends first today. They booked in a few months ago. I've been kind of stressing. I think you always have that feeling of, is it going to be good enough? My mum and her friends are probably the most, properly immaculate people. In terms of when you go to their houses, you literally tiptoe into them because they're just so perfect.
So everything has to be immaculate.
One thing I really, really, really hate is showers.
Alice has got a phobia about people's hair in the showers. So that's my one job in the rooms, is I come and remove the hair.
With today's guests arriving with such high expectations, Alice is feeling the pressure.
When most of our guests check in, you want it to be great and you want it to be perfect and people to have a lovely time. But when it's somebody that you know, you kind of stand by the door and go, please like it, please like it, please like it. I really hope you do. Quick check. I think we are good to go. Clean, clean, clean. I've already mopped the floor twice. Run your finger across the top of the board.
It's all right. She's not going to do that, though, right?
Does anybody do that, do you think?
They do on the telly.
But clean rooms are not the only concern.
We had a power cut at one time when people had just checked in, and of course then there's no hot water.
You know, these things happen. We live in the countryside.
But no time to worry now. Joe and Alice's guests have arrived.
How lovely it is to see you.
How old is this place then?
It's got a date on the door that says 1864, but it's that's the only reason I know is because someone's actually kind of carved it in.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, great.
Absolutely gorgeous, thank you.
Oh, I'm glad you like it.
I didn't really know what to expect, but it is absolutely beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
Yes.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's clean. It's lovely. The colours are very restful. We're here till Saturday, but I would like to be here for a couple of months. I'd be thoroughly chilled out.
So lovely to see them. And really nice that they like it. That's such a relief. They're quite well travelled. So I really respect their opinion as well, so it's really nice to get their view on the rooms and the views and all of that kind of thing. No, it's good.
The guests now have lunch and an overnight stay to enjoy. If this great feedback continues, Joe and Alice are well on their way to ending their summer season on a high.
Cheers, guys.
Duquesa, one of the most exclusive resorts on the Costa del Sol and a regular haunt for the rich and famous. It sits on one of Spain's most spectacular marinas, where luxury yachts and boats moor gracefully on the crystal blue waters. But despite its exclusivity, property prices in this area are incredible value for money. A luxury penthouse apartment can be snapped up for as little as €65,000. That's around £50,000. The area is now home to Jerry Ferguson and his girlfriend Heather Walker, who swapped Scotland for sunny Spain.
Well, the weather's conducive to being over here, but it's a lot cheaper to stay here. It's an awful lot cheaper. The electricity's cheaper, gas is cheaper for your car, and food is cheaper.
So far this season, Jerry's dream of launching his own fishing charter business has had its highs.
Good God! It's an octopus.
And its lows.
The starboard engine's not even clicking over. Generator's not working.
Fuel starvation somewhere along the lines, we don't know why.
Jerry has been working to fix up Fatam, the boat he hopes to run his business from. It's bigger than his previous boat and can carry up to 10 passengers, meaning a potential income of up to €2,000 per trip. But to carry that many passengers, Jerry has to upgrade his licence. Today is the final day of training.
Basically the assessment sort of day. So we're going to give them some little tasks to do. There is still a bit more training to do, but it's basically can they control and handle the vessel safely, really, and get from A to B and know where they are.
Jerry can't afford to put a foot wrong today. With repairs to Fatam almost complete, he needs to qualify so he can get his fishing charter business going before the end of the season.
So, Jerry, I'd like you to head off in a direction out there somewhere. You've got to keep you calm. Keep your wits about you.
For one of today's tasks, Jerry has to navigate the boat through an exclusive port.
The boat off her bow. That's beautiful. What a beautiful picture that is.
With boats costing up to £12 million and many of them owned by celebrities, any collision would be disastrous.
Now that's my idea of heaven, that. Chris Evans bought Eddie Jordan's last boat. It was called Snapper, and it was a Princess. What was it, a 24 metres or something, Princess? Sunseeker, that's what it was. And then he got a custom-made, built one right from the factory. And it's in Soto Grande.
But there's no time for celebrity spotting. It's now the final and toughest test of the day.
The method which has been used for years is one called a Williamson turn.
With a float in the water to simulate a man overboard, Jerry must turn the boat around and retrace his exact course to pick it up.
Basically, you head off 50, 60 degrees in one direction, and then as soon as you reach that bearing, then you turn the boat back round the other way and drive back down your wake line.
Man overboard! Man overboard. Something to indicate for me, please, where the guy is. Give me a second. Yep.
On which side of the boat?
He's on the port side of the boat.
Port.
Port side.
Port side.
No. Slow down a bit. Don't want to run over the top of him.
Try and bring it nice and gently down the side.
Yeah.
Into neutral.
Yeah.
Really gently. Okay, bring him in then.
Jerry's shown he can pull off the manoeuvre.
Could you give him the kiss of life, please?
In the real life situation, whoever's going to be recovering needs to put a life jacket on and maybe a harness, clip themselves onto the boat. Yeah? Because we don't want the chance of somebody else falling over.
Sure. Every day's a learning day.
But he'll also need to have passed all the other tests to gain the upgraded licence he so desperately needs. Charente in southwest France, a laid-back rural paradise that epitomises the phrase getting away from it all. Here, roads are free from traffic, meaning pollution is 10 times less than that of the UK, and crime rates here are amongst the lowest in the whole of France. All this persuaded Andrew and Sue Davis that this area was the ideal location to embark on a new adventure abroad.
That whole laid-back lifestyle is very much us. It's what we were like in the UK, but we didn't really fit perhaps as well in the UK. Here, it's the way everybody lives.
Sue and Andrew left Cheshire 4 months ago and headed to the town of Compilation with a dream of opening a rather unusual type of B&B.
It's somewhere where people can come and relax and enjoy the night sky.
It's based around Andrew's love for astronomy.
I started being interested in astronomy when I was about 11 and been hooked ever since.
They bought an old farmhouse with 2.5 acres of land for just under 60,000 euros. They have now transformed an outbuilding into accommodation for 8 guests.
We've done this. This is us. Entirely us. Our graft. Our ideas, our vision.
But the centrepiece of the business will be its hand-built observatory, and the pair have been working around the clock to get it finished.
I have a roof that moves.
It's now October, and while most tourist businesses are winding down,
We want people to have a good time. So, it is important that it's right.
dark nights mean that this is just the start of the stargazing season, and Sue and Andrew need bookings.
If we don't get the accommodation right, if we don't get the marketing right, if we don't get the people here, we have no income and we have nothing. We are down to our last couple of euro.
But at last there's been some good news. The first booking is in the diary for a few weeks' time. But these B&B novices want to make sure they've got it right, so I've asked Andrew's friend John and his sons to test run the place as guinea pig guests.
I mean, I know John will be very kind, but we don't really want him to be saying nice things. We want him to be telling us the truth.
Astronomy-obsessed John is exactly the type of customer they'll need to attract, so Sue and Andrew are desperate to impress.
I'm actually really nervous. It's worse than I thought it was going to be. I suppose it's because we want it to work, we want to get it right.
But with just a few hours to go before John's arrival, they're cutting things very fine.
The toilet went in today, hasn't been used. The shower went on the wall this morning, hasn't been used. It's all a little bit last minute.
That's the handle on.
I thought you were putting the silver ones on.
I thought we were putting red on to match the...
You're going to do the silver one.
I've put that one on now.
Andrew is picking up John and his sons from Limoges Airport.
See you in a bit.
He's not flown for 15 years because he has an absolute phobia of flying. Sorted. So, the big issue about him coming over this time is to get on that plane and realise this is something he can do. That's us done till they get here. Just the dinner to cook now.
Thankfully, all their efforts to be ready are not in vain.
Hello.
Their first guest has conquered his flying fear.
How brave are you?
Don't start. Absolutely fine.
Was it?
Yeah, it was absolutely fine.
And astronomy nut John is keen to get the guided tour.
Still a building site, so come and see.
John and his son's first impressions will provide vital feedback.
It's brilliant. I can't believe the difference.
Especially for you.
Fantastic. I've got to have a look. I've been in an airplane today. I'm not worried about height. That's brilliant. Well done. Very nice.
But forget the bunk room. There's one place John can't wait to see. The specially built observatory with computers and a roof that rolls on and off to reveal the night skies.
I'm quite happy to sleep in here. Splendid. It'd be nice to get this up and running. I can't believe how much work you've done in such a short space. It's amazing, really.
Coming in blind, I am incredibly impressed.
With what? What do you like?
All of it. I'm a fan of the roof.
Oh, are you?
From the point of view of people coming on holidays, yes, things need finishing. But from an astronomy point of view, you can see the potential. It's actually brimming.
Andrew and Sue can breathe a tentative sigh of relief.
I mean, first impressions, they seem very impressed.
Good.
Yeah,
That's what we
very
want,
good,
isn't
positive.
it?
Yeah, really good.
Right, there's loads more of this, so make a start.
There's one thing they can't control, though, the night sky. And tonight, there's heavy cloud.
It's a shame, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the life of an astronomer, mate.
But Andrew's not about to panic.
It's clearing over here, and it's blowing that way. We'll give it about 10 minutes, and should be clear.
See gaps.
Yeah.
Because just a few minutes later...
The reflection's nice, isn't it, with the moon behind the cloud? We can see stars.
Yeah, you can see stars. Aha! Look at that. It's coming out. Yeah. Lovely. It's really nice to just have a look at the moon, isn't it?
Yep.
And it's really, really clear.
The next morning, John and his boys prepare to return home. After what was a long night of stargazing.
No, he was up at 4 o'clock this morning, wandering around the garden in his underpants, looking at Orion, and he said it was just absolutely amazing. And I think it's really nice that John's seen that.
Mm.
I'm not sure about the neighbours seeing him walking around our garden in his underpants, but...
We've had so many hugs, have we? See you. Have a lovely time. Have we got it right?
Yeah.
What people would want?
Yeah, absolutely. The astronomers will come anyway because of the dark skies and that, because of you guys, but they'll bring their families as well because there's so much to do. Another kiss. All right. Can you get the dog? See you soon. Everything is here. The most important thing is the dark skies, which it's got, and we've got an observatory that's going to be finished. We've got gear everywhere. It's got everything that you need as an astronomer.
John's visit has reassured Sue and Andrew that their business is on the right track.
You know, we can't kid ourselves that we haven't still got hard work, but maybe we've broken the back of it, most certainly.
See you in a bit. Bye, Sue.
And it's great to hear feedback from 3 people saying, it works, it really does work, and this is what I want.
But the real test is still to come. In just over a month, the first paying guests will arrive. Then Sue and Andrew will find out if this business can fund their new life in the sun. Just outside the town of Vertillac, Joe and Alice have welcomed some very special guests.
When it's somebody that you know, there's something more... There is a little bit, tiny bit more pressure for some reason. I don't know why.
Alice's mum, Dawn, and her 2 good friends have come to stay. Now Joe is preparing lunch for their VIP guests.
I think it's always really difficult when you have people that actually know you and they come and stay. You do feel they're not just judging the place, they're judging you and what you've done and what you've done with the place. So I think that can be, yeah, it can be a a little daunting, let's say.
Alice intended today's lunch to be a simple, informal picnic.
What I said to everybody when they were arriving today is like, yeah, I'll just put a little bit of cheese and patty on a plate.
But Jo doesn't do simple or informal.
I was an artist and graphic designer before I started doing this, and so for me it's another medium. You eat with your eyes and as much as you eat with your mouth, in a sense that, you know, stuff has to look nice. But yeah, I could get in trouble for overcomplicating things.
And she also needs to make an extra special effort today.
Bonnie and Shubi are absolutely amazing cooks. Really love their food. They're really, but yeah, you know, Bonnie particularly is just an incredible cook. So no pressure.
Jo's serving up goat's curd and beetroot salad, deep-fried oysters, rustic terrine and home-smoked salmon, plus plenty of cheese.
Where do you want me to sit?
Wherever you like. Who wants a glass of wine?
Yes, please.
Most importantly.
Bon appetit.
Which one of you walked down to the bakery for the bread this morning, or did you make it yourself?
No,
You
I
went,
went
didn't
to
you?
the...
Yeah, we thought about making bread, but you're in France, the bakers are great.
We've had the most splendid lunch.
Thank you.
Absolutely wonderful.
So far, so good. But Jo and Alice regularly experience power cuts here. They're now hoping to make it through the night without a hitch.
But, you know, these things happen. We live in the countryside.
And overnight, it's happened again.
We had a power outage last night, so I was up most of the night trying to sort out the power.
But about 5 o'clock, we suddenly thought, well, actually, we really do need to get this back on again because nobody's going to have any hot water. And also, my guests are quite keen to blow dry their hair.
It's probably what set it off in the first place.
I don't know how they slept, but certainly in the middle of the night, they would not have had a light. Even if they wanted to get up and go to the bathroom, there's no electricity at all. So that means no heaters, no light in the loo.
It's 9 o'clock and the guests are awake and ready for breakfast.
Good morning.
Morning. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Oh, fine, thank you. Oh, what a lovely evening.
Did you notice that the power went off?
No. Your beds are so comfy. And it's so warm. It was like sleeping under a soft cloud. The water was lovely this morning. Not very hot.
Good.
It is. It's so relaxing here.
Oblivious to the power cut, the special guests are still singing the B&B's praises.
It was absolutely beautiful mattress. It was so comfy. All the showers worked and what have you, and it was absolutely lovely.
Very comfortable, slept like a lamb.
Yes.
Spoiled.
Yes, absolutely. That lunch yesterday. Oh.
It's a perfect spot, isn't it? Quiet, beautiful. Yes, enjoy it very much. So I hope to come back again before too long.
We're definitely going to come back, yes.
As they prepare to take stock of their first year running the business, this feedback is great for Jo and Alice to hear. But there's no time to rest on their laurels. In a couple of hours, they have a Sunday lunch service to deal with, and the restaurant is fully booked. In southwest France, the big day for Andrew and Sue's B&B has finally arrived. After 5 months of relentless work, they're about to find out if their new observatory B&B can impress the paying public, who are looking to take advantage of this area's amazingly clear night skies.
Everybody else who's been, they're friends, so we know them really quite well. So this is a bit of a weird one, really, isn't it? This is someone we've got no idea how old he is. We don't know anything about him, do we?
Right.
Okay, have you got your keys?
Andrew is picking up stargazer Chris from the airport.
This is someone who's paying to be here. So we've got to get it right, because the last thing we want is for him to go back and say, waste of time. So it is important, because a lot of our business will come word of mouth. It's a small community, the UK astronomy community, so you can't really afford to upset anybody.
And now, after 5 months of hard graft, the moment of truth has finally arrived.
Hello! Hello, hi Chris.
Come in. Nice to meet you finally.
Yes, we have to do the French. You have to do that while you're here.
Keen astronomer Chris has high hopes after leaving cloudy Britain behind.
This last night, this last week, was our first clear night in about 2 months. That's awful, isn't it?
Well, one of the guys from the north, he did say that he'd had 2 nights in July when he could go out. And Andrew said we've had 2 nights in July when we couldn't go out. So what's your interest then?
My goal is to do the whole Orion area, quite like a mosaic, all in hydrogen alpha.
Yeah.
So that's the goal.
Andrew's hoping the hand-built observatory, complete with rolling roof, will be perfect for the night's stargazing.
That's your south. Orion comes up over there. Have a think about what you're wanting to image and how we can connect it up, and do what you want to do. Okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Cool.
So much.
It's really nice for Andrew to have someone who appreciates all his equipment, because, of course, it's completely wasted on me. I've got no idea whether it's good or not. I think it's great to be able to show off this is what we've got. And our sky, look, it's fabulous.
As darkness descends, Chris and Andrew prepare for a long night.
I'm very, very excited. Living in London, you don't really get to see that many stars, so really excited to have some clear skies tonight.
Fingers crossed that the skies stay clear.
Looking good. Stars out already.
This is exactly what I was hoping for. Really good setup. Having the little observatory here and the roll-on, roll-off roof. Yeah, interested to see how it progresses.
The telescopes are fitted with a system, like a car sat-nav. They're linked to computers with software that can direct the telescope to particular stars at the click of a button.
So it's got GPS, so
Yep.
it will automatically know where it should be. So click on menu, and then that's all your options.
Cool.
Chris is planning to be out all night in the observatory. Sue and Andrew are hoping he'll capture some great images and use these to spread the word back home.
So that's you ready?
Yep.
First night stargazing. Looking forward to it.
Let's do it.
Brilliant. Let's go for it. Cool.
In southern Spain, Glaswegian Jerry has just completed the final day of his captain's course.
I'm going to try and bring it nice and gently down the side.
Yeah.
Into neutral, really gently.
If he passes, he'll be able to take up to 10 paying customers aboard his new boat, the Fatam. Now course leader Phil has the results.
You performed very well. From day one, nothing really major. Well, I'm afraid to say I've got to let them know that there's 4 more hazards to major navigation. So congratulations.
Well done, young man.
Thank you.
Lady.
It's a huge relief for Jerry.
It's totally 100% when Phil was recommended to me. Now I know why. A lot of patience, especially with me.
And do you think your patience has calmed down a bit now?
Well, I have. You did say, Jerry, you've calmed down quite a bit. I loved every single bit of it. Every single bit of it.
Test passed. Now he needs to update his sailing licence.
And I need 2 pictures taken. And I want you to make me beautiful.
It's very, very difficult, Jerry.
Oh, good luck. Come on.
Back to your left.
Left.
Yeah, that's that way, the whole body.
All right.
That's a great one. We'll use that one.
That's what it looks like more often than not.
Yeah, that's shock. That's shock. You know what that face there says? How much?
I go on a boat with Heather, that's not a problem, but with a captain looking like that,
No chance.
no.
It's the next day, and there's even more good news.
She's looking brilliant, isn't she?
Just about finished now.
She's looking brilliant.
So I've just got to check the battery. I'll need another battery for it.
Fatam's owner, Gary, has been overseeing extensive repairs and renovations, and now the boat is ready to go back into the water.
There's Fatam's berth there. No, Heather will spend a lot of time going round every nook and cranny in here, making sure it's complete and totally dust-free.
Right then, son, off we go.
Jerry and Gary are forming a good working relationship. And with Fatam now berthed, Jerry's wasting no time in producing some publicity material for his fishing charter business.
Lovely.
Yes, I'm very happy with that, yeah. Don't see why we couldn't put one in the window. Yeah. What do you charge for those? For the window display, or the window advertisement? Oh. €10 a month. 10 a month? Maybe take 100 for a year, mate. Sounds all right, doesn't it?
Jerry is ready to launch his new business.
One of the biggest fishing boats on the Costa del Sol. There isn't another 53-footer doing what we do. And what makes Fatam unique, it's only one of its type in the UK, in the world. That type of boat. So a lot of folk want to go on boats like that. It's a one-off.
But then, just a few days later, there's some devastating news from Gary. The official paperwork required to certify that Fatam is fit for purpose has been delayed, and it won't now arrive before the end of the season. Fatam won't be ready to charter until next summer.
I'm not panicking. I'm not panicking. I'm annoyed, but I'm not panicking. What I've discovered is mañana. I've discovered, let's not sweat the small stuff. Circumstances change, but no, it's still a beautiful country. It's fantastic people. I'd rather be skint with the sun in my back than skint with the rain in my face. And it's as simple as that. Simple as that.
But with Jerry now not being able to launch the business until next year, he needs an income.
Neil and I sat up last night to the small hours, pondering what direction we could go now. I've got to stay on the water, especially since I've just spent €850 in a certificate.
But luckily, Spanish-speaking Heather has managed to land herself a job teaching the language to British expats.
How do you explain something is good, tasty, obviously?
Rico. If something is tasty, it's rico.
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 And it seems despite all the ups and downs, Jerry and Heather's dream of a new life in the sun is still very much alive.
You're more qualified than you actually need to be for anything.
Yeah, for anything in these waters.
And I've learned a lot about boats and knots and sonar, radar,
the safety aspects, yeah.
Things that I never ever knew before.
Whoa, tuna, did you see it there? Right out in front of us, it came right out of the water. No, it's not tuna at all, it's a bird. As I say, even when we're skint, we've not got any money. We're still happier than we would be back in the UK.
It doesn't matter where we are. As long as we're together, we don't care.
In Compilation, Sue and Andrew Davis are eagerly awaiting feedback from their first ever paying guest, Chris.
We have to do the French. You have to do that while you're here.
Feedback that will help them decide if their new business is on the right track. Chris and his host, Andrew, have spent the whole night stargazing and managed to capture some stunning photos of the crystal clear skies. It's the next morning, and Chris is still catching up on some much-needed sleep.
Morning.
Hello. Have you had some sleep?
A couple of hours.
So what did you think about last night then? As a first person coming who we didn't know, What was your sort of impression?
I thought Chris had a really good time. I think the highlight of the evening was when we came back in at 6 o'clock this morning, and I said to Chris, "So what do you think? Are you happy?" And he looked at me and smiled and said, I just had such a great time. That was, I mean, that for me was the highlight. It just made it all worthwhile. That gives me a real boost. It's positive, very positive.
And just an hour later, it's time for the all-important verdict.
Good morning.
Hello. So, did you have a good time?
I had an amazing time.
Did
last
you?
night. Yes.
Did you?
Yes. A really good night last night.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah, I got to see what I wanted to see, so I'm hoping for another clean.
And you've got some good photos, haven't you?
Yes. Yeah, very, very good photos.
Great.
I'm very happy.
Good.
Sue and Andrew swapped a 1960s bungalow in the UK for a farm with 2.5 acres of land in the French countryside. And now their business has one very satisfied customer.
I had such a good night last night. Incredibly friendly hosts, super helpful, super friendly. When the first photo came in, Andrew and I were just looking at the computer screen like, wow, this is amazing. Can't believe like the amount of detail coming through, and yeah, I'm so chuffed. They definitely have a successful future ahead of them. I'll be back, I guarantee.
So that's good to know that we've got it right, and the atmosphere and the culture and everything that we've got here is going to be right for people. Yeah.
This venture has been a huge undertaking for Sue and Andrew. They used all their life savings and pushed themselves to the limit physically to get the observatory open in time for the dark winter nights. But now they know it's all been worth it.
How would I describe my life at the moment? I would probably say I am that child in that sweet shop and I've been given free range. So I was working last night, but no, it doesn't feel like work. No, it's not work.
With bookings coming in and confidence growing, Sue and Andrew have sold all their remaining assets in the UK. They've now bought a 2-bedroom farmhouse next door with 2.5 acres of land for €65,000. Because next year, their Astro farm is expanding.
This is our forever home, and I have no doubts about that. This is where I'm going to live for the rest of my life. So it was a no-brainer, really, to decide that we would sell up in the UK and absolutely cut our ties and invest the money here, where we're going to be.
It is quite a step for us, leaving all the things that you know, things that you take for granted, the familiar things, you're leaving them behind. Did we make a mistake? I don't think so. I certainly don't feel like it.
This is exactly what I've always yearned all my life. This is exactly it. If I could have drawn it in a book or bought it off a shelf, this would have been absolutely it. I don't feel like I've left anything at all. I feel absolutely that I've come to where I want to be.
In the French Dordogne, Alice and Joe are preparing for one of the last Sunday lunch services of their first summer season.
It's been absolutely fantastic, but there has been blood, sweat, tears, arguments, and so what we'd like to do next season is do the same thing again, but with less of that.
Joe and Alice have come a long way, running a successful B&B and restaurant throughout the summer. And they want to finish the season on a high.
Just some emergency creme brulees because I messed up the other ones.
I'm just going to stand here and try to look pretty, but I haven't washed my hair for about a week.
We are absolutely spent right now. I really have to say we couldn't be more tired or more happy about how it's gone, but we are absolutely exhausted now.
And it's no wonder, because Joe's Sunday roasts and immaculately presented dinners have been packing out the restaurant.
Right, we need to get this gravy out.
And this lunchtime is no different.
this year. I think for our first year, without question, we feel like it's gone incredibly well, but we really have worked hard for that. But we've learnt a huge amount.
Today, just like at the end of every other service, the customers' reviews are glowing.
It's delicious.
It's our first visit to here. Loved it.
Yep.
We'll definitely be back.
You're just so relaxed. You're not rushed. The people, brilliant. Just going down into the sunshine, but I must say thank you. That was absolutely good.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I'm so glad.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to have met you.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. Really, really gorgeous. Oh, thank you so much. Really, really lovely. Thank you.
Opening a restaurant and B&B off the beaten track was a big gamble, but all their hard work has paid off. Joe and Alice have built up a business that they feel could set them up for life.
We've learned a lot from the first year. I mean, it's been a big learning curve, but it couldn't have gone better in the sense of reputation.
Oh, goodness.
It's been amazing.
We're really absolutely delighted that we put everything into this restaurant, absolutely everything.
The reviews are amazing. What we've done is amazing, and I think it shows with the repeat custom that we've had with the restaurant.
They can now look forward to their future.
We're really, really happy here, and I think based on the first season, it's going to go well. We're really excited to go into the second year.
Well done, everyone.
We had all our setup costs and all that kind of stuff, and it's, you know, no business runs at a massive profit in the first year of business. So we're looking forward to a massive profit next year. We live on site, we work on site, we live together, we're in a relationship together.
I think you really learn the strength of your relationship when you work together. There's no question.
We still love each other.
All these Brits have turned their dreams of a life in the sun into a reality. As well as renovating their own home, Sue and Andrew are beginning work on the farm next door, which they're turning into a high-end gîte for stargazing guests. After receiving his captain's licence, Jerry is confident of getting a new boat charter business out on the Med in time for the busy summer season. In the meantime, Heather continues to teach Spanish until the business is up and running. Joe and Alice are currently refurbishing rooms in their B&B, and bookings are already up by 100% from last year. They've also just received an award for excellence and are planning to extend the business to cater for weddings.